Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. Has the anime already begun? Chapter 1. Has the anime already begun? As the sun set, the dusk's afterglow bathed the entire town. It brought a touch of coolness and filled the air with a comforting, relaxed atmosphere after a long day of work. At Kuoh Academy, energetic girls in their school uniforms waved their hands, politely bidding each other farewell. Kuoh Academy had been an exclusive all-girls school until just a few years ago. Recently, the academy changed its policy to become coeducational, opening its doors to male students. Even so, the male-to-female ratio remained incredibly low, with the girls vastly outnumbering the boys. Naturally, this made Kuoh Academy a paradise, the absolute dream school for adolescent boys brimming with hormones. Half an hour later. As darkness fell, even the dance club, which rehearsed the latest, disbanded to head home. The campus grew deserted and silent. The stillness under the gloomy night sky created an eerie atmosphere. Deep in the woods behind the campus stood a building with a medieval design, though its windows were completely intact. Moss and vines entwined the old school building, giving it a heavy sense of antiquity. Generally speaking, such old buildings are the perfect breeding ground for occult rumors and ghost stories. In fact, the 7 school mysteries of Kuoh Academy originated here, so regular students rarely set foot inside. However, just because it was deserted didn't mean it was empty. Rather than humans, it would be more accurate to say a group of devils was entrenched there. A plaque hung above one of the doors on the second floor, Occult Research Club. Every corner of the room was covered in mysterious symbols. A strange script stretched across the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling. The most peculiar feature was the central circle. This circle, aka magic circle, occupied most of the room and glowed with a strange eerie light. The interior decoration and furniture arrangement were simple, featuring only a few sofas and a desk. This small room housed the most famous and influential figures in the academy. Issei, congratulations. You finally got a client of your own. Sitting at the desk was a girl with bright crimson hair and a curvaceous figure. This was Rias Gremory, the school's #1 idol, possessing both beauty and a noble background. She was the president of the Occult Research Club. Congratulations, Issei. You're one step closer to your dream. Standing beside her was a girl with a black ponytail and a gentle smile, exuding traditional Asian charm. She was second idol of the school, Akino Himejima. Along with Rias, she was known as one of Kuoh Academy's 2 great Onisimas, admired by both boys and girls alike. HMPF. The one sitting on the sofa eating snacks was Kaneko Tuju. With her petite figure, she looked like an elementary school student at first glance, making her the school's unofficial mascot. Standing nearby was a tall, handsome boy with short blonde hair and a sunny smile that made him instantly likable, Yuto Kiba. Excuse me, President, could I please take the rest of the day off and head home early? Issei scratched his head and apologized. Although he was overjoyed to finally have a dedicated client, freeing him from relying on Kaneko for clients and taking him one step closer to his dream of building a harem, he had prior obligations and needed to go home early tonight. Oh my, are you going to watch your treasured adult DVDs with your 2 friends again, Issei? Pervert. Kaneko delivered the finishing blow without hesitation. Rias looked at Issei with questioning eyes. No, that's not it. Feeling a little uneasy under her gaze, Issei quickly denied it. President, my brother came back from studying abroad today, so... Brother. Not only Rias, but Akino and even Kaneko were somewhat surprised, looking up at Issei as he hurriedly explained. Yeah, I'm not an only child. I have a brother, but he went abroad to study when we were little and only comes home a few times a year. I heard he plans to return to Japan to finish his studies here. I see, I understand. I'll have Yuto handle your client today. Thank you, President. After thanking Rias, Issei turned to Yuto. Sorry for the trouble. Yuto responded with a hearty smile, and soon Issei left. Yuto turned to Rias. President, regarding Issei's brother, it was mentioned during our background investigation that Issei had a brother. His life is just like that of an ordinary human. Aside from studying abroad since he was young, he doesn't have any special background, so we didn't pay much attention to him. Rias nodded, indicating she understood. An ordinary human was not enough to attract her attention. Moreover, there were more important matters to attend to. Some time ago in Europe, Satan Ajuka's relative, the heir to the Astaroth clan, was annihilated by the church right in front of the Astaroth clan's elite. Now the supernatural world was in an uproar, and the once stable political climate had begun to fracture. This incident served as a catalyst, leading the three factions to begin localized preparations for war. Her family had begun urging her to return to the underworld as soon as possible to ensure her safety. However, if she returned out of cowardice and weakness, she would lose her only chance to fight for her freedom. By the time Issei arrived home, darkness had completely fallen. His reincarnated devil physique gave him exceptionally abundant stamina and energy. "Mom and Dad, I'm home." He took off his shoes and placed them in the entryway. "My foolish brother, you're finally back." A voice that Issei found extremely irritating entered his ears. Without thinking, he retorted sarcastically, "You bastard, you're finally back. Wow, you've changed quite a bit. You never used to talk to me like this." A face that bore a striking resemblance to his own came into view. Before him stood Issei's brother, Yasuhiro Hayadu. The two shared a striking resemblance. If one had to distinguish between the two, Yasuhiro's had a slightly mature appearance. However, his warm and gentle temperament made him look like those sunshine boys. The most distinctive difference between the brothers was their hair color. Issei had brown hair, while Yasuhiro had black hair. Looking at Yasuhiro, his smile reminded Issei of a Kino. The two shared a striking resemblance in their cunning, sadistic nature. The thought of being mocked, teased, and bullied by his brother since childhood sent a chill down his spine. Has the anime already begun? Yasuhiro muttered to himself, looking at his brother, who exuded a faint demonic aura. Chapter 2, Sonasitri. Chapter 2, Sonasitri. "Hello, I'm Asia, I will be staying here." "Nice to meet you." Seeing Asia, with her long blonde hair, bowing and greeting him, Issei quickly introduced himself. "Hello, Asia, I'm Issei Hayadu. You can just call me Issei. Your brother and Asia will be transferring to your school tomorrow. Take good care of them, Issei. Will you be in my class, the second year? What about you, bro? Your brother has already completed his second-year curriculum and will be transferring directly into the third year." Their father, who was reading the newspaper nearby, explained. "It feels like we have a new daughter with Asia here." Their mother showed no restraint in expressing her affection. Asia was a little overwhelmed by Mrs. Hayadu's enthusiasm, but the shadow that had been hanging over her heart for the past few days had dissipated somewhat. After finishing their meal, Yasuhiro took Asia upstairs to help tidy up her room. "Asia, are you still troubled by that matter?" It was phrased as a question, yet it carried an undeniable tone of certainty. Asia, who was unpacking her luggage, paused and quickly explained, "Lord Yasuhiro, no, I just..." Yasuhiro walked up to Asia, placed his hand on her head, and gently stroked her hair. He said tenderly, "Asia, that devil who tempted you to fall doesn't deserve your pity. The only right choice is to annihilate him on the spot. That is the greatest salvation God can offer to humanity." Asia nodded, her cheeks flushing slightly. "After you finish packing your things, get some rest. You have to go to the school to register tomorrow morning." Yasuhiro left Asia's room and went to his own bedroom, which he hadn't slept in for a long time. The room was spotless, without a single speck of dust, indicating that their mother cleaned it regularly. There were also childhood items sitting on the cabinets and bed, evoking a deep sense of warmth and comfort in him. Yasuhiro opened the window and let in a cool summer breeze, gazing out toward Kuoh Academy. Issei has already turned into a devil and become a part of Rias Gremory's peerage. It won't be long before this town becomes the starting point where everything begins, sweeping up the pantheons of the three factions. I'm starting to look forward to it. A sacred rune appeared in the palm of his left hand, illuminating the entire room with holy light before disappearing in the blink of an eye. The only one who noticed this strange phenomenon was Issei, whose room was right next door. When the aura appeared, Issei felt a violent sense of crisis that made his whole body tremble with fear, and the sacred gear residing in his left arm manifested on its own. Having just brushed up against the mysteries of this world and recently reincarnated as a devil, he was completely bewildered and clueless about what was happening to him. "Hello everyone, I'm Yasuhiro Hayadu. I hope you will all take good care of me during my remaining year on campus." Standing at the podium of Year 3, Class 1, after Yasuhiro finished his introduction, a chorus of joyful voices rose from the students. "So handsome. His smile is so bright and warm. We finally have a Prince Charming like Kiba in our class. Excuse me, Yasuhiro, is Issei Hayadu your?" Upon hearing this, some students suddenly noticed that Yasuhiro's face bore resemblance to Issei Hayadu, one of the notorious perverted trio in the school, and they shared the exact same surname. However, their demeanors were completely different. One was sleazy, exuding a lecherous aura that made people hesitate to approach him, fearing something unpleasant might happen. The transfer student standing at the podium was gentle and warm, a rare find. Not only did he not evoke any aversion, but he naturally made people want to get closer to him. If someone hadn't been paying attention and asked the question, the girls in the classroom never would have connected the two of them. "Issei is my younger brother. he said with a warm smile. You're kidding. The difference between you two is just too great. Incredulous voices rang out across the room. This was a testament to the importance of one's aura. Yasuhiro looked incredibly handsome. While Issei was technically good-looking as well, the massive difference in their temperaments undoubtedly widened the gap between them over the years. Smack. A loud sound on a desk interrupted the girls who were eager to barrage Yasuhiro with questions. The source of the sound was a petite, capable girl with delicate features and glasses. The imposing presence emanating from her wasn't diminished by her small stature, on the contrary, it was amplified by the strict, cold expression on her face, silencing all the students in the room instantly. Teacher, please begin the class. Right, okay, Yasuhiro, you can sit next to Sona, for now. The teacher, who had been completely ignored at the door, pointed to the imposing girl, Sona Shitorai, who happened to have an empty seat to her left. Hello, Sona. Yasuhiro walked to his seat, greeted Sona, and sat down. Hello. Sona responded politely and then focused all her attention back on her textbook. Citri clan. Yasuhiro had been in this world for a long time. He only vaguely remembered fragments of the anime from his previous life, having forgotten most of the minor details. He remembered that Kuoh Academy was controlled by two high-class devils. One was the Gremory clan, but he couldn't recall the other off the top of his head. It wasn't until he saw this imposing girl, radiating the pure-blooded aura of a devil and the unique demonic signature of the Citri clan, that he remembered the other noble clan controlling the academy in the anime. She had to be the heir to the Citri clan and the student council president of the school. My connection with the Citri clan is quite deep too. Yasuhiro couldn't help but recall a powerful female devil from the Citri clan whom he had been hunting down. She was also one of the very few devils who had managed to escape his grasp. The teacher at the front was giving an English lesson, which Yasuhiro found incredibly boring. Having lived abroad for years, he was far superior to the teacher in both grammar and spoken English. Sona's IMG. Chapter 3, I'm a Holy Knight. Chapter 3, I'm a Holy Knight. Ring, ring. The class passed by in a blur of boredom and yawns. No sooner had the teacher left than the girls in the class surrounded Yasuhiro again. They started making mindless advances, asking all sorts of questions, and even boldly inviting Yasuhiro to share a lunchbox. Yasuhiro, let me show you around the campus. I will take on that task, Sona said. Seeing that the student council president had volunteered, the girls next to her could only reluctantly step down. Okay, thank you for your help. Finally, the two walked out of the classroom side by side. The two strolled leisurely side by side on campus, appearing as though they were having a casual conversation. Along the way, Sona gave a very detailed explanation of the academy's environment, from the various facilities, the athletic field, and the student lounge, to procedures like asking for leave during the lunch break. He had to admire the seriousness and responsibility this young lady demonstrated as the student council president. Slowly, the two walked into the shadows behind the building. Sona stopped, her expression serious as she looked at Yasuhiro and said, having fulfilled my duties as student council president, I now, as the heir to the Citri clan and one of the academy's administrators to ask. What's the purpose of a person from the church trespassing into our territory without permission? Yasuhiro wasn't surprised that his identity was recognized at a glance. Considering the extraordinary perception of devils, and the fact that he had almost unleashed the power of light within him without restraint earlier, he would have doubted whether devils could still maintain their status as one of the three factions if they hadn't noticed. Interesting. To you, the position of student council president at a mere human high school is far more important than your status as the heir to the Citri clan. This isn't the underworld, it is an academy. Naturally, my position as student council president takes precedence. You haven't answered my question yet. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to expel you from the academy for your unjustified intrusion into our territory. Yasuhiro looked at Sona with a playful expression and said, I'm a native of this town. I probably arrived here even earlier than you did. Isn't it a bit too domineering and inhumane to kick me out like this? Generally speaking, that is indeed the case. In normal times, even with priests sent to the town by the church, we keep to ourselves. You govern the day, we govern the night. Each side has a clear division of labor and does not interfere with the other. Sona hesitated for a moment, then abruptly changed the subject. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes as she said, as I just mentioned, that is the normal situation. But these are extraordinary times. That mad saint at the church's headquarters is even more cruel than us devils. The saint who embraces darkness has ruthlessly uprooted all the forces our faction developed in Europe for thousands of years. Countless devils have died, and even several pure-blood noble families of the 72 pillars have been annihilated. As Sona spoke, she recalled the madness, cruelty, and bloodshed of that legendary lunatic, along with his merciless treatment of any devils he encountered, and she couldn't help but pause. Because of his frenzied extermination of devils in Europe, the relationship between the underworld and heaven has become increasingly tense. Not to mention that guy recently killed a blood relative of Mao. After hearing Sona's words, Yasuhiro's expression became somewhat intrigued. At the same time, he understood that if he didn't give this girl a satisfactory answer, he might really be driven away by her. Although he could easily overwhelm the entire academy with his strength, that wasn't what he wanted to do right now. Fortunately, he had prepared for this matter in advance. If I said I came home to visit relatives. Looking into Sona's beautiful eyes, though she didn't speak, her answer was already glaringly obvious. Even if he were visiting his family, there would be no reason for him to transfer to Kuoh Academy, especially with a sister by his side. Let alone Sona, anyone familiar with the church's inner workings wouldn't believe Yasuhiro's lame excuse. His current identity was that of a holy knight of the church. Holy knights usually stayed stationed in one place and rarely left their designated church grounds. I'm a holy knight assigned to protect Asia. Asia, the one who transferred into the second year with your brother? Sona questioned. As a holy knight of the church, you possess at least the strength of a middle class. The church wouldn't send you out just to protect an ordinary sister. Asia is no ordinary sister, she is a holy maiden of the church. A holy maiden. Holy maidens held a very high position within the church. Sona never expected that a holy maiden would actually enter their territory. Within the church, Asia's status far surpasses that of others. She is the possessor of the sacred gear, Twilight Healing. Twilight Healing. Sona had heard of this sacred gear. It was said that this gear could heal not only humans, but also non-humans, including devils and fallen angels. Therefore, this sacred gear held considerable weight among the various factions. Sona wasn't worried that Yasuhiro would lie to her. Although the spies of the various devil nobles at the European church headquarters had been completely eradicated by that madman, that didn't mean they had no other sources of information. With just a little investigation, they could find out the truth. Now that the holy maiden needs to experience the secular world, the church has assigned me to protect her. I can believe your words for now, but there is one condition you must agree to, a condition that determines whether you and Asia can attend school here. Sona understood that the church's holy knight in front of her was hiding something. She wasn't naive enough to think that the holy maiden's secular training was so simple. If that were the case, she could simply train within the sphere of influence of the European church. There was no need to come to Japan, especially to conduct secular training in the territory of devils. It was completely illogical and unreasonable. I'm all ears. You must join the student council. Your whereabouts at school will be under our constant surveillance. I hope you understand that this is the biggest concession we can make by allowing a holy knight from an opposing faction into our territory, especially considering that the relationship between the church and the devils is at its most tense since the last Great War. In exchange, Asia's safety at the academy will be protected by our Citri clan. I swear in my name that I will not allow Asia to suffer the slightest danger within the academy. Agreed. Without hesitation, Yasuhiro answered directly. Good. I expect you to report to the student council on time tomorrow. Goodbye, Yasuhiro. After saying that, Sona left on her own. After she left, the figure secretly monitoring them from within Yasuhiro's perception range also departed. It was a tall girl with long hair, who seemed to be the vice president of the student council. It seemed she was secretly guarding the area for the safety of her master. Chapter 4, He is your enemy. Chapter 4, He is your enemy. My brother is actually a holy knight. That's impossible. Issei was completely shocked, staring in disbelief at Ria sitting in her office chair. If those words hadn't come from the president herself, no matter how convincingly someone else spoke, he wouldn't have believed them. The idea that his cunning brother, who had bullied him and played pranks on him since childhood, had actually become a holy knight for the church was a joke he couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams. In his mind, such a possibility never existed. He felt the words church and brother were completely unrelated. He even remembered when his brother went abroad to study, he was so overjoyed he celebrated for several days after hearing the news. The joy he felt back then could still be savored today. It was the exhilaration of escaping the clutches of evil, a joy that emanated from every cell in his body. The president had actually told him that his brother had become a holy knight of the church. It was impossible to associate them with his sadistic brother. According to the intelligence we just received, your brother went abroad to study because a bishop from the local church discovered his talent and potential to become an outstanding holy knight. So, he left Japan at the age of 8 and joined the church, Aquino explained succinctly to Issei, summarizing the information. Ria sighed. This was something she never expected. The brother of her newly acquired servant was actually a holy knight of the church. If Sona hadn't told her, she wouldn't have believed such a coincidence could exist in the world. President, wasn't the holy knight class abolished by the church? Yudo's doubts, stemming from his childhood spent growing up in a facility and the Holy Sword Project, continue to trouble him to this day, yet they didn't hinder his basic understanding of church matters. The holy knight class originated before the Great War. At that time, holy knights were the main fighting force of the church. Exorcists back then were just peripheral members. The main fighting force used to exterminate stray devils were the Holy Knights. Whenever a large-scale battle occurred, it was usually a job for the Holy Knights. Holy Knights honed their bodies and absorbed the light-based energy permeating the air. Through secret arts within the church, they condensed a uniquely human power of light within their bodies. This allowed them to completely break free from relying on the power passed down from angels for combat, unlike ordinary exorcists. During the Great War, the Holy Knight Legion provided immense strength to heaven. Correspondingly, after the war ended, the three factions suffered heavy losses, and the Holy Knight Legion was almost completely wiped out. Therefore, the church announced the disbandment of the Holy Knight Legion to the outside world. That was merely a smokescreen, a way for the church to bide its time and lay low to the major factions outside. Rias intertwined her slender fingers, resting her delicate chin on them, and said, "The Holy Knight's lineage didn't suffer a complete break due to the Great War. According to our information, the church has been vigorously developing Holy Knights in recent years. Although their numbers and combat strength are far from comparable to their peak, they shouldn't be underestimated. This is an open secret among the major factions. President, are Holy Knights very strong?" Issei felt that the knights Rias talked about sounded impressive, but he lacked any intuitive reference to understand just how strong they were. Yes. Aquino took over answering for Rias. Due to her unique background, she knew certain secrets and had a deep understanding of the power of this special class within the church. Issei, the exorcists in the church today are a class that slowly emerged to try and replace the Holy Knights due to their scarcity after the Great War. However, in reality, exorcists and Holy Knights are more than just one level apart in terms of strength and experience. The minimum strength standard for a Holy Knight is equivalent to a middle-class devil, and the captains of the Holy Knights are all on par with high class. You can imagine how powerful they are. Upon hearing this, Issei was speechless. What kind of power did a high class possess? He knew perfectly well, because his master was a high class of the Gremory clan. Each captain of the Holy Knights had the power of a high class, and no one knew exactly how many captains there were among their ranks. Thinking of this, Issei suddenly felt suffocated. He had always been suppressed by his brother since childhood. He thought he could finally get his revenge after being reincarnated as a devil, but in the end, he was still going to be unilaterally crushed. Your brother is under the supervision of the student council, and our main task is to take good care of Asia and ensure she isn't harmed in the slightest while at the academy. This is an agreement between our two sides." Upon hearing her words, Issei hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Anyone who heard that their family member was being monitored, especially if the monitor was someone they knew, probably wouldn't feel good about it. Ria saw the worry in Issei's heart and comforted him. "Issei, you've been reincarnated as a devil, while your brother is a servant of that person. Since the facts cannot be changed, you can only learn to adapt. You need to remember one thing, we in the church will always be enemies." "Yes, President." Issei wasn't unaware of these harsh realities, but asking him to adapt immediately was simply too much to ask of him. Rias's IMG. Chapter 5, My Sacred Gear is Twice Critical. Chapter 5, My Sacred Gear is Twice Critical. The Hayate residence. At the dinner table, Issei's mother asked about Asia and Yasuhiro's first day of school, wondering if they were adjusting well. Issei watched as the gentle, smiling Asia recounted some of the interesting things that had happened on her first day. A holy maiden of the church, possessor of twilight healing. Looking at Asia's smile, Issei couldn't help but think of. She was the second sacred gear possessor he had seen besides himself. Suddenly, Issei felt a sharp pain all over his body, and the bowl and chopsticks in his hands fell to the ground. But it came and went quickly, disappearing before he could even react to what had happened. Afterwards, Issei saw his brother smiling at him with his usual smile. For some reason, he didn't dare to look his brother in the eye. It felt as if looking directly into his eyes would burn him, as if he had encountered his natural enemy, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Issei quickly gathered up the dishes and chopsticks from the floor and hurriedly left the table. "Brother, you really are a holy knight of the church." It was obvious to Issei that what happened during dinner was his brother's warning, and he secretly added the word petty to his mental image of him. President's words from before school ended kept echoing in his mind. He couldn't fully believe it until he was warned during the dinner. His brother had used the power of light, and he felt it deeply. After all, he had been tragically stabbed to death by his first love with a spear of light. However, the physical pain he experienced back then was not as deep-seated as the excruciating pain he felt at the dinner table. On second thought, it made sense. He was a devil now. Of course he couldn't tolerate the light as he did when he was human. That's right, I never expected my brother to have the audacity to reincarnate as a devil. It's quite impressive. Yasuhiro closed the book in his hand, sat down in the chair, and said casually. At that time. Issei instinctively tried to retort, but before he could finish speaking, Yasuhiro interrupted him. You were stabbed to death by your girlfriend. Issei, embarrassed and bewildered, pointed at Yasuhiro, who wore a half-smile on his face, and said, "You, how did you know?" "TCH, Yasuhiro said. "What's so difficult about that? Don't think only you devils have intelligence networks. Our church is no less capable than you. We have information on how you were reincarnated as a devil, and how you became a member of the Gremory clan heir's peerage. And let me tell you something else, the fallen angel who killed you is now lurking in the town's abandoned church." Issei's expression changed with Yasuhiro's words, going from calm to ugly, and then from ugly to complicated. He tried his best to bury this matter deep in his heart. It was a scar, and only by burying it deep and ignoring it could he avoid feeling the pain. Seeing the change in Issei's expression, Yasuhiro didn't speak again, nor did he mention annihilating the fallen angel Rainier. Although, to him, that girl was at most at the peak of the low class, and annihilating her would be a piece of cake. However, this was a scar in Issei's heart, and Yasuhiro still hoped that Issei could resolve it himself. No matter what the final result was, at least he wouldn't have any regrets. Of course, if those fallen angels were to provoke him, he would kill them all without hesitation. After a moment, Yasuhiro broke the silence. "Let me see your sacred gear." Upon hearing the mention of his sacred gear, Issei immediately perked up, concentrated his energy, and summoned the sacred gear residing within his body. "This is my sacred gear." A crimson dragon gauntlet appeared on Issei's left arm, with a round, translucent gem set in the center. This was the boosted gear, which housed one of the 2 heavenly dragons, Draig, and was one of the 13 Longinus. No, it hadn't fully awakened yet. It looked like an ordinary dragon gauntlet right now, probably because the host's strength was too weak. Yasuhiro could sense a terrifying power contained within it, as if a fearsome behemoth was imprisoned inside. Looking at Issei with a hint of speechlessness, he knew from the anime before his reincarnation that Issei's summoned boosted gear was incomplete because his own strength was too weak. Only after transmigrating to this world and gaining a deep understanding of sacred gears did he realize that it was understandable if a sacred gear could not achieve its balance breaker. Not everyone and not every gear possessed this aptitude. However, generally speaking, summoned sacred gears are usually intact in terms of completeness. For Issei to weaken the majestic boosted gear into the appearance of an ordinary twice-critical gauntlet was undoubtedly a unique talent. "Brother, what do you think? Isn't my sacred gear amazing?" The president said it's a dragon-type sacred gear. Issei's smugness prompted Yasuhiro to pour cold water on his enthusiasm, saying, "Yes, impressive, but your impressiveness goes in the exact opposite direction." "What does that mean?" Yasuhiro's words left Issei completely bewildered. "Judging from its appearance alone, your sacred gear is just an ordinary twice-critical. Its function and ability are at most to double your power. Apart from being unable to interfere with the supernatural, it's the worst kind of sacred gear, barely touching the edge of middle class." "What?" Issei was shocked beyond his youthful life. "Of course. That's only on the surface, the reality is not that simple." Yasuhiro stopped teasing him and asked directly, "How many evil pieces did Rias Gremory use for your reincarnation?" "All 8 pawn pieces." "That's right. The consumption of evil pieces is linked to the reincarnated person's potential. An ordinary person only needs 1 piece, but you used a full 8. Don't you know what that means?" Issei touched his nose, and said uncertainly in a low voice, "Could it be that I, like you, possess some kind of hidden potential?" He shamelessly thought that since his brother possessed the potential to become a holy knight, he might also have that potential, but it just hadn't been awakened yet. "Do you think that's possible?" Yasuhiro stared at him unblinking, making Issei feel guilty. His demonic power was so low that he couldn't even use a magic circle for teleportation. In order to help clients fulfill their wishes, he had to ride a bicycle and knock on doors to enter as a rookie devil. The root cause is that your sacred gear isn't a simple twice-critical. Because your strength is too weak, you can't fully communicate with and manifest the sacred gear residing within you. Issei was speechless with frustration. He was truly sorry for being weak. He hadn't expected even sacred gears to be so picky. Otherwise, why would Grigori send a fallen angel to monitor you? There are so many sacred gear possessors out there, the only ones who warrant such a deployment are hosts with powerful sacred gears. Your twice-critical, as it appears now, isn't worthy of being monitored by Grigori. Furthermore, the 8 evil pieces that you consumed are the strongest evidence. Chapter 6, Excalibur Blessing. Chapter 6, Excalibur Blessing. Located slightly north of Kuoh Academy, there was a wetland park, featuring a wide variety of public fitness equipment and recreational facilities, and covering a large area. This park was the only plaza-style recreational area in the entire town of Kuoh, and it was popular with the residents. Even office workers used it for recreation during their free time. The peaceful and tranquil environment effectively relieved the stress and boredom brought on by high-pressure work. However, tonight, the park was different from other times. The entire park was quiet and deserted, with only the soft chirping of insects in the night. Yasuhiro used a barrier to repel people, resulting in its current state of complete desertion. In the open space in the center of the park, Issei and Yasuhiro looked at each other. The two brothers' expressions were starkly different. Issei was filled with unease, while Yasuhiro wore a smile. Sacred gears feed on the host's thoughts. The stronger the host's thoughts, the more the sacred gear will evolve and become stronger. And do you know the most effective method for developing a dragon-type sacred gear? Yasuhiro's ambiguous smile intensified Issei's ominous premonition. Extreme anger and the danger of death are both the most effective ways to draw out dragon-type sacred gears. Issei couldn't help but tremble, and asked uncertainly, "Brother, you wouldn't want to?" Before he could finish speaking, Yasuhiro unleashed a light from his right hand. The dazzling light illuminated the dark corners of the woods, and even the full moon and stars in the sky paled in comparison to this radiance. Issei felt waves of dread washing over him, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Even so, he couldn't suppress the terror in his heart. This is... As the light faded, what came into view was a simple yet elegant double-edged sword shaped like a ruler. The sword wasn't long. It was entirely silver-white, engraved with patterns, and had no actual blade. It was less a sword and more a scepter resembling a ruler from the church. The holy sword Excalibur, the Excalibur blessing. According to your understanding, it could be considered one of my sacred gears. Having just entered the supernatural world, Issei had no idea what a holy sword was. In his mind, it was only natural for his brother, who was a holy knight, to be paired with a holy sword, and he didn't feel anything was wrong with it. However, Issei's unease grew stronger and stronger. If the rest of the town witnessed this, they wouldn't remain calm. The holy sword brought more than just lethality to creatures of darkness like devils, it also had a powerful deterrent effect. Holy swords had slain countless devils throughout history, and the blood stained on them could make even the strongest devils tremble. Its formidable power was undeniable. You only need to remember one thing: the holy sword is the nemesis of devils, their natural enemy. For devils, being cut by a holy sword is more terrifying and more painful than the power of light. Issei's lips twitched, and he said, "Brother, you aren't going to use that thing to deal with me, are you?" Issei desperately wanted his brother to tell him that it was all a joke, but the next words shattered that last bit of hope. "Otherwise, do you think I would pull out this sword just to show off out of boredom? Be prepared, or you might die." Yasuhiro strode forward, raised the holy sword, and without any fancy moves, simply cleaved it downwards, aiming straight at Issei. Wait, you bastard." Issei could tell that his bastard brother seemed to be serious. The sword was coming straight at him, and before it even touched his skin, the power it carried leaked out, causing him a sharp pain. It was unimaginable what the consequences would be if it were a direct hit. Issei immediately rolled on the ground and jumped away, successfully dodging the attack in an extremely unseemly manner. "Ha, you dodged it. Damn, what's with that disappointed look on your face? If I were hit in the face, I might be done for. You bastard, you are just using the guise of developing my sacred gear to carry out my death, aren't you?" Regardless of what Issei was thinking, Yasuhiro continued his assault, wielding the Excalibur blessing relentlessly towards Issei. "This is the first time I've seen a devil so vulnerable. Issei, your weakness has redefined my understanding of devils. With your current level, you've broken the record for the lowest devil class, and that record may remain forever. This time, I wasn't fooled. I am swinging to the right. If I hit you, your right hand will be gone, and you'll have to rely on your left hand at night from now on. I think you'll get used to it." Faced with Yasuhiro's deliberate sarcastic remarks, Issei was now exhausted and had no energy left to pay attention or refute them. From a distance, Issei looked like a pitiful animal being chased around, desperately dodging the attacks of the sword time and time again. Yasuhiro blinked, and he cleverly struck Issei in the back. Ah! Issei, struck by the Excalibur blessing, gasped sharply and finally screamed in agony. It wasn't that Issei couldn't help it, the pain that Excalibur blessing brought him couldn't be simply explained by the word pain. He had never imagined that pain could be this intense, to the point that it pushed the absolute limits of his endurance. Even the endless flames of hell burning deep within his soul couldn't compare to this. However, no wound appeared at the spot where the sword struck. Excalibur blessing was a bladeless sword, yet his back had already been scorched into charcoal by the sacred power it carried. I forgot to tell you, the Excalibur blessing occupies an awkward position among all holy swords, being both the weakest and the strongest. It's the weakest because it has almost no offensive power, not even a sharpened edge. However, it's the strongest because it possesses absolute lethality against devils and other dark creatures, far surpassing other holy swords. Yasuhiro kindly reminded him, "With your current body, I only need to hit you twice more to break you down completely." What did he mean forgot? Issei knew his brother's personality all too well, it was definitely intentional. But what he said next made Issei's expression change drastically. "Dude, you aren't serious, are you?" The only answer he received was the sword coming crashing down on him, striking his chest heavily before he could even react. It was another wave of pain that penetrated deep into his soul. He could sense that through these two blows, a large amount of sacred power had accumulated within his body, constantly damaging his devil physiology. Perhaps, just as his brother had said, another blow would completely destroy his body. At the same time, the next attack was imminent. He wanted to dodge, but he lacked the strength. He had no energy left in his body, and his legs trembled. Just standing was a struggle. Closer, closer, and closer. Thoughts and ideas welled up in his mind. The dissatisfaction of not being able to fulfill his ambitions. Guilt for not completing the president's task. And both dissatisfaction and respect for his brother. Still not enough. Yasuhiro frowned, looking at the unchanged boosted gear, already prepared to put away the sword. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out. Boost. The boosted gear on Issei's left arm changed drastically, becoming much larger overall. It's a success. Yasuhiro removed the Excalibur blessing from Issei's forehead. Issei glanced at the sacred gear, which had changed drastically and feeling exhausted. He fainted right on the spot. Just as Yasuhiro was about to put away the sword and carry Issei home so that Asia could heal him. An anomaly occurred. Suddenly, a crimson magic circle appeared not far in front of Yasuhiro, and several people, no, it should be said that several devils, appeared. Chapter 7, Misunderstandings. Chapter 7, Misunderstandings. Issei. Emerging from the magic circle were all the members of ORC led by Rias. Seeing Issei lying on the ground, the others could hardly believe their eyes. Then, they glared angrily at Yasuhiro, who was standing to the side holding the Excalibur blessing. How dare you? Rias directed her fury at Yasuhiro, and a massive, crimson demonic aura imbued with a destructive will surged into the sky. Wait, Rias, we should get Issei back first, maybe there's still hope. Aquino rationally pulled back Rias, who was preparing to blow everything in front of her to smithereens. Hearing Aquino's advice, Rias calmed herself slightly, restrained her immense demonic power, and looked at Issei lying on the ground with a touch of self-reproach. If she had resolved everything before letting him go back, none of this would have happened. She never expected that Issei's brother was such an extreme, fanatical believer, only madmen would harm their own family. Yasuhiro's current posture was indeed misleading, and there were also some traces of a fight between the two of them around the area. From these traces, it wasn't difficult to tell that only one side was chasing the other. Yasuhiro didn't offer any further explanation. He simply ignored the group and bent down to pick Issei up from the ground. However, in the eyes of Rias and the others, this scene looked like a desire to completely exorcise him. Kaneko, Aquino, get ready. Rias's anger, which she had just suppressed, was reignited. A holy sword. Before she could finish speaking, Yuto glared at the holy sword in Yasuhiro's hand. He gritted his teeth and used sword birth to create two demonic swords, slashing them toward Yasuhiro. No, it would be more accurate to say he was aiming for the Excalibur blessing. Excalibur. As Yasuhiro moved, Rias got a clear view of the Excalibur blessing in his hand and immediately confirmed its identity in her mind. No one understands holy swords better than a devil. Rias would never mistake it based solely on the holy power emanating from the blade. It's a holy sword. This is troublesome. However, whoever dares to harm a servant of Gremory will pay the price. The trouble Rias mentioned wasn't simply about the holy sword itself or even its strength. The holy knights who possessed holy swords also held unusual positions within the church, and there was more. Kaneko, Aquino. Seeing Yuto relentlessly attacking Yasuhiro, Rias directed Kaneko and Aquino to help. She knew that Yuto alone was no match for him, and she decided to see if there was any hope of saving Issei. Lightning strike. Ha. Yasuhiro looked at Yuto, who was wielding his demonic swords and hacking at him like a mad dog. With a slight exertion of his right hand, he used Excalibur blessing to shatter the demonic sword in Yuto's hand. Then, he grabbed Yuto's head and threw him forcefully into the descending lightning magic. Aquino was terrified, but it was already impossible to pull back the strike. Yuto was struck by the lightning and immediately lost his mobility, collapsing limply to the ground. Immediately after, Kaneko's fist arrived right on cue. However, her monstrous strength had no effect on Yasuhiro, who blocked it with his hand. Without showing any mercy or pity, Yasuhiro struck Kaneko on the back of her neck with a quick, short blow, instantly draining her strength. Like Yuto, Kaneko collapsed to the ground. My, you really don't know how to treat girls well, you'll never be popular with the ladies. Aquino, dressed in her shrine maiden attire, spoke casually, but the shock and tension in her eyes were undeniable. Her fingers were slightly sweaty as she stood ready, not daring to attack rashly lest she follow in Kaneko's footsteps. The most surprised was Rias, who had the deepest understanding of her servant's strength. Both Kaneko and Yuto had the strength of middle class. Even if she were to fight the two of them together, it would take her some time. Moreover, Yasuhiro easily handled them while also dealing with her queen, who has the strength of a high class. Ultimate class strength. Rias made an initial assessment of Yasuhiro's strength and prepared for a retreat. Rias felt completely helpless. The strength of an ultimate class was beyond what she and her peerage could currently contend with. Even in the underworld, an ultimate class was considered one of the strongest beings. Many clan leaders were only at the high class level in terms of strength. If you insist on continuing, I don't mind. Rias Gremory, but you might lose a servant with extraordinary potential. Yasuhiro looked at Rias and Aquino, who were on high alert, and couldn't help but speak up. The power of light within Issei was recklessly destroying his body. If he didn't receive timely treatment, he might actually die. Issei's alive. Rias exclaimed in surprise. Rias was a qualified master, always concerned about the safety of her servants. This might be related to her background in the Gremory clan. He won't die for now, but who knows what will happen in a little while. Seeing that Yasuhiro seemed to have no ill intentions, Rias and Aquino slightly reduced their hostility, but they didn't lower their guard in the slightest. A holy knight training a devil, that's a bizarre story you'd never even read in a novel. Aquino approached silently from mid-air, observing that Issei was indeed alive, and then gave Rias a wink. I'm just helping him develop his sacred gear, after all, his master is a bit too shallow. Yasuhiro spoke frankly. In his view, even if his brother Issei was a bit of a waste, his master Rias still bore a great responsibility for not being able to fully awaken his sacred gear. My. You. Rias glared at Yasuhiro. He had insulted her in the very aspect she was most proud of, how could she not be furious? Isn't that right? You couldn't even develop the boosted gear, one of the 13 Longinus. What else could it be but shallow knowledge and shallow strength? The boosted gear. This time, it was Rias and Aquino's turn to be shocked, especially Rias. She had always known that Issei's sacred gear definitely wasn't a simple twice critical. How could it be simple when it consumed 8 pawn pieces? She hadn't just looked up information once, but she never dared to think about a Longinus because it was too rare and somewhat unattainable. This is the boosted gear. Legend has it that it can double the wielder's power every 10 seconds, until they attain power surpassing even Maos and gods. Rias noticed that Issei's left hand's twice critical had changed drastically, becoming the exact shape of the rumored boosted gear. Seeing this, Rias was speechless and unable to refute it for a moment. This confirmed Yasuhiro's assessment of her as shallow in every aspect, which made her resent him. Aquino, standing to the side, found it amusing to see Rias blushing slightly with anger and still unable to vent her frustration. This was a rare embarrassing moment for the president, it was just a pity she hadn't brought a camera. At the same time, Aquino also developed an interest in this ruthless knight. Yasuhiro hoisted Issei onto his shoulder and glanced at Yudo, who was slumped on the ground, still glaring hatefully at the Excalibur blessing. Yudo Kiba, I know you're a survivor of the Holy Sword Project. You and your companions are a stain covered up by the church. You deserve to die. Yudo absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to use the Holy Sword Project or his friends as a talking point. Especially now, those comrades hadn't just sacrificed themselves, but had also been regarded as a stain by the church. Yudo could never accept it. I'm simply stating a fact you're desperately trying to avoid. Because of the Holy Sword Project, you hate and despise holy swords, and you want to destroy all of them. In fact, the Holy Sword is without fault, it's merely a weapon. Its goodness or badness depends solely on the person wielding it. You understand this in your heart, yet you've consistently avoided it, directing all your blame and hatred toward a cold weapon. No, I didn't. Yasuhiro's words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Yudo, prompting him to instinctively refute them. However, he felt that any rebuttal would be pale and powerless. Yasuhiro turned around, carrying Issei on his back, and left, leaving them watching his figure recede into the distance. It seems our holy knight is kind-hearted deep down. Aquino observed Yudo for a moment, the hatred in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by boundless confusion. Yes, Yasuhiro is a good person. Kaneko rarely praised anyone, completely unconcerned about his earlier ruthlessness. The three of them understood the pain and hatred in Yudo's heart well, but they didn't know where to begin or how to resolve it. It seemed that Yasuhiro's remarks just now were quite insightful. But his words are so infuriating. Rias still harbored considerable resentment toward Yasuhiro. Rias, honest advice is hard to forget. Aquino. Chapter 8, This person is scary. Chapter 8, This person is scary. One of the 13 known Longinus in the world is the boosted gear. It can double the power of its possessor every 10 seconds, or transfer this enhanced power to other weapons or people. Rumor has it that it can enhance power to the point of being able to defeat Maos and gods, Rias explained. That's amazing. Even Issei was somewhat dumbfounded by his own sacred gear. His consciousness was stuck on how yesterday he was almost murdered by his brother, who was more demonic than a devil, and how his sacred gear changed at the crucial moment. When he woke up in the morning, all the injuries on his body had disappeared, as if everything that happened last night was just a fleeting dream, provided there wasn't such a vivid and painful memory. When he came to school in the morning, he subconsciously avoided Yasuhiro, for fear of running into him. "President, where is Kiba?" Issei was so excited about the boosted gear that he just realized someone was absent from the ORC. Rias, who was sitting on the sofa eating snacks, suddenly turned pale. She thought of last night, when she was humiliated and furious. She unconsciously gritted her teeth, and even the joy she felt at knowing that her servant was the Red Dragon Emperor had largely faded. Even looking at Issei's face, which looked 80% similar to Yasuhiro's, she couldn't help but feel resentment welling up inside her. Issei was intimidated by Rias's gaze, wondering if he had done something wrong recently, offended the president, or said something inappropriate. "Kiba just got a lecture from your brother yesterday, and everyone else, including the president, got a good lecture too." Aquino deliberately emphasized the last word, and sure enough, Rias's expression hardened even more, causing Issei, who was unaware of the truth, to take a few steps back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. After all, this was something his brother caused, and there was no reason for him to take the blame. Yesterday. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he cautiously tried to ask. To his astonishment, Rias was so angry. This was the first time he had ever seen her so furious, especially since she seemed to be deliberately targeting him. His last remaining memory was the moment when the boosted gear fully awakened. After that, he knew nothing. Of course, he also didn't know that his brother had defeated ORC and insulted their master Rias. Calling that a defeat was an exaggeration. Yasuhiro only defeated Yuto and Kaneko. There was also Aquino and Rias. However, everyone present yesterday knew perfectly well that if Yasuhiro really wanted to make a move, none of them would be able to escape. Yesterday, your brother was more powerful than anyone expected, but... Shut up, Aquino. Let yesterday's matter rest. Don't bring it up again. Before Aquino could finish speaking, she was coldly interrupted by Rias. Rias looks angry, he. Aquino blinked playfully. Issei even had an urge to run out the door. The room was too cold and filled with the smell of resentment, and Rias was on the verge of exploding. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the student council office was no better than that in ORC. All members of the student council were present. The president Sona Citri, the vice president Tsubaki Shinra, and the other members all wore serious expressions and were on high alert. And the object that made them so wary was, of course, Yasuhiro. "Sona, I have been law-abiding at school and haven't done anything wrong, so there's no need to be so hostile." Yasuhiro certainly knew why the entire student council was so nervous. Someone really showed off their prowess yesterday. "What we didn't expect was that you are not only a holy knight of the church, but also a holy sword wielder," Sona said while adjusting her glasses. Yesterday, when she received the news from Rias, she was greatly shocked. Holy knight and holy sword wielder are two different concepts. To ordinary devils, there might not be much difference between the two, they are both warriors of the opposing church. However, devil nobles understood the very difference between them. Simply put, the root of a holy knight is protection, while the root of a holy sword wielder is annihilation. Because the holy sword wielder wields the holy sword, a weapon of immense destructive power against devils. They were known as the church's executioner. Many people who know the details refer to them as holy sword wielders. That was a miscalculation. This was her thought after receiving the news, otherwise, she wouldn't have so easily allowed Yasuhiro into the school. Similarly, there was also the issue of lacking intelligence. If it were any other time, they would know as soon as a holy sword wielder left the church's headquarters. They would never be in this current situation, where the enemy had infiltrated their territory and they still didn't know. If the other party hadn't deliberately revealed his identity yesterday, they probably wouldn't know how long they'd have been kept in the dark. She now had some doubts about whether the actions of that madman in the church, whom they terrifiedly called the saint who embraces darkness, in Europe were the result of deliberate indulgence by the church, with the aim of destroying the devil and fallen angel spies in Europe. "What exactly is your purpose?" Yasuhiro said with amusement. "Sona, I think I already explained my intentions to you yesterday." Sona's eyes sharpened as she said, "Do you think I would still naively believe your words from yesterday? Even within the church, there are at most 7 holy sword wielders, and that doesn't even include the lost swords. In other words, no matter how high Holy Maiden Asia's status is, she is still just a holy maiden, not someone you should condescend to protect." Good reasoning. Yasuhiro clapped his hands and said, and then. Sona was speechless. Yes, even if they knew the other party had ulterior motives, what could they do? Capture him or expel him? It seemed that with their strength at Kuoh Academy, even with Rias's help, it probably wouldn't be enough. According to Rias's description, the opponent has ultimate class strength and wielded a holy sword. Even if he were driven out, there might be sacrifices they did not want to see. Don't be so arrogant. Don't forget this is our territory. Seeing the president's setback, Genshiro Saji spoke frankly. The other members also glared at him angrily. If the president hadn't warned them against making any rash moves in the first place, they would have already pounced on this arrogant guy and taught him a lesson. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss, that was undeniable. These servants, with only the strength of low class, knew far too little about the world. Among them, excluding Tsubaki, who was the first member of Sona's peerage and came from the Shinra clan, one of the 5 principal clans, who knew far more than the others. They were well aware of the strength of the church's holy sword wielders. Often, it's the monsters like Yasuhiro who are the most troublesome. This was also what Sona was worried about, the opponent was way beyond their league. Don't you know that arrogance is synonymous with the strong, while people who say things like you usually represent the weak? This sounded unpleasant, but if they put themselves in their shoes, it was true. To be arrogant in the territory of a rival faction, one was either a madman asking for death or a powerful individual with nothing to fear. How dare you underestimate our student council, Black Dragon's Pulse? Enraged, Saji ignored Sona's advice and summoned his sacred gear, preparing to teach the other party a lesson. A sacred gear that houses the soul of the prison dragon king, Vritra. Yasuhiro glanced indifferently at Saji's sacred gear. This is not your qualification to stand before me, nor is it something you can rely on to challenge me. Yasuhiro, who had always been gentle and sunny, suddenly exuded a cold and arrogant murderous intent that swept over them head-on. What? All the members, including Sona, were stunned by this terrifying intent. How many devils would someone have to hunt down to accumulate such terrifying aura? Saji, who was bearing the brunt of the aura intent head-on, was trembling all over. He felt that his will be torn apart at any moment. Yesterday, Rias attacked him, and he could let it go because there was a reason for it. However, that didn't mean that just any low-class devil could provoke him. Saji was still struggling to hold on, he refused to give up, especially in front of this person. However, this wasn't something he could endure simply by wanting to. Just as he was about to collapse and faint, several magic circles appeared around him, filled with demonic power that was about to be unleashed. Are you going to make a move? Yasuhiro glanced indifferently at Sona. Yasuhiro, on behalf of my peerage, I apologize. We had no intention of provoking you. President. Just as Saji was about to say something, he was stopped by a look from Sona. I don't want this to happen again, and your peerage should also understand that people die in this world. Yasuhiro suppressed his overwhelming aura and then left the council. With the sudden release of pressure, Saji couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Sigh. Sona sighed. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Neither the other party's strength nor his arrogance was something she had anticipated. President, I can't believe it, Tsubaki trembled. Even she, who had followed Sona the longest, couldn't help but feel scared when faced with such a person, let alone the others. That murderous intent was terrifying. Even the most terrifying battlefield killers and gods of death in ancient history probably couldn't match the sheer magnitude and purity of this opponent's aura. You may all leave now. Yes, President. Several members helped Saji out, and finally, Tsubaki also left, leaving only Sona alone in the entire council office. Chapter 9, A Date with My Enemy. Chapter 9, A Date with My Enemy. That was the situation. Sona was in the council room, having a conversation with Rias via projection. Sona, this is beyond our capabilities. Rias, do you mean we should inform our families? Rias nodded and said, at this point, it's the only way. Rias was extremely reluctant to rely on her clan's power, but she understood that now wasn't the time to be willful, she needed to be responsible for herself and her peerage. Just as Sona had said, a person with such terrifying aura had to be a dangerous individual. Most importantly, their two factions were on opposing sides. However, if we inform our families, it will be a completely different story, it could even spark a war between heaven and underworld. In the projection, Rias rubbed her forehead, her head aching. She was also worried about this. Both she and Sona held high positions in the underworld, their respective brothers and sisters were both Maos. Meanwhile, the other party was a holy sword wielder and a holy knight. It was easy to conceive his high status within the church. Both sides were heavily interconnected, and their actions would have far-reaching consequences. Let's observe him for a few more days, and at the same time, prepare for evacuation. Rias exclaimed in surprise, evacuation. She knew Sona cherished Kuoh Academy, but she never expected her to be so determined to leave it all behind. Our evacuation might also prevent the destruction of the academy, although that's the worst-case scenario. Night fell in Kuoh. The healing light emanating from Twilight Healing enveloped Yasuhiro time and time again. This continued until Asia was finally exhausted and breathless. Her pink pajamas were soaked with sweat, and she had no strength left to use her sacred gear. With Twilight Healing, you've already reached the pinnacle of healing spells alone, Yasuhiro said with relief. He could sense that Asia's current level of development with Twilight Healing was no less than what it would be in the later stages of the anime. Especially in terms of healing strength and range, it had been pushed to the extreme. However, the same problem still existed, she seemed to be only one step away from achieving her balance breaker. Because she lacked the experiences from anime, she had significant deficiencies in both personality and willpower. Asia, don't just see your Twilight Healing as a mere supplementary healing gear. It possesses immense potential, waiting for you to explore it. Yasuhiro believed that, apart from himself, Asia's potential was among the top tier in the church. Yes, Lord Yasuhiro, Asia responded timidly. In private, when no one was around, Asia still addressed Yasuhiro with honorifics. Yasuhiro had tried to dissuade her from doing so many times, but she still couldn't change her way of addressing him. Yasuhiro could only let things take their course. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the window. Yasuhiro turned his head and saw a bat familiar constantly tapping on the glass. Clutched in the bat's claws was an unopened letter, which was comically 2 or 3 times the size of the bat itself. Lord Yasuhiro. Asia, who was near the window, asked for Yasuhiro's opinion. Let it in. Yasuhiro could already guess the main purpose of the bat familiar's arrival. The bat familiar entered the room, placed the letter it was carrying into Yasuhiro's hand, and then flapped its wings and flew back out the window. Interesting. The letter's sender was, just as he had imagined, Sona. However, the content of the letter intrigued him. Asia looked at Yasuhiro, who had a smile on his face, with a puzzled expression. Asia, let's call it a day. You'll probably have to go to school by yourself tomorrow. I've something to do. Issei hadn't come home tonight, telling their parents he was staying at a classmate's house. Their mother had kept nagging him on the phone, telling him not to stay out too late, to take care of his health, and not to mess around. Yasuhiro, sitting nearby, had been both amused and exasperated. Knowing the truth, Yasuhiro figured Rias wouldn't let any of her servants near him until she was absolutely certain he was harmless. Lord Yasuhiro, what happened? Asia asked with a hint of worry. Sona wants to go on a one-day date with me tomorrow. Yasuhiro waved the letter in his hand. He thought of Issei, whose first love had also ended in a single day. A date. Asia seemed to have thought of something indecent, her voice rose a few decibels, her face flushed, and her fingers fumbled together nervously. Hey, you impure nun, it's just a perfectly normal date. I am not impure. Lord Yasuhiro is bullying me. Yasuhiro's tone was too ambiguous, and he specifically mentioned a one-day date, which made the innocent Asia imagine the casual conversations she had heard from the other nuns. The next day. Kuoh Cafe. Yasuhiro arrived at the address given in the letter. From the outside, he could see into the cafe, where a stunningly beautiful girl was already waiting for him. Sona had shed her usual strict school uniform and donned a light blue and white long skirt. She held a book in her hand, reading it attentively. She had dropped her usual on-campus seriousness, giving off a fresh and charming aura. Yasuhiro, making a girl wait is impolite. It's exactly 9 o'clock. Yasuhiro glanced at the vintage clock hanging on the wall. What surprises me is that the student council president is skipping classes to go on dates with a boy. It isn't like you at all. If the rest of the school finds out about this, it'll definitely make the front page, Yasuhiro couldn't help but tease. I took a leave of absence. Yasuhiro shrugged helplessly. He hadn't asked for leave, so he was essentially absent without cause. Before becoming the student council president, I was just an ordinary student at the academy. I didn't feel superior to others, nor did I feel unapproachable. That's a pretty fair point. Sona, why did you suddenly decide to have a date with me? We didn't have a very pleasant interaction yesterday, Yasuhiro asked. It was indeed something he couldn't fully understand, yet he also found it interesting. I wanted to experience what it is like to go on a date. Sona closed the book in her hands, placed her hands on the table, and spoke calmly and elegantly. Very well, may I arrange a wonderful date for you? Yasuhiro, acting in an extremely gentlemanly manner, took Sona's hand. Sona frowned slightly. This was the first time in her life she had been in such close contact with a boy. She struggled slightly for a moment, then relaxed and let his hand hold hers. Yasuhiro pulled Sona to her feet, and they walked out of the cafe together. Chapter 10, What a Pleasant Surprise. Chapter 10, What a Pleasant Surprise. Kuoh Amusement Park was considered an old relic in Kuoh Town, holding the childhood memories of most of the local youth. With a Ferris wheel, roller coaster, pirate ship, the facilities were quite huge. The amusement park had been established for over 10 years, yet it still attracted a constant stream of visitors. It wasn't a holiday today, and it was still morning. Apart from a few elderly people exercising, the amusement park wasn't crowded at all. Just then, a couple holding hands appeared at the entrance. Since this is a date with a limited time, let's keep it light and fun. I imagine you don't come to places like this often. Sona nodded, confirming that Yasuhiro's words were true. Her birth meant that she had to give up certain things. Things that others took for granted were things she could never hope for during her childhood. With her sister being one of the current 4 great Maos, her personal brilliance was completely overshadowed. Under this invisible pressure, she couldn't do anything inconsistent with her status, otherwise, she would be tarnishing her reputation as the sister of the Mao Leviathan and the name of the Citri clan. Even as she grew up, she had long passed the playful stage of childhood. However, that innocent hope had always remained buried deep within her heart. Now, Yasuhiro's actions gave Sona a sense of comfort and support. Let's go, our first destination is the Ferris wheel. Yasuhiro ran to the Ferris wheel ticket booth and, under the helpless gaze of the staff member, bought 2 tickets. Because it wasn't a holiday and it was still morning, they were the only 2 people riding the Ferris wheel, essentially having the entire ride to themselves. When I was little, my favorite thing to do was sit on the Ferris wheel and look down at the whole town. Sometimes, when I was feeling down or had upset my parents, this was my best refuge. Yasuhiro said nostalgically. Sona gazed through the glass, taking in the scenery outside. As the Ferris wheel rose higher and higher, the entire landscape of the town gradually came into view. What a nice view! Sona couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. For the first time, she looked down on the entire town of Kuoh from high above. The town had neat houses and winding streets, dotted with patches of woods. The streets were filled with a loose flow of people, looking peaceful and serene. In particular, when she saw the students having physical education class on the athletic field, those slacking students being punished by having to stand outside, and the students secretly skipping class and preparing to climb over the wall. She couldn't help but feel an urge to protect this vibrant and pure land before her. How are you feeling? The lingering worries and anxieties in my heart have almost completely disappeared, and I'm starting to look forward to the next activity. Sona ran her fingers through her hair, smiled, and said something with a hidden meaning. Has anyone ever told you that you look beautiful when you smile? You're the first. Yasuhiro touched his forehead and said, it's truly my honor. This. The noise and sounds were incessant. Sona was a person who preferred quiet, and if Yasuhiro hadn't been holding her hand, she'd have left. She didn't want to stay in such an environment for even a second longer. A must-visit place for all students. Yasuhiro winked and grinned mischievously. That's right, Yasuhiro had brought the Sona to an arcade. Entertainment venues like arcades are usually packed with people, with no empty seats even on weekdays. Yasuhiro exchanged nearly 100 game tokens in one go, seemingly preparing to take Sona to play every single game in the entire arcade. First, he pulled Sona to an empty claw machine, inserted the coins, and gently pressed her small shoulders to make her sit down. Please do your best. Yasuhiro made a gesture of invitation. Sona rolled her eyes at Yasuhiro, clearly annoyed. She had seen claw machines countless times but had never actually played one herself, so she had little interest in them. In her view, playing claw machines was a simple thing. Sometimes she didn't understand why many of her classmates spent almost all of their monthly allowance trying to win a favorite plush toy, only to fail and then try again. Soon after, she realized that nothing is as simple as it seems. 1, 2, 3. After nearly 10 consecutive attempts without catching a single prize, even the usually calm and collected Sona couldn't help but subconsciously slap the claw machine's control panel. Half an hour passed. She had invested nearly 100 game tokens, and despite her flurry of practice as a rookie, she still hadn't made any progress. In the end, the arcade manager, feeling sorry for them, opened the claw machine and just gave them one. Sona held the black doll in her arms, which perfectly represented her inner feelings. Her face was flushed red, and she dared not look up, acting like a shy love-struck girl. She was afraid that Yasuhiro beside her would see her embarrassing state. Of course, she recovered soon. Yasuhiro exchanged another 100 or so game tokens for Sona and began to play other games. Yasuhiro and Sona had spent the entire day in the arcade. Under Yasuhiro's guidance, Sona gradually went from being reserved to fully immersing herself in the experience. Now I finally understand why some students are so obsessed with arcades, this really do relieve stress and frustration. Thank you, Yasuhiro. What's wrong? Seeing that Yasuhiro didn't respond, Sona followed his gaze and saw that he was looking at a man in black. The man was wrapped up tightly in his clothes and exuded a disgusting aura. A devil, or rather a stray. Sona's hand tightened, she hadn't expected to encounter a stray devil here. Strays usually roam at night, partly to evade capture and partly to make hunting easier. What troubled Sona was that there were so many people here, and it was too late to set up a barrier to repel them. Acting rashly and alerting the enemy would stimulate the stray's ferocity, causing it to go on a killing spree right here in the arcade. Everything that happened today made Sona even more reluctant to disrupt the peace and tranquility of the town. As she was agonizing over her decision, Don't worry, leave it to me. Yasuhiro patted Sona's head. After spending the day together, Yasuhiro and Sona naturally began to engage in some of the affectionate actions that only a formal couple would do. Of course, Sona didn't feel the slightest aversion to this. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. The stray sensed Yasuhiro's approach and a low sinister growl emanated from it. Yasuhiro chuckled inwardly. He had almost forgotten the last time a devil had been so arrogant towards him. Ignorance is really a bliss. Yasuhiro walked over to the stray and casually placed a hand on his shoulder. Die. Devils who stray from their masters are always short-tempered, bloodthirsty, and ruthless. What happened? The stray, who wanted to break free, was shocked to find himself unable to move. It wasn't some kind of intimidation. He discovered that the cause of this phenomenon was the guy in front of him. The hand resting on his shoulder was like a nail, pinning down all his physical strength and his demonic power. Under the ashen gaze of the stray, Yasuhiro pressed his thumb directly into a vital point on its throat. Now the stray devil understood that the seemingly fragile student before him was the hunter, and he was merely the prey. In the desperate and regretful eyes of the stray, Yasuhiro's fingers were nearly an inch deep into its throat. Yasuhiro gently pulled his fingers out and wiped the blood off on the stray's clothes. After that, he positioned the stray on a stool so it appeared to be in a drunken stupor, and quietly left. All right, it's resolved. Now time to bring our date to an end. It wasn't until Yasuhiro walked up to Sona that she realized what had just happened. Sona was shocked by Yasuhiro's methods. She was absolutely certain that Yasuhiro dealt with the stray without using even the slightest bit of light or any other supernatural power. That guy was killed purely through skill. After a pleasant day together, Sona had almost forgotten that the person beside her was an executioner of the church. The way he casually annihilated the stray devil sent chills down her spine. Chapter 11, Myself. Chapter 11, Myself. It was already evening, and the number of people at the Kuoh amusement park was much higher than during the day. The children's laughter added a lot of joy to the amusement park, which had been rather quiet during the daylight hours. As Yasuhiro and Sona left the arcade, they strolled leisurely through the park with hand in hand. Although their fingers weren't quite intertwined, to outsiders, they undoubtedly looked like an enviable couple. However, Sona looked exhausted. We've arrived. What came into view was an open-air music pavilion situated on the water, surrounded by a path less than half a meter wide with water flowing around it. At that very moment, outside the pavilion's waterway, a large crowd had gathered. Inside the pavilion, a clear young man was playing a tune that was both romantic and poetic. His piano-playing skills, even compared to the average person, were ordinary and mediocre. The echoes and the climactic reverberations in the performance were completely lacking. Even an ordinary person could hear the stumbles and bumps, not to mention the subtle errors. He was a complete beginner, an absolute rookie. Of course, these criticisms were only from outsiders, for the person the men in the music pavilion wanted to express his feelings to at that moment. Looking at the girl standing at the front of the crowd, her face full of excitement and love. For many girls in the throes of new love, a romantic gesture or a tender act is sometimes more powerful than a multitude of sweet words. The music ended. The man in the pavilion breathed a sigh of relief. In the eyes of professional pianists, this piece was just a practice exercise for beginners. But for someone who didn't even know how to read sheet music or understand how to play a piece with echoes just a month ago, this was no less difficult than pushing himself to his absolute limits. When he saw his girlfriend, he felt that his efforts over the past month hadn't been in vain. Clap, clap, clap. The surrounding audience tactfully offered their blessings with applause. This is one of the few places for many people who grew up here, it's an essential spot for romance. After explaining this, Yasuhiro walked alone to the music pavilion without waiting for Sona's response. The crowd, who were just about to disperse, looked somewhat surprised to see someone else step up into the pavilion. For many people, this was the perfect place to confess their love and express their romantic feelings. However, the talent to play the piano isn't something everyone has. Not all people have that kind of dedication and courage. Therefore, this scene wasn't common for the local residents. Seeing 2 such instances per week was considered quite lucky. What's more, in just one evening, 2 boys had stepped in to play the piano and express their feelings for the girls they loved. Yasuhiro moved to the center of the pavilion, slowly sat down, and amidst everyone's anticipation, his performance didn't begin. Instead, he first did what every musician must do before a performance, adjusting the unfamiliar instrument and getting a feel for its keys. The loyal audience surrounding the place were full of anticipation for his performance. Even though many of them didn't understand the meaning behind Yasuhiro's occasional hand gestures, they showed him the utmost patience. Meanwhile, Sona was lost in thoughts. As a pureblood devil noble from the underworld, she knew that the social structure of devils was heavily influenced by the human world. Although their arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting couldn't be fully compared to human society, they were still compulsory courses for the heirs of Devil Clan. Because of her deep involvement in chess and rating games, she was somewhat biased toward strategy, but this didn't mean she had a superficial understanding of the piano. On the contrary, her skill with the piano was second only to her chess skills. Therefore, compared to the others who only had a superficial understanding, she had a much deeper and more accurate appreciation for Yasuhiro's adjustments. This made Sona look forward to what kind of beautiful music Yasuhiro would be able to play. It was bound to be impressive. After all, judging from Yasuhiro's skillful movements, he didn't seem like someone who was just a rookie. 5 more minutes passed. Once Yasuhiro had finished his preparations, he placed his hands on the piano. At this moment, everyone, including Sona, noticed Yasuhiro. Now, everyone was filled with anticipation, wondering what kind of beautiful and romantic piece of music it would be. The first note rang out. A gentle melody filled everyone's ears. It wasn't the romantic tune they had imagined. Instead, it carried a strange sadness, a sense of loss for the beauty left behind at the beginning of life. The rhythm of the music, sometimes slow and sometimes fast, evoked fond childhood memories and a sense of cherished loss in everyone. The unhurried rhythm completely immersed the listeners in the music. With its highs and lows, it was as if they could see the joy of receiving their first toy as a child, the trepidation of starting school for the first time and the nervousness of starting work for the first time. All these moments were vividly recalled in that exact moment. Sona, standing to the side, felt deeply connected. To a large extent, this piece was specially played by Yasuhiro for her. At the same time, it was the piece chosen to conclude this pleasant date. Sona seemed to see herself born into the Citri clan, spoiled by her parents and sister. She saw it, all her hard work seeming insignificant in the shadow of her sister. She saw it. For the first time, she rebelled against her family, used a rating game to defeat her former fiancé and broke free of the shackles that bound her. She saw them, her own peerage members. This piece of music seemed to allow Sona to review every detail of her life, and the mood and meaning within the melody made Sona more determined in herself. She wasn't just the sister of the Malleviathan or heir to the Citri clan, she was just being herself. The slow melody gently faded into everyone's memories. It took the audience several minutes after the piece finished playing to slowly come back to their senses. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Yasuhiro had completely changed the atmosphere. Mostly the music played here will be full of romance and love. Not the somewhat melancholic tunes that Yasuhiro played. The pain in the music was subtle, and what resonated most was the regret and the fleeting nature of their lives. Clap, 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 clap. Sona broke the silence and was the first to applaud. Then the others followed, and the place was enveloped in thunderous applause. Regardless, it was a good piece of music, and what was most commendable was that the performer had fully expressed the root of the piece. I've never had the chance to hear myself, supposedly written by a famous European exorcist. Today, my wish finally came true. In contrast, some people might have had their doubts. Sona had learned about this piece through the grapevine, but she only had a superficial understanding of it. No matter how devils might be, they don't forbid themselves from listening to a piece just because it was written by an exorcist. Thank you. Sona wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and thanked Yasuhiro. She didn't know if it was because of the song myself or because Yasuhiro had agreed to her sudden request to go on a date with her today. Judging from the situation, it was probably a mix of both, but the latter likely played a larger role. Yasuhiro then curled his lips into a smile and then abruptly took a step forward, closing the distance between him and Sona. His movement made Sona's heart skip a beat. Before she could ask anything, he pulled her closer. Sona stared wide-eyed. Chapter 12, Rias, be prepared to notify our families at any time. Chapter 12, Rias, be prepared to notify our families at any time. Sona. Sona-chan. President. Mississippi. Leaving the park, Sona walked ahead with a frosty expression face, while Yasuhiro followed behind, constantly calling out to her. Okay, I'll be more careful next time. Yasuhiro stepped past Sona, stood in front of her, and shrugged his shoulders. Sona's slightly calmed-down mindset was reignited by Yasuhiro's words. Don't even think about doing it again. Sona glared at the shameless guy before her. That had been her first kiss. And it was taken away so easily and in a crowded public venue. Even now, she was still in a daze about how she made her embarrassing escape from that place. Sona, the wonderful nightlife has just begun. Would you be so kind as to invite me to a passionate NIGHTLIFE? As a high school student, how could Sona not understand the meaning behind this bastard's words? Because she understood, she looked at him with a flushed face, not knowing whether it was from anger or something else. But judging from her face, it was probably mostly from anger. Such remarks are far too frivolous and rude to say to a girl you have only known for 2 or 3 days. For girls, nightlife, in every sense of the word, is bad. Sona gave up on pursuing the kiss issue relentlessly. She realized that she was completely outmaneuvered by Yasuhiro. You aren't just any ordinary girl, you are a devil. Aren't devils nocturnal creatures? Sona looked at Yasuhiro, who seemed utterly unfazed and didn't know what to say. Sona took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, and her expression returned to its usual calm and composure. I don't know which one is the real you. She wondered which was his true self. Was it the overwhelming power to crush those who provoked him or being a comfortable lover? Or perhaps it was this shameless act of taking advantage and then acting cheeky right now. She was completely baffled. In fact, from their very first meeting, she had never truly understood this person, not even a fraction. Even now, her strongest impression of him remained that of a holy knight and a holy sword wielder. The kind of person you want to face doesn't depend on me, but on your attitude. That's truly a heretical statement. Sona was surprised. Was this really something a person of the church should say? Could I assume that if our attitudes are excellent, there's a possibility we could become friends? You can think that way, and I don't object. Having a beautiful girl like you as a friend is great. Sona was once again surprised by Yasuhiro's deviant behavior. If he were an ordinary church member, she wouldn't have felt too much discomfort. However, the person in front of her was a holy knight. Regardless of the title, within the church, it not only represented a high status, but also his devout faith in the God of the Bible. You're less like a holy knight and more like a stray exorcist. Sona's words made sense. No member of the church could openly say that they would befriend a devil, no matter what reason or excuse they gave. Such a thing was considered a serious sin within the church. In the anime, Asia was merely filled with pity and used twilight healing to heal a devil. Unfortunately, she was discovered and excommunicated from the place where she had grown up. She was even branded with the shameful title of witch. In some respects, the church and heaven were the most rigid places of system and order among the three factions. What's the point of discussing things if we don't even know if the object of our faith still exists? Besides, it's better to believe in yourself than in something vague and unknowable. Yasuhiro already knew that the God of the Bible had perished in the Great War. Moreover, strictly speaking, he was a believer of God's strength, not his miracle, and he wouldn't have become a member of the church if it weren't for this special reasons. Of course, to Sona, these words were no less than witnessing a declaration of falling from grace. The two remained silent the entire way. Sona was at a loss for words, completely stunned by Yasuhiro's statement. Her wariness of Yasuhiro rose once again. It was often the unknown and unpredictable people who seemed the most dangerous. That's what Sona thought. Yasuhiro acted as her protector, escorting Sona all the way to her residence. I hope we can live peacefully together at Kuoh Academy. That was what Sona said before she went inside. Yasuhiro watched Sona's departing figure without replying, simply observing quietly until her figure disappeared from sight. Rias, be prepared to notify our families at any time. Upon returning to her residence, Sona immediately contacted Rias. Has his danger level been confirmed? Rias knew that Sona had tested Yasuhiro today, but she didn't ask about the specific methods or procedures used. She simply told her to be careful. Yes, he's too unknown and dangerous. Sona was still holding the black bear plush that she and Yasuhiro had won together from the claw machine earlier. She didn't deny the actual experience of her date today. It was a romantic and wonderful date with Yasuhiro, bringing a feeling of closeness and understanding she had never experienced before in her entire life. However, this didn't mean she could ignore the danger posed by him. Both his strength and his attitude toward matters were extremely dangerous, especially for them. After all, their identities weren't simply those of high-class devils. In some ways, they also represented the dignity of their older siblings as two of the four great Maos. When certain things happened to them, the political impact could be amplified to an infinite degree. Sona, I understand. Please be careful on your end as well. Rias was worried about Sona than she was about herself. The two had different roles. Rias's main job was to protect Asia's safety at the academy. Meanwhile, the council's duty was to monitor Yasuhiro. Chapter 13, he was just guiding a devil to the right path. Chapter 13, he was just guiding a devil to the right path. Yasuhiro and Asia had been at Kuoh Academy for almost a month now. Aside from some initial unpleasantness between Yasuhiro and the council, he didn't do anything else out of line. This brought a sigh of relief to the council and the ORC. Things were going better than they had anticipated. Rias and Sona postponed sending the letters they had prepared for their families. You lost. In the student council room, everyone was present. Yasuhiro and Sona were playing chess. On the chessboard, Yasuhiro playing as white had successfully defeated his opponent's king. Hearing these words, the other members paused their work, glancing at Sona. She was staring at the chessboard with an incredulous expression, as if she couldn't understand how she had lost. They had lost count of how many times the president had been tormented today. In their view, it was simply masochism for Sona to keep playing chess against Yasuhiro. Over the past month, their relationship had improved considerably due to their extended contact with Yasuhiro. Moreover, they discovered that as long as they didn't cross certain lines or violate his taboos, and setting aside his identity as a church member, he was actually a gentle person. That was how it appeared on the surface though. As for the chess matches with Sona, it started a week ago. Compared to being easily defeated, the fact that Sona could now withstand a few more moves from Yasuhiro was a huge improvement. Of course, they could only keep such thoughts to themselves. No one dared to say it out loud. Your knight, wasn't it supposed to be bait? Now it has become a hidden threat, Sona asked. The art of war is based on deception, you've probably heard that phrase many times before. Sona nodded, and the others also pricked up their ears to listen. Knowing is one thing, but how many people in the world can truly apply it flexibly? Yasuhiro picked up the knight on the chessboard and said, in your eyes, it was always bait. That's just your perception, or rather, what I led you to believe. Whether in a game of chess or on the battlefield, to use a very down-to-earth term, it is about control. Whoever can lead the opponent's pace is the ultimate victor. Often, the gain or loss of a single piece or skirmish is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Whoever can dominate the overall situation is the true master of the battlefield. Yasuhiro's remarks were like a depth charge. The others forgot their work, and even if they didn't quite understand, they still felt a sense of awe and wonder. Sona and Tsubaki were different. Born into the Shinra clan, one of the 5 principal clans, Tsubaki had a considerable understanding of strategy since childhood. She felt that even some clan members who had been immersed in this field for many years couldn't analyze it as thoroughly as Yasuhiro sitting in front of her. Was it a difference in perspective, or something else? Sona felt that Yasuhiro at this moment resembled a certain person. One of the 4 great Maos, Falbium Asmodeus. As the greatest strategist in the underworld, Falbium was in charge of all military affairs for the devils. Because her older sister was a Mao, the greatest strategist had personally tutored Sona for a period of time. To her surprise, she discovered that through getting to know him, these 2 individuals, despite being vastly different in status and allegiances, had a thorough understanding of strategy and planning. They both offered insightful and penetrating analyses that cut through the fog of confusion. It was as if everyone else was drunk, while they alone were awake. Or more like everyone was stupid. Sona realized that the person in front of her was like a treasure buried deep underground. Just when she thought she had uncovered all his secrets, more mysteries would occasionally emerge. This man is dangerous. Sona thought again. Tsubaki, please make me a cup of tea. Sona sighed as she looked at Yasuhiro ordering her queen. After all, the condition they had agreed upon from the beginning was that winning the chess match would grant him privileges within the council. Please enjoy. Tsubaki stood up slightly, without correcting Yasuhiro's overly familiar address. Instead, she skillfully used the tea set she had prepared to brew him a cup of tea. Sona felt helpless and somewhat regretful for playing chess with Yasuhiro. Now, as their master, her authority and presence in front of her peerage members had seriously declined. Amazing. Yasuhiro praised. Compared to the austere life of the church, devils certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. Yasuhiro remembered when he was training at the church, he submitted a report entitled Faith and Life, which resulted in him being severely beaten by his beautiful teacher. To this day, the memory remained vivid. He even suspected that if Michael hadn't intervened in time, he might have died before he became the strongest. Then again, at the time, his report contained some words that were forbidden within the church. Tsubaki, are you interested? Yasuhiro intended to continue his efforts to gather talent, despite his recent failures. He was just guiding a devil to the right path. Don't even think about it. Sona interrupted calmly. Yasuhiro's actions were a blatant disregard for her status as a master, openly and brazenly trying to poach her peerage members right in front of her. That's a real shame, but you should really consider it. My offer is excellent. Even at the very end, Yasuhiro didn't forget to try and entice her. Sona was furious. Tsubaki simply smiled and refused, not daring to make any further moves, lest her master might do something irrational. After all, it had been a month, and not only she, but all the other members could feel that their master's usual rationality had been pushed to its absolute limit by Yasuhiro's persistent teasing. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. It was Kaneko who came in. President Sona. Kaneko politely greeted Sona, then walked up to Yasuhiro and handed him a letter. Tsubaki's IMG. Chapter 14, Rias, I'm begging you. Chapter 14, Rias, I'm begging you. Now, do all devils have the habit of sending letters? Yasuhiro took the letter from Kaneko's hand and gave Sona a meaningful look. He received a warning look from Sona in return. A challenge. Yasuhiro opened the letter, read its contents, and understood the whole story. It was a formal challenge from Yudo Kiba, proposing a duel against him. The text contained phrases like fight me or make me understand. Yasuhiro felt that the content of the letter had been altered, the original wording was probably a challenge of death. Everyone in the council was surprised. They knew how formidable Yasuhiro was. Just because they had peacefully coexisted for nearly a month didn't mean they had forgotten the unpleasantness of their first meeting. That aura was enough to send chills down their spines even till this date. In particular, Saji had directly experienced Yasuhiro's pressure. Whenever he thought of it, he would shudder and avoid Yasuhiro's gaze. The president said she won't let you do this for nothing, she will help you and Asia secure suitable familiars in the familiar forest as payment. Kaneko remained as expressionless as ever. However, her eyes revealed expectation. Yasuhiro naturally placed his hand on Kaneko's hair and ruffled it as if petting a cat. To everyone's surprise, Kaneko struggled a few times in protest, but seeing that she couldn't get rid of the hand on her head, she gave up and let him do as he pleased. It was funny to think about, but the person Yasuhiro was closest to in the council was none other than Sona. After all, they had gone on a date before, which made their relationship a bit complicated. In ORC, theoretically speaking, the person closest to him should have been his brother, Issei. The truth, however, was quite the opposite. Ever since the violent awakening of his boosted gear, Yasuhiro seemed to have left a serious psychological shadow in Issei's heart. As a result, not only at school, but also when heading home, Issei would arrive much earlier or later than him. It was the same when going to school. It seemed that Issei was deliberately avoiding him. This made Yasuhiro wonder if he had gone too easy on him last time or Issei didn't learn his lesson well enough. Because of this gap, Yasuhiro became quite familiar with Kaneko, who often wandered around the campus. Seeing her reminded him of a cat he had raised in his previous life. So whenever he saw Kaneko, Yasuhiro couldn't resist petting her. The first time he petted her, they both nearly fought. Unfortunately, she was facing him. The final result was she was subjected to head rubs. Once, twice, 3 times. Kaneko went from initially bristling, to struggling and resisting, and finally to making a mere symbolic struggle, as if she had gotten used to Yasuhiro's petting. Yasuhiro's behavior accounted for a significant portion of her positive impression of him. Neither I nor Asia are interested in devil familiars. Leaving me aside for now, after Asia completes her trials, the church will reward her with a holy beast as a future companion. Rias's willingness to offer a familiar as payment demonstrated her sincerity. Familiars held a status equivalent to the holy beasts, serving as strategic resources for various factions that couldn't be traded casually. Moreover, devils and the church were inherently hostile factions. So, if the terms and rewards satisfy you, you can accept this challenge. The student council's doors opened again, and Rias and Aquino walked in from outside. Rias spoke up, "Sona, I'm sorry, could we speak with him alone?" Sona nodded and led the members out. Kaneko and Aquino also left, leaving only Yasuhiro and Rias in the council office. Holy night. Yasuhiro interrupted, "You can just call me Yasuhiro, like Sona does." "Excuse me, Yasuhiro, but I hope you will accept this challenge from Kiba. That child can only overcome his fears only by facing you in a direct confrontation." Rias said with a hint of worry, "I imagine you've been quite troubled these past few days because of Yudo. Even if you haven't experienced the power of the Holy Sword firsthand, you should have a general idea of its lethality against devils. Aren't you afraid that I might accidentally kill your servant? This the second thing I'm asking of you, please go easy on him during the duel. I'm begging you," Rias said, bowing deeply. "My opinion of you devils has suddenly changed quite a bit. People like you and Sona, treating your peerage members as family, are probably rare even in the underworld." The Gremory clan was known for its strong sense of loyalty. In the underworld today, far too many devils treated their peerage members as mere servants. When hunting devils in Europe, Yasuhiro had seen many pureblood devils use their servants as cannon fodder in battle. "An evil piece," Yasuhiro casual said. "An evil piece?" Rias didn't understand. "I can agree, but the reward must be an evil piece. I'll only need them for some time." Which waifu do you like in ORC? Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 15, Yasuhiro vs. Yudo. Chapter 15, Yasuhiro vs. Yudo. My evil piece. Rias didn't quite understand Yasuhiro's strange request. The evil pieces and the system surrounding them were fundamentally designed specifically for devil nobles, to compensate for the heavy losses suffered by the devil armies in the Great War. Rias had her own worries. "Don't worry, I'll only be examining your evil piece, it won't cause any damage. I'll return it to you in 7 days. No problem." Rias readily agreed. "I look forward to seeing you at the gymnasium after school tomorrow." The next day, after school. Once the students had all left for the day, they set up a barrier to repel humans, large enough to cover the entire campus. "You're all here, aren't you? Asia, what are you doing here?" Among the spectators in the gymnasium, all the members of the council and the ORC were present. Surprisingly, Asia stood with ORC. Yasuhiro, the president asked me to. Asia stammered, her hands clasped together nervously. Yasuhiro understood Rias's intention in bringing Asia. It would be foolish not to use such an excellent healer. President. Asia, you joined the occult research club. Yes. As she spoke, Asia lowered her head like a child admitting her mistake. The president and the others are all good people. Looking at the expression in Asia's eyes, Yasuhiro could tell that his past month of education had been entirely in vain. Also, what was with this inexplicable feeling of having his carefully nurtured daughter stolen from him? Yasuhiro, don't blame Asia too much. Joining the ORC was also for her own protection within the academy. Regarding the club's activities involving us, Asia hasn't been allowed direct contact. He didn't believe for a second that Rias didn't have any designs on Asia after witnessing the healing effects of Twilight Healing. Even considering his feelings, she would definitely still use Twilight Healing to carry out a lot of treatments. Just look at Rias bringing Asia here right now. My, I didn't think Yasuhiro would be this petty. After a month of getting to know each other, all the members of ORC felt a sense of goodwill toward Asia, even Yuto, who was in a slump and confused state. No one would be hostile to a girl with such purity. If I'm indeed as petty as you say, don't forget, I'm not only a holy knight but also a holy sword wielder, and to you devils, I'm an executioner. Yasuhiro looked at Akino with a half-smile. Akino was speechless. She hadn't expected Yasuhiro to say that. Usually, in this situation, wouldn't be better to play along with them. What a petty man. Yasuhiro, Kiba is here. Sona, who was standing nearby, interrupted the stalemate. For some reason, when she heard Yasuhiro refer to himself as an executioner, a wave of hesitation and frustration washed over her. She didn't want to hear that title, and she didn't want it coming from his mouth. Yasuhiro was unaware of the complex thoughts swirling in Sona's mind. Everyone looked at Yuto as he walked in. The members of ORC were used to it, but the council members couldn't help but widen their eyes, unable to believe that this seemingly listless and apathetic person was the heartthrob of the girls in, the so-called Prince of Kuoh. Yuto's current appearance was completely different from his usual self at the academy. His messy hair, bloodshot eyes and dark bags under his eyes made him look scary. Yasuhiro deserved the vast majority of the credit for this. If it weren't for his words last time, things wouldn't have turned out this way. One thing he hadn't expected was that Yuto's will was so fragile. Of course, this was just from Yasuhiro's POV. For Yuto, destroying the holy swords was his only pillar and motivation to survive. And Yasuhiro had directly shattered all of those beliefs. Make your move. If I make the first move, this duel will be over. Anyone listening could sense that Yasuhiro's words were incredibly arrogant. Usually, in stories, the guy who says such things is just a minor character about to face a brutal beating from the MC. Unfortunately, this wasn't a story. What they faced now was reality, which was often filled with helplessness and harsh truths. To everyone present, Yasuhiro's words were reasonable because they had all witnessed his overwhelming despair-inducing power. Yuto didn't say much. He used his sword birth to create two demonic swords with different attributes, one of ice and the other of fire. He then slashed toward Yasuhiro. Even though Yasuhiro could crush this attack barehanded, this time Yuto was specifically challenging him, aka a holy sword wielder. A holy light shone brightly in the gymnasium, and the Excalibur blessing appeared in Yasuhiro's hand. The light had a negative effect on all the devils present. They felt a slight burning sensation on their skin just from being under the light. Yuto, who was charging forward, was affected by this and paused slightly. Then, as if boundless power was flowing into his body, his eyes turned bloodshot, making him look more like a monster from hell. Soon, the holy sword and the demonic swords clashed together. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 16, I Can't Lose. Chapter 16, I Can't Lose. It's actually the Excalibur blessing. Rias and the others then noticed the peculiarity of the holy sword that Yasuhiro held. Its appearance wasn't like a typical sword, it looked more like a ruler. This was their second time seeing it. The first time, they had been too concerned about Issei's safety and had only glanced briefly. After that, Issei's awakening of the boosted gear and the incident with Yuto made them forget about this matter, and they didn't confirm exactly which holy sword Yasuhiro was wielding. President, that sort of looks scary, Rei Kusaka couldn't help but say with curiosity. For those of them who had only recently been reincarnated as devils and had just begun to explore the supernatural world, they had only heard of the holy sword's fame and knew little about its details. This was unlike the ORC, where apart from Issei, everyone had been into the supernatural before being reincarnated as a devil. In terms of danger, the Excalibur blessing is strongest among holy swords but only for devils. Sona watched as Yasuhiro fought wielding the sword. Though this looked like a duel, it was clear to the naked eye that he was merely toying with Rias's knight. Yasuhiro's strength had once again shattered the perceptions of those who didn't fully understand his power. My brother, I think he mentioned that his holy sword is both the strongest and the weakest amongst holy swords. Unwilling to remain merely a background character, Issei interjected. His interruption drew the attention of many, who then glanced back at Yasuhiro engaged in the fight. Many wondered why, despite being brothers, they were so different in caliber. If it weren't for Issei's good luck in having the boosted gear, he probably would have been an ordinary person. Slow to react, Issei finally noticed the strange looks from the others, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The Excalibur blessing is undoubtedly a divine weapon in the eyes of exorcists. As its name suggests, this holy sword was designed for use on the battlefield to bless, heal, and restore the status of allies. That was its original design concept, Rias explained in a single breath. As everyone knows, the original Excalibur was destroyed. The church in heaven collected the fragments and reforged 7 holy swords using alchemy. These 7 swords are significantly weaker in power and effectiveness against devils, far inferior to its original. However, Excalibur blessing was an exception. The forging deviated from its intended purpose, and the alchemists abandoned the original characteristic. Thus, a holy sword was forged that surpassed the original Excalibur in its ability to restrain devils. This is the Excalibur blessing. Its only flaw is that, aside from the sacred power that restrains devils, this sword possesses only its inherent hardness. It has no lethality against non-devils or other regular creatures. After Rias's explanation, it was all clear. Yuto's body soon bore black burns. This was the result of being touched by that holy sword. Issei nearly developed PTSD seeing this again. He had been hit hard by the Excalibur blessing several times, and he still remembered that pain. In particular, when he saw the sword now, the places that had been hit and healed seemed to throb with phantom pain all over again. The demonic sword in Yuto's hand was forcibly broken by Yasuhiro. Sword birth. Immediately, the ground beneath their feet was filled with countless demonic swords which seemed to be hurtling toward Yasuhiro. Yasuhiro shook his head inwardly. At this stage, the demonic swords Yuto created lacked hardness, not to mention any fancy elementalization or special features. He was incapable of reaching his balance breaker like he did in the light novels. This was pure brute force. Anyone with even a modicum of agility'd have had no trouble dodging it. Yasuhiro had no intention of dodging and was prepared to be savage for once. He held his sword across his chest, and a powerful force surged within him. A natural force aka Ki manifested around his body. Soon the entire area was filled with broken shards of demonic swords. Damn! Yuto, who had fallen to the ground, immediately stood back up, created 2 more demonic swords, and charged forward again. Yuto! Rias and the others watched with concern as Yuto acted like a crazed beast. Rias, don't worry, I believe Yasuhiro will handle it, Sona comforted her. Rias felt that her friend seemed to have an unusual confidence in Yasuhiro. Yuto's attacks gradually became tedious for Yasuhiro. If he hadn't agreed to Rias's request, he didn't know how many times he could have killed this guy. The holy sword struck Yuto squarely in the back. However, the instant he fell to the ground, he stood up again. I can't lose. He raised his sword in agonizing pain and charged toward Yasuhiro once more. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 17, Akino's interest. Chapter 17, Akino's interest. Despite being knocked away by the sword time and time again, Yuto rose again and again. Are you looking for death? If it weren't for Yasuhiro suppressing the holy power within the sword, he would have died countless times already. Issei could only withstand 2 or 3 direct attacks from Excalibur blessing before his body was eroded inside out by the holy power. This was same for Yuto. Yuto had a suicidal attitude when he wrote that challenge letter, but fearing that he wouldn't be able to suppress himself seeing Yasuhiro, he had Kaneko deliver it for him. However, looks like the content was changed by Rias. Based on the alterations in the letter, and considering this weakling's current state, Yasuhiro felt this might be the truth. Rias looked at the crazed Yuto with concern. If it weren't for the fact that Yasuhiro was holding back at every turn, and that Sona and Akino were holding her back, she'd have stepped forward to stop the seemingly death duel. Go to hell, go to hell. Yuto's condition made Yasuhiro greatly annoyed. The deal with Rias had only 2 conditions, to duel with Yuto and to spare his life. However, the main goal of everything was to help Yuto emerge from the trauma of holy swords. What a drag. Suddenly, Yasuhiro appeared to Yuto's right while the Excalibur blessing in his hand were shining brightly. He no longer intended to suppress the holy power or better the power of light. A light force erupted before his eyes, stinging Yuto to close his eyes. Rias and the others nearby were shocked to see the powerful energy surging. Before they could make any other move, Yasuhiro had already attacked. The holy power directly pushed through Yudo's body and penetrated his internal organs. Yudo slowly collapsed to the ground. He tried to struggle to his feet again, but his body, penetrated, eroded and destroyed by the power of light, no longer allowed him to move. He could only lie on the ground like a weakling, completely at the mercy of others. Seeing that Yudo was alive, Rias and the others stopped in their tracks, quietly waiting to see what had happened next. Yudo Kiba, if you want to die, I won't stop you. Just run headfirst into it, I think you can manage that. Yasuhiro planted the sword into the ground next to Yudo. If he only moved his body slightly to get closer to the blade, the holy power emanating from it would be enough to kill him. Yudo made no move, nor did he respond to Yasuhiro's words. He simply gazed silently at the holy sword reflecting in his eyes, recalling the past. It was for the sake of this weapon that his companions and friends had endured the most agonizing trials, for becoming holy sword wielders was their faith. But what awaited them in the end was the word failure. And a cruel fate of death. The holy sword. Yudo's lips parted slightly, revealing his somewhat chapped mouth. His tone was filled with despair and the deepest abandoned hope in his heart, his childhood expectation of holy swords. Many people who knew Yudo's past couldn't help but feel crushed seeing this scene, and several council members had tears welling up their eyes. Yudo's next move surprised many, yet they found it understandable. He shakily extended his right hand and gently stroked the blade, completely disregarding the power emanating from the weapon that was constantly burning his hand. With just a gentle touch, that portion was completely burned. Yasuhiro sighed softly. The Holy Sword Project, just as he had said, was a stain on the church, and even with their desperate attempts to cover it up, that fact won't change. Yasuhiro pulled out the Excalibur blessing. He couldn't let him continue to touch the weapon. If his body continued to accumulate too much holy power, it would clash with his demonic power within him. At that point, even with Asia's, he probably wouldn't be able to escape death. Asia. Yasuhiro called out to Asia, who was already eager to get onto the field. Under the light of Asia's twilight healing, Yudo's skin that was burned by the sword was completely healed. Valper Galilei, remember this name. He was the mastermind behind the Holy Sword Project, and he was the one who gave the order to dispose of you all. After that incident surfaced, he left the church and became a stray. With that, Yudo had a new goal in mind. All he wanted now was to kill that bastard. Y-. Before he could finish his sentence, Yudo fainted. Asia's sacred gear could only treat physical injuries, it didn't offer much help in restoring mental exhaustion. After a month of mental anguish, and the damage inflicted during his duel with Yasuhiro, had him completely exhausted. Soon, Yasuhiro left the gymnasium with Asia. His demeanor was so charming. I'm envious of Asia, Akino couldn't help but arch slightly. She observed that Tsubaki, and several other council members had a strange look in their eyes. What amused her most was that even Kaneko beside her seemed to have a slightly off-look attitude. I'm becoming more and more interested in you, Yasuhiro Hayadu, and that day, you and... Akino muttered to herself in the dark. Akino's IMG. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 18, I want to be your real girlfriend. Chapter 18, I want to be your real girlfriend. The Hayadu residence. Only Issei, Yasuhiro, and Asia remained in the house. Anticipating that it wouldn't be long before the entire Kuoh, centered around Kuoh Academy, would become the epicenter of a war, Yasuhiro had arranged for his parents to travel abroad ahead of time. Their main tourist destination was Europe, which was sufficient to protect their safety. This is the evil piece the president asked me to deliver. Akino handed the evil piece set to Yasuhiro. He thought it would be Kaneko or Issei who brought it to him, but unexpectedly, it was Akino. Thank you for your trouble. You're too kind. Would you like to accompany me for a walk before class? Akino would never admit that she stole Kaneko's job, she could still picture Kaneko's sullen expression. Can I say no? Of course not. Akino waved her finger and said word by word, if you refuse a beautiful girl's request, you'll get struck by lightning. Being struck by lightning is an essential part of a holy knight's training process. Yasuhiro, why do you always contradict me when we talk? When you were on your date with President Sona, you were so charming. Yasuhiro paused slightly then said, you saw us. He didn't believe that anyone in Kuoh could spy on him without being discovered. Akino knowing about this was most likely just a coincidence. At the time, she had taken a day off because of some trivial matters at the shrine. Passing by the amusement park, she had unexpectedly run into Sona and Yasuhiro, on a date. That was quite astonishing. Therefore, she hadn't told anyone about it, not even Rias. The piece that you played for President Sona was unforgettable, and that final kiss was so romantic. At the time, when Akino spotted Yasuhiro and Sona, he had been playing myself for her, and their date was nearing its end. Akino was unaware of the song's title, but that didn't prevent it from evoking memories of her childhood, of the beautiful and warm life she had shared with her mother at the shrine. It was around that time that she developed a strong interest in this holy night. When a woman becomes interested in a man, that is the beginning of her downfall. Have you heard this saying, Akino? I want to be your real girlfriend, Yasuhiro. Akino sighed in front of him. Is that so? Yasuhiro looked at Akino with a half-smile. Yasuhiro extended his right hand and teasingly lifted Akino's chin. To someone who didn't know the situation, it looked like he was flirting with a well-behaved girl. Akino was somewhat bewildered by Yasuhiro's sudden actions. She had never been so intimate with any man before. Akino had miscalculated, realizing she'd chosen the wrong target this time. This guy standing in front of her was not some man who would lose his bearings after a few flirtatious words. Compared to your fake self, I still prefer Sona. Before Akino could break free, Yasuhiro released her. You. Never mind. How heartbreaking. No woman would like to be told to her face that another woman was more attractive, not to mention she was ranked one place higher than Sona in the Academy's popularity rankings. And he even called her fake. This filled Akino with resentment and dissatisfaction. What a blind man. Yasuhiro had never denied Akino's beauty and charm. For many, her charm far surpassed that of Sona. Her Yamato Nadeshiko aura alone added to her appeal. After all, she was simply the perfect lover and marriage partner. Everyone likes a beautiful and charming woman, especially one who radiates her own unique brilliance. Yasuhiro was no exception. However, Akino was currently a troublesome matter, both in terms of romance and in other aspects. If he didn't break her outer shell, he wouldn't get into her heart. Akino seemed to notice something, and suddenly, she moved close to Yasuhiro's cheek. Looking at the beautiful, flawless face approaching his, the two of them still maintained a safe distance. He leaned forward, closing the gap. Akino's eyes widened with disbelief and a hint of annoyance. Asshole. Akino shoved Yasuhiro aside, glared at the guy in front of her and left without another word. Sona, since you're here, come out. Sona emerged from the shadows, looking expressionless. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 19, Thank you, Sona. Chapter 19, Thank you, Sona. Akino had sensed Sona's arrival, which was why she intentionally created that misunderstanding. In the end, however, her attempt to play tricks had backfired and Yasuhiro, taking advantage of the situation, kissed her. That being said, if Akino could spot Sona, then there was no reason why Yasuhiro, whose strength was countless times greater than hers, wouldn't have noticed. Yasuhiro, we hope you'll strictly abide by the school rules and regulations while at the academy, Sona said coldly. Don't do anything that would damage the academy's reputation or be considered improper. You're jealous. Hearing Yasuhiro's words, her already cold face turned even colder. Yasuhiro, please watch your words and actions. I've been careful, isn't that how it always is when a guy is with his girlfriend? Girlfriend, Sona thought resentfully, when did I become this guy's girlfriend? Yasuhiro, we have no relationship. Please don't spread rumors. Sona's words had no effect whatsoever on the shameless Yasuhiro. Instead, Yasuhiro walked up to Sona and naturally took her soft hand in his. In a sense, you could be considered my ex-girlfriend. Your expression right now looks exactly like someone who caught their boyfriend cheating, the look of someone who caught them in the act. No, I'm not. Sona instinctively retorted. Sona, the way you are acting now makes it too easy for anyone to guess what you are thinking. If it were the normal Sona, she'd have turned around and left long ago, and wouldn't have stayed to chat with me. Yasuhiro's hands were gently holding and caressing Sona's, as if he couldn't bear to part with them. Sona fell silent, ignoring the actions between her and Yasuhiro. She felt somewhat lost, unsure of her own feelings. Just as he had said, she, usually so composed, would never act in this way. On the contrary, she preferred to ignore such things. People often lose their composure when faced with something that's closely related to their own hearts. Sona desperately needed to calm down right now. She was probably in no condition to even handle her council duties. Here, take this. Sona forcibly returned to her usual state, took out an object, and stuffed it into Yasuhiro's hand. An evil piece. Yasuhiro stared in surprise at the evil piece in his hand. This was no ordinary evil piece. How could she has a king piece? From the faint traces of familiar demonic power remaining on it, it wasn't difficult to determine that this evil piece. Sona, with your intelligence, you should be able to guess why I asked Rias for her evil piece. Sona nodded. Unlike Rias, who was anxious about her peerage and had lost her basic calculating abilities, Sona was much stronger than Rias in terms of rational deduction. Therefore, when she heard Yasuhiro was demanding the pieces from Rias, she was able to guess his purpose. Doing this will put you in a difficult position as the Mao's sister. By giving him the king piece, Sona in a sense betrayed the underworld. This was different from when he asked Rias for hers. Even though Rias felt it was inappropriate, she gave it partly because of Yudo and hadn't thought it through deeply. On the other hand, with Yudo's matter resolved, Rias had roughly figured out the ins and outs and should have guessed the same thing as Sona. The reason Rias still dared to give it to Yasuhiro was because she felt he wouldn't succeed with her pieces. Yes, according to Yasuhiro's calculations, even if he obtained Rias's evil pieces, the chances of success were not high, less than 20%. However, now that he had obtained this king piece, the success would at least be around 50%. I don't care. Just take it along with my other pieces. Thank you. Looking at the persistent girl before him, Yasuhiro had 1,000 words to say, but he simply reduced them to those two. Sona didn't say much, she just looked at him quietly. Yasuhiro stepped forward, using the same familiar posture to pull Sona quietly into his arms. The two simply embraced silently, without uttering a single word. However, the increasingly determined look in Sona's eyes were constantly telling Yasuhiro that she had truly faced her own heart and confirmed her feelings for him. She didn't know exactly when she had fallen for this holy knight from church. Was it during their date, when he personally played myself for her? Or later, when he forcefully stole her first kiss? Or perhaps, during yesterday's duel with Yudo, she was touched by the gentleness hidden deep in his heart. None of that mattered anymore. If you like someone, you like them, there is no need for excuses or reasons. The impact of her impulsive actions on the underworld would be far greater than the impact of her previous refusal of the marriage set by her family. The fact she and Yasuhiro belonged to different factions meant their relationship was destined to be fraught with uncertainty. Sona didn't want to think about these annoying problems, she just wanted to quietly embrace him. A/N, girls in love, what can I even say, she's having neg IQ arc. Drop some Sona pics. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 20, Researching on Evil Pieces. Chapter 20, Researching on Evil Pieces. Yasuhiro had taken a week-long leave of absence. Many girls at Kuoh Academy sighed with regret, knowing they wouldn't be able to see their prince for a whole week. Over the course of this month, Yasuhiro's popularity among the girls had skyrocketed to the point where he was on par with Yudo. Yasuhiro's request for leave infuriated Akino, who wanted to pay him back. Ever since Yasuhiro took liberties with her, she hadn't been able to sleep at night. Every time she closed her eyes, she recalled the moment Yasuhiro leaned in close to her. It was as if the memory had taken root in her mind and could never be erased. Coincidentally, right as Yasuhiro took a leave of absence, Sona asked for 3 days off. The student council president was considered a model student at Kuoh Academy. She rarely took time off, and a 3-day leave of absence had never happened before. The time periods for their leaves of absence overlapped completely. Not to mention, Yasuhiro had been pulled into the council as soon as he transferred in. Based on these various signs, rumors spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Furthermore, quite a few of Sona's fervent fans claimed that they would teach Yasuhiro a lesson if they encountered him on campus. The members of the council were more composed, they didn't believe that their president would have any relationship with a holy knight. First, it was considered impossible. One was a pure-blood devil noble from the underworld and the other was a holy knight of the church. Secondly, within the academy, they were almost always together with the president and Yasuhiro. They had the duty to monitor Yasuhiro, and they had never seen any intimate contact between the two. Meanwhile at the ORC, Rias couldn't believe that her childhood best friend would go out with that man. Akino knew some of the inside story between the two, but she wasn't sure of the exact details. She just guessed that their relationship wasn't as exaggerated as the rumors made it out to be. Meanwhile, in a villa not far from Kuoh. This villa had been purchased by Yasuhiro and Asia when they first arrived in Kuoh town. They hadn't finished renovating it at the time, so they hadn't moved in. A few days ago, the renovations were finally completed and he was planning to move in with Asia in a few days. With Issei present in their parents' home, handling certain matters concerning the church had become inconvenient. What he needed to do today could not be known by Issei, who had now become a devil, at least not yet. This was not only because of his identity, but also because of certain security concerns. In the basement. It would be more accurate to call it a training room than a basement. The massive underground space had been transformed into a training facility. Yasuhiro sat on the floor, with 3 evil pieces placed in front of him. The leftmost piece belonged to Rias, the middle one to Sona, and the rightmost one was from Diodora Astaroth, the devil whom he had killed. What Yasuhiro wanted to research was how to crack the evil peace system and obtain the core technology within it that allowed other races, especially humans, to be reincarnated as devils. The entire evil pieces and the rating games were created by the current Mao Ajuka. Heaven had tried to obtain this technology from Ajuka more than once. After the Great War, the God of the Bible had fallen, making it impossible for new angels to be born. Moreover, some of the existing angels occasionally fell from heaven and became fallen angels. This put the future of heaven in jeopardy. It was only able to maintain its status as one of the three factions because the God of the Bible had risked everything to preserve its remaining strength after the Great War. As a result, apart from the death of God, very few high-class angels had fallen, and the losses among the middle and lower classes were relatively minor compared to the fallen angels and devils. However, without the birth of new angels, heaven was undoubtedly doomed. No matter how many angels had survived, their numbers would eventually dwindle little by little over an endless span of time. The urgent task became how to bring forth new angels. The evil pieces invented by Ajuka brought a glimmer of hope to heaven. However, the devils had no reason to share this technology with heaven. Taking it by force was even more impossible. Not to mention that Ajuka was deep in the underworld, going there to steal it would be tantamount to declaring war against the devils, and the flames of war that had long since been extinguished would be reignited. As a super devil, Ajuka was not easy to deal with. Within heaven, there was a system left behind by the god with it. The angels weren't afraid of any attacks from super devils. However, things were different in the underworld. After all, heaven had not yet produced its own transcendental class and Yasuhiro was still working hard to become one or find a way to achieve it. Heaven had also begun to study how to reincarnate humans into angels. The basic theoretical framework had been completed, and now only the final technical module remained. However, they had studied this last module for hundreds of years but hadn't been able to crack it. Angels had conducted research on evil pieces, but ordinary evil pieces contained no usable technological remnants. Just when they were about to give up, Yasuhiro knew from his memories of the light novel that they were waiting for the day when the three factions would sign a peace treaty. At that time, knowledge sharing among the three races would finally be realized. Though, it was better to rely on yourself than to ask others, but unfortunately they were unable to figure it out and could only wait helplessly. After Yasuhiro killed Diodora, he obtained his evil piece and was surprised to find that it contained fragments of knowledge about the exact technology modules that the angels needed most. This delighted Yasuhiro. His research revealed that evil pieces embedded with these knowledge fragments were significantly stronger than ordinary evil pieces. Most importantly, some of their internal structures could be optimized and upgraded, further enhancing the strength of the servants. Without a doubt, the owners of these special, customized evil pieces generally held extremely high positions in the underworld. Rias and Sona belonged to this category. At the same time, cracking this technology was an additional goal of his aside from just wanting to witness the development of the story. Just as I thought. Compared to Diodora's pieces, these actually contain seals. Yasuhiro carefully examined the pieces belonging to Rias and Sona in front of him. He sensed a seal far exceeding the level of an ordinary Mao. Without a doubt, it was placed there by Ajuka. A/N, like I mentioned, Sona giving MC the king pace. How did she have that? We'll know in later chapters. Drop some pics of potential waifus. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 21, Siscon Serafal. Chapter 21, Siscon Serafal. Golden Dawn Barrier. In the underground training room, the Excalibur blessing served as the center, with countless sacred runes continuously climbing the walls in form of chains. Occasionally, the chains would clink together, forming a knot shaped like a feather. In no time, the entire underground training room was transformed into a magnificent golden world. Sacred runes neatly covered the room, and the feathers distributed at various intersections became indispensable embellishments. This barrier was one of the outermost protective barriers in heaven. Its primary function was to conceal the flow of information and energy. Using the Excalibur blessing as its core, Yasuhiro constructed this miniature barrier, which was sufficient for his needs. There were seals on the evil pieces belonging to Sona and Rias. Ajuka must have left other backup plans. For example, if someone touched the seal, he would sense it from the underworld. If Yasuhiro were to be interrupted during his research, all his efforts would be in vain. This miniature Golden Dawn barrier was set up precisely to prevent such things from happening. Yasuhiro never dared to underestimate any super devil. Super devils existed in extraordinary ways. They are transcendental beings, much less a person belonging to the top 10th strongest. Even using this barrier, Yasuhiro would still be discovered. However, he was confident that he could at least shield their perception during the deciphering process. As for how to handle the aftermath, he'd just have to deal with it later. The more feats one has, the less burden they feel. The bloodbaths he had stirred up in Europe over the years were already enough to make those devil nobles hate him, so he wasn't afraid of adding this feat to the list. Yasuhiro first picked up Ryusa's evil piece, transforming the light power within his body into threads of light finer than a needle and gradually permeated them into the piece. The threads of light, which had just entered the evil piece, were completely annihilated by a demonic power sealed within it. Using the power of light again, he conducted the same probe as when he analyzed Diodora's piece. Ryusa's evil pieces didn't just contain a simple seal but something else entirely. He found an extremely potent power of destruction. The power alone was mirroring an ultimate class. This was just a lingering spell. In the underworld, the only being with such powers was Ryusa's brother, the current Mao Lucifer, Surzek's Lucifer. Is this the power of destruction? Seeing is believing. Yasuhiro sensed that Surzek's power of destruction far surpassed the holy power emanating from Excalibur blessing. It was important to understand that the holy power of this sword surpassed even that of the original undamaged Excalibur. Based on this alone, he could imagine just how powerful Surzek's must be. However, if you were here, that would be one thing. But your mere trace of power won't stop me. Yasuhiro mobilized more of his light power, attempting to exorcise the power of destruction without damaging the evil piece or triggering the seal. The power of light, which was meant to restrain devils, should have worked. Yet, the light power was completely devoured by this demonic power. As expected of Surzek's. However, if it weren't for my fear of damaging the evil pieces, I wouldn't have wasted my breath on your traces. Power of light surged continuously from Yasuhiro's body. It seemed he wanted to gradually wear down the demonic power. Time passed little by little. It took a whole day for Yasuhiro to completely wear down the demonic power within Ryusa's evil pieces. The remaining power of destruction shouldn't be a big problem. Yasuhiro put these pieces back in its original place, then picked up Sona's king piece and did the exact same thing, transforming his power of light into a thread of light to probe into its interior. Serafal, you truly live up to your Siscon nature. Yasuhiro couldn't help but facepalm. There were 10 strands of Serafal's demonic power inside. In other words, the amount of demonic power she had poured into this tiny king piece was more than 10 times that of Surzek's. Another huge project. Although Serafal wasn't a super devil, she was still a peak Mao class and even stronger than that. There were many Mao class devils in the underworld. If Serafal were merely an ordinary Mao class devil, she wouldn't have been able to secure her position as one of the 4 great Maos. On this point, Yasuhiro was the most qualified to speak. Back in Europe, if Serafal had only been a Mao class, there was no way she could have escaped from his hands. He'd have tied her up long ago and extorted a ransom from the underworld. What are all these things? It took another whole day to exorcise Serafal's demonic power. What left Yasuhiro speechless was that the demonic power left in Sona's king piece was entirely dedicated to protecting her safety. More often than not, it was secretly spying on Sona's privacy, such as tracking her whereabouts. And taking pictures of her. This once again refreshed Yasuhiro's understanding of Serafal. A/N, ISTGMC would spank Serafal soon. Drop Serafal's pics. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 22, 4 Great Maos. Chapter 22, 4 Great Maos. Demonic body modification and construction. Life source substitution. He gently broke the final seal within Ryusa's pieces, obtaining the fragments of knowledge contained within. At the same time, not only did the seal disappear, but a trace of Surzek's power remained, meaning that the Mao might have discovered Yasuhiro's actions. The life source substitution and the systems developed by Heaven overlap somewhat, so they can be discarded. However, the demonic body modification and construction perfectly addresses the problems we're facing. With some further adjustments, Heaven can master the technology to reincarnate angels within a year. Let's see what surprises await in this king piece. Yasuhiro felt like he was entering a lottery. He might receive an unexpected surprise. With a gentle push using his light power, the final core seal shattered. Just like the previous pieces, the demonic power left behind by Serafal got exorcised. At the same time, this meant that the Siscon Mao might come after him regardless of the consequences. This completely shocked Yasuhiro. He had never imagined that the knowledge fragments contained within the king piece would actually be this. The theory of reincarnation for various races. This would save time, and if he mastered it, Yasuhiro was confident he could immediately imitate the evil pieces to create brave saint cards that belonged to the angels. So that is how it is. Using the power of light, holy power, and faith as a core, it generates an angel heart for reincarnated angels. Interesting. This theory is roughly the same as the one developed in Heaven, except that they got stuck on the latter half, while this just happens to be the missing continuation. Seeing the theories, the question that had been lingering in Yasuhiro's mind was finally answered. In the light novels, the fallen angels, devils and angels signed a peace treaty at Kuoh. Shortly afterward, Heaven obtained the reincarnation technology from the underworld, and not long after that, they developed the brave saint cards to reincarnate angels. This made Yasuhiro admire Ajuka. The underworld was currently thriving, and Ajuka, the current Mao Beelzebub, deserved half the credit. On the contrary, angels and fallen angels were far inferior in this respect. Brave saint cards. 16 cards were taken out. They were the unfinished products developed by Heaven. The brave saint cards differs from that of the evil pieces. In the light novels, the brave saint cards consisted of the king, queen, jack and ace held by the 4 great seraphs of Heaven, each representing a different suit. This resulted in the angel squads usually being a 4-person team. This was why there were only 4 major brave saint decks in Heaven in the future. However, this combination was not what Yasuhiro wanted. He preferred the evil piece style. He now planned to create his own brave saint deck. For his own reasons, he didn't need to rely on the cards to reincarnate as an angel, so there would be an empty king card in his deck. The underworld, Lilith. Lilith was built on the ruins of the old Mao's capital after the anti-Satan faction overthrew them. In order to reduce the remaining prestige of the old Satan faction in the underworld, they suppressed a lot of information about them. Just like this new capital beneath their feet, many of the new gen devils were unaware of its past history. This approach was undoubtedly successful, eliminating the possibility of the old Satan faction making a legitimate comeback. As for the war that the old Satan faction would instigate in the future, it would be nothing but a farce. Coincidentally, today was the monthly routine meeting of the 4 great Maos. At this time of the month, they gathered to discuss matters concerning underworld. Aside from these meetings, usually only the current Mao Lucifer, Serzex, was fully in charge of administration. Therefore, the security in the capital was extremely tight today, with sentries every 3 steps and guards every 5 steps. I wonder what Azazel been up to recently. He's collecting quite a few sacred gears. The first to speak was the current Mao Asmodeus, Falbium Asmodeus, the strongest strategist in the underworld who was in charge of the devil's military. Falbium, who was naturally lazy and preferred to spend his days dozing off, had recently been getting a bit of a headache from the restless fallen angels, especially Azazel. Falbium, pay close attention to Grigori, especially Azazel. It would be best to find out his purpose in collecting the sacred gears, Serzex said, finding this to be a headache for himself as well. The sacred gears left behind by the God of the Bible were undeniably things that could disrupt the balance of power, and every faction wanted to recruit sacred gear wielders for their own use. Many noble devils in the underworld had an obsessive pursuit of those wielders, all wanting them as their servants. Not to mention, there were also the wielders of Longinus, who were extremely dangerous to all major factions. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 23, It's That Holy Night. Chapter 23, It's That Holy Night. Serzex, I've heard that your sister has taken this generation's Red Dragon Emperor as her servant. Compared to some trivial matters of the underworld, Ajuka preferred to study the fact that the Red Dragon Emperor had become a servant for the first time. He was curious to see to what extent an evil piece could elevate or what changes the Red Dragon Emperor could bring to a piece. Rias is so cool. Seraphal was primarily in charge of diplomatic work and happened to be away from the underworld at the time, so this was her first time hearing about this matter. The troublesome thing is his status. Although Rias and Sona suppressed info about Yasuhiro, as the heirs of 2 noble families and also having a very doting brother and sister who were Maos, they naturally had many eyes around them, constantly monitoring their movements. Could Rias's servant be a descendant of a hero or something? In Seraphal's memory, many families descended from heroes were conservative and pedantic. They'd never easily allow their people to become servants. It's even more troublesome than that. The Red Dragon Emperor's brother happens to be a holy knight wielding Excalibur blessing, or in other words a holy sword wielder. This is a bit troublesome. This was the first time Falbium and Ajuka had heard of this. They only thought that Serzex's sister had subdued the current Red Dragon Emperor and made him a servant, never expecting that the Church and Heaven would be involved in the end. Even if holy knights and holy sword wielders were classes that could instill fear in many devils, they wouldn't normally attract the attention of Maos. It was only because of the Church and Heaven standing behind him that they had to be concerned. The 3 factions were all conserving their strength and are neither likely nor able to wage war. Not long ago, that madman caused great tension between the underworld and Heaven, so now is definitely not the time to act rashly. Sona has been observing this holy knight, but he hasn't made any unusual moves. Wait. Serzex, you actually let Sona monitor such a dangerous person? And why didn't anyone tell me? Seraphal glared at Serzex, ready to unleash her fury if he didn't give her a straight answer. Seraphal, calm down. It wasn't my order for Sona to monitor him, it was their own decision. I'm going to the human world. No. The three of them immediately stopped Serafal from getting up. Serafal, this isn't the time for you to act recklessly. Have you forgotten the lesson you learned last time? Ajuka spoke with unusual sternness. Last time. Back in Europe, she had suffered an unforgettable and humiliating disgrace. She was almost captured, she, one of the four great mouths of the underworld. Even in her most private areas, there were marks that made her unbearably ashamed, a unique mark belonging to that madman, which he would sense whenever she appeared in the human world. Every time she took a bath, she saw that mark, feeling as if she were seeing the slave brands that existed in the underworld before the Great War. This shame was deeply rooted in Serafal's heart. And, she couldn't even remove the seal. She was completely powerless against it. It was located in such an area that she abandoned the idea of asking others for help too. Serzex and the other two were completely unaware of Serafal's mental state. Seeing that Serafal had calmed down, they still thought that her failure in Europe had been a good learning experience for her, at least she was less impulsive. If Serafal had heard those thoughts, she would have already flipped the table, grabbed her wand, and smashed the three of them to death without a second thought, letting them know the terror of an angry magical girl. Not wanting to dwell on this fruitless discussion, Serzex was about to move on to other matters when suddenly his expression changed drastically. A terrifying aura unleashed from his body, obliterating everything it touched. Just as Falbium was about to ask what was going on, Ajuka also stood up with a complex expression. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming chill swept in, turning the entire conference room into an ice land. Due to the sudden burst of demonic power in the conference room, a jumble of footsteps came from outside. Clearly, the guards thought something had happened. Falbium immediately stopped the guards and told them to wait at the door. What exactly happened? Falbium asked with a serious expression. The fact that something could cause three of the four great mouths to lose control spoke volumes about the shock they must have just experienced. The demonic power I left inside Rias's evil. Peace has been removed. Mine too. Serafal and Serzex said with grim expressions. Although there could be many reasons for this, the most likely reason was that something unexpected had happened to them, causing the fail-safe demonic power left in the evil pieces to trigger. The seals on their pieces have been broken and it was the power of light that broke the seal. I guess, they stole the evil piece technology. What? What Ajuka said was even more serious than what Serafal and Serzex had thought. Evil Piece's creation was considered one of the underworld's top secrets, and it had actually been stolen. It's that holy night. Without a doubt, the culprit had to be the guy who appeared beside Sona and Rias. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. Moreover, the power used to break the seal was the power of light. Using reverse engineering and combined with years of research in heaven, it's likely that within a few days they'll have a technology similar to the evil pieces. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 24, Idiot Girls. Chapter 24, Idiot Girls. The belief in the God of the Bible had become mainstream in the human world. Combined with the newly acquired angel reincarnation technology, heaven would experience a rapid development in a short span of time. This was not something they wanted to see. Let's go to the human world. This time, Serzex prepared to go to the human world. If his sister met with misfortune, he'd make the instigator pay the price by condemning them to the crimson hell to repent. It wasn't just the two mouths worried about their sister's safety, even Ajuka himself was considering going to the human world. Ajuka wanted to find and kill that holy knight before he could send the reincarnation technology to heaven. He could not allow them to obtain it. Wait, you three. The sudden appearance of three mouths in the human world would undoubtedly send a highly sensitive signal to the other major factions. Let's first find out about Rias and Sona's situation before discussing countermeasures. Falbium needed to remain calm under any circumstances. At the same time, when it came to matters concerning the underworld, he had to first consider the overall gains and losses for both the underworld and their race. As Lucifer, the leader of the four great mouths, Serzex forced himself to calm down and stopped Serafal from rushing out, while simultaneously establishing communication with Kuoh Academy. Lord Lucifer, what are your orders? A magical projection appeared in the conference room. The person within it was none other than the principal of Kuoh Academy. How is Sona right now? Impatient and concerned for her sister's safety, Serafal squeezed in front of Serzex and hurriedly asked. How is her situation? In Serafal's view, since the fail-safe demonic power left in the evil piece had gone, Sona had to be in imminent danger. Lady Leviathan, Miss Sona just submitted her council paperwork to me. What do you mean by her situation? The principal answered cautiously. Huh. Serzex and the others exchanged glances, sensing that things were not quite as they had assumed. Is Rias at the academy right now? Serzex asked. Yes, I ran into Miss Rias about 15 minutes ago. She should still be on campus. You may go now. All right, Lord Lucifer, I shall take my leave. Surzex deactivated the projection. Let's find out from them directly. Knowing that their sister should be alright, both Surzex and Serafal breathed a sigh of relief and contacted them. Greetings, Lord Mouse. Rias and Sona were slightly surprised to see that all four were present, and they greeted them respectfully. Rias and Sona, you two don't need to polite. Seeing that her sister was alright, Serafal hovered around Sona's projection. If it were the real person instead of a projection, she'd have pounced on her long ago. Sister, why have you summoned us? Unlike Rias, who was filled with doubt, Sona could roughly guess the reason for them being summoned in such a grand manner. Are your evil pieces still with you? Ajuka asked seriously. Though it was phrased as a question, his tone carried an undeniable certainty. Lord Beelzebub, my pieces. Rias recounted the entire story without hiding anything. She realized that the problem must have stemmed from her pieces, and it was a big issue at that, otherwise Ajuka wouldn't have taken it so seriously. She had some guesses in her mind, but the possibility had seemed too slim. After listening to Rias's explanation, Ajuka sighed. He really couldn't blame Rias. In the entire underworld, who didn't know the Gremory clan valued emotions the most, treating their peerage members like true family? Wasn't his best friend the exact same? Lord Beelzebub, is there something wrong? Rias asked anxiously. If something went wrong with her pieces, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to her peerage. Your evil pieces shouldn't be damaged. Before Rias could even breathe a sigh of relief, Ajuka's next words made her panic. However, the devil reincarnation technology has been stolen, extracted from your evil piece by that holy knight. What? Rias was shocked. She had considered this possibility at first. After Yasuhiro asked her for pieces, she had a vague suspicion, but she wasn't as certain as Sona. It made sense. What else could he possibly want with it besides researching the devil reincarnation technology? What truly surprised Rias was that Yasuhiro had actually succeeded in his research using her evil piece. She didn't know whether to admire Yasuhiro's talent or feel frustrated by her own incompetence. Rias, don't blame yourself too much. If I hadn't sealed fragments of knowledge about the reincarnation technology within the evil pieces, the theft wouldn't have happened. Knowledge. Fragments. Neither Rias nor Sona knew that such a thing existed within their evil pieces. This was intentionally reserved to enhance the potential of your evil pieces and facilitate later optimizations and improvements. Sona, I want to hear your reasons. Why did you hand over your pieces to the church? Compared to Rias's, your that piece contains knowledge that were crucial to heaven. Ajuka and the other three looked at Sona, and Rias also looked at her best friend in surprise. Sona had given her evil pieces to Yasuhiro without telling anyone, not even Rias. Under everyone's gaze, Sona spoke slowly, he is my boyfriend. The love of my life. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 25, do you need a reason to like someone? Chapter 25, do you need a reason to like someone? The love of my life. This showed Sona's attitude toward Yasuhiro. It didn't mean the others in the room could accept this explosive news. Are you serious? Surzex's usual easygoing expression vanished. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Serafal nearly went crazy, she wanted to grind the bastard who had seduced her sister to dust. Yes, Lord Lucifer. I swear on the honor of the Citrican, I'll take responsibility for the words I have spoken at this moment. Sona. Rias looked at her with concern. As a pure-blood devil noble of the underworld, she represented the dignity of the underworld to some extent. If these words reached the ears of other devils including commoners, they would undoubtedly cause a cataclysmic earthquake. The idea of a pure-blood devil noble becoming lovers with a holy knight was undoubtedly a collapse of their faith and would inevitably lead to greater chaos. Do you understand what saying these words means at this moment? It means that you, Sona Citri, have betrayed the underworld, teaching our enemies the core technologies of devils because he is your lover, Surzex said in a stiff, reprimanding tone. Serafal didn't interrupt. Sona was in the wrong first, and she couldn't argue for her either morally or logically. Just as Surzex said, Sona's actions could be considered as betrayal. Rias realized she'd greatly underestimated the seriousness of the situation, seeing that Sona's expression was calm, as if she had already foreseen this. I'm willing to accept any punishment from the Maus. Even giving up my Citri name. Sona knelt on one knee, prepared to accept any punishment. Rias couldn't understand Sona. When did she become so extreme, all for someone she'd only known for a little over a month and who was also their enemy? For them, the most terrible punishment was to be stripped of their name, which meant stripping them of the title they were set to inherit. Their names would be forever etched on their clan's monument of shame, serving as a warning to future gen. For those raised with clan honor and mission as their core values, this punishment was unacceptable. Was it worth it? Rias didn't understand Sona's feelings for Yasuhiro. That didn't mean she could simply accept it. She could view the matter calmly, but her strong dissatisfaction with Yasuhiro kept welling up inside her. She even suspected that Sona might have been manipulated by the church using mind control or some kind of magic, which was why she uttered such treasonous words. Many people shared this view, but seeing Sona's clear, calm expression, they realized she wasn't being manipulated. I bear half the responsibility for this mistake. If it weren't for my peerage, I wouldn't have handed my pieces over to the church. Therefore, I'm willing to accept the same punishment as Sona. Like Sona, Rias knelt on one knee, looking as if she were prepared to accept punishment. Rias, this is none of your business, Sona hurriedly said, not wanting to implicate Rias because of her own affairs. No, this matter arose because of me, so of course I bear some responsibility. The two girls bowed their heads in remorse and accepted their impending punishment, but this created a difficult situation for the four great Maos. These two girls weren't ordinary devils, even putting aside the fact that Surzex and Serafal were their older siblings. They were destined to be the future heads of their respective clans in the underworld. How could their names be stripped away so easily? If not handled properly, it would inevitably cause turmoil. At the very least, the Gremory and Citri clans would be the first to fall into chaos, as the two of them were currently considered the only heirs to their respective clans. Humph, are you using your status to coerce us? Falbium was the first to express his dissatisfaction. We wouldn't dare, Rias and Sona said in unison. You two may leave now. Seeing the two idiots, Surzex knew that saying anything more right now would be pointless. Yes. Their magical projections disappeared. We need to discuss how to control its impact within an acceptable range. The others nodded in agreement. No secrets stay hidden forever. Who knew, the members of the old Satan faction might reignite and challenge the authority of their new government. I'll give the underworld an explanation regarding Sona's matter. As for her church lover, Citri clan will handle that mess. The group nodded in agreement. It was most appropriate to leave this matter to Serafal and have the Citri clan handle it. In a sense, it was considered an internal matter for her clan. The human world. After ending the communication, Rias found Sona on the rooftop of the school building. A gentle breeze blew by, causing Sona's flowing hair to dance, perfectly complementing her temperament. Her eyes were fixed on the amusement park that Yasuhiro had taken her to, the turning point in their fate and the beginning of it all. Sona, you. Sona withdrew her gaze and interrupted Rias. Rias, I don't regret it. My clan has assigned me other missions and responsibilities, which I accept without hesitation, but my marriage is the one thing I must decide for myself. Sona, this is no reason for you to choose someone from the church as your lover, especially someone you have only known for a month at most. How much do you really know about him? Rias could understand the marriage issue that Sona mentioned, because it was also a problem she was currently facing. However, this didn't mean she could understand why Sona liked Yasuhiro. Sona seemed to have read Rias's mind. Rias, do you need a reason to like someone? Sona's words startled Rias. Rias opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Drop the girl's pics, we might need to see her face. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 26, Brave Saints card. Chapter 26, Brave Saints card. A towering light composed entirely of holy power suddenly appeared in the sky above Kuoh. This towering light seemed to be declaring its presence, and many beings hiding in the shadows, such as fallen angels, felt a sense of discontent and provocation. Let's check. Sona and Rias exchanged a glance, having sensed the power originating from the light. Maybe it's Yasuhiro's doing. Indeed, in Kuoh, besides Yasuhiro, the only ones capable of using power of light were the fallen angels. However, the light contained within their bodies was far less radiant than the light emanating from this. That was too reckless, it almost got out of control. Yasuhiro looked at the 16 Brave Saint cards floating in front of him and then smiled in relief. The cards had been successfully created. The only obstacle was that during the creation process, he had underestimated the complexity of power of light and almost ruined everything. Yasuhiro reached out and gathered the 16 floating cards into his hand. These Brave Saint cards appeared to be carved from diamonds, with a golden border made of holy power inlaid around them. The front of each card represented its unique characteristics and suit. For example, the King card in the deck was engraved with the crown of a medieval king. The other three suites were roughly similar. The Queen card was engraved with a crown that belonged exclusively to a queen. The Jack card was engraved with a knight's sword. As for the final Ace card, it featured a unique pattern. The back of the cards featured a hollow ring. Yasuhiro held the cards in his hand, looked at them for a short while, and then put them away. Then he took out a piece of parchment soaked in a holy water. He carefully wrote down the core knowledge of the angelic reincarnation, as well as some obstacles encountered while making the Brave Saint cards. Soon, the parchment was filled with holy language and runes. After finishing, he made a strange seal and soon the parchment turned into tiny fireflies. These tiny fireflies were gradually merging into the space around them. This was a special method for independently transmitting important infos. Finally finished. Yasuhiro watched as all the light from the parchment dissipated in the room, then stood up and stretched lightly. Ah! Sona, Rias, Kaneko, and even a fallen angel. Never mind. With such a commotion, it was impossible not to alert others. If he hadn't set up barriers around the villa, perhaps every ordinary person in entire Kuoh would have seen it. Moreover, after sensing the fallen angel, his eyes turned cold. He didn't have much affection for the fallen angels entrenched in the town. He especially loathed Rainier who had killed Issei. In the light novels, she was the one who inflicted secondary injuries on Asia and even killed her at one point in order to seize her twilight healing. A fallen angel. Sona and Rias arrived with their peerages and saw the male fallen angel floating in the air. Devils of the Gremory and Citri clan. And you, we meet again. The fallen angel saw Issei standing behind Rias, and a hint of disdain appeared on his lips. It's him. Issei also recognized the fallen angel, it was the one who had almost made him experience death again. The fallen angel ignored the angry glare Issei was casting at him. A low-class devil who had just recently reincarnated wasn't worth his attention. What intrigued him even more was exactly what was hidden inside the villa that had emitted the towering light. It seemed to be a secret treasure left behind by those church, otherwise it wouldn't contain such light power. This also made sense considering the church hadn't sent anyone to this town for quite some time. Maybe a relic from the Great War. He gazed at the villa below. During the last Great War, whether in the underworld or the human world, the three factions left behind their treasures, some broken and some intact. These treasures were extremely valuable. But the fallen angel hesitated. These Gremory and Citri devils below were not easy to deal with. He hesitated whether to call his companions for reinforcements. If he did, the treasure that was within his grasp would surely be divided up among the others. As someone who had fallen from heaven because of greed, he was finding it difficult to choose. Just as the fallen angel was struggling with his decision, Yasuhiro calmly walked out of the villa. Now the treasure will be mine. The fallen angel couldn't resist any longer and immediately rushed down, wanting to seize what he believed to be a treasure from Yasuhiro. Treasure. Rias and Sona were taken aback for a moment, but then they understood. The towering light that had just appeared, if they hadn't known the details, they might have also thought it was a treasure left by God. What made them laugh was that this low-class fallen angel wanted to seize something from a holy knight, wasn't that just wanting to death? Let alone a mere low class, even a middle class or high class would probably be no match for Yasuhiro. Have you fallen angels lost your ability to judge the strength of your opponents after falling from grace, or have you always been so ignorant? Arrogant brat. To the fallen angel's perception, Yasuhiro was no different from an ordinary human. He thought the other party was just putting on an act. So he quickened his pace, intent on snatching the treasure before the devils could. In Yasuhiro's eyes, these fallens had a sense of superiority, especially when facing humans. Apart from the highest echelons of fallen angels, the vast majority of the rest looked down on humans, completely failing to see the potential inherent within them. This situation was exactly the opposite of heaven and the underworld. Among the various factions, heaven and the underworld were arguably the most adept at utilizing human potential. The exorcists of heaven and the reincarnated devils of the underworld were the best proof of this. Speaking of the treasures, I do possess one myself. I wonder if you are capable of bearing it. Yasuhiro's words sounded more like a superior before to the fallen angel. He decided that after seizing the treasure, he would use his light-based power to completely eradicate this ignorant human before him. The fallen angel approached Yasuhiro and reached out to grab his neck. However, a holy sword. The fallen angel was terrified and quickly prepared to stop and retreat. This sword should be considered as one of the treasures. As I just mentioned, I don't know if you have the guts to bear it. Yasuhiro stopped arguing with him and forcefully thrust the Excalibur blessing in his hand forward. The sword easily pierced through the fallen angel. No, you can't kill me. I'm Lady Rainier's subordinate. The fallen angel, pinned to the ground, cried out in terror as blood flowed continuously from his chest. Mere low class don't even exist in my eyes. The choice between killing you or not is irrelevant to me. Even if that guy Azazel were here, I could still kill you and he wouldn't dare utter a single word of complaint before me. After Yasuhiro finished speaking, Excalibur blessing lodged in the fallen angel unleashed terrifying holy power. Soon the fallen angel got erased. Fallen angels were considered as the creatures of dark, that's why a pure power of light can kill them. Just like now. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 27, Yasuhiro and Sona. Chapter 27, Yasuhiro and Sona. Yasuhiro displayed the Brave Saint card in front of Sona. The way they are represented by cards is quite similar to how the evil pieces are represented by chess pieces. Sona took one of the cards, representing the King of Hearts, and examined it for a while before speaking. Brave Saint cards largely borrowed their ideas from the evil pieces, the only difference being the quantity. Ordinary decks only have 4 suits, which is related to the angelic combat. For the others unaware of the situation, Yasuhiro and Sona's conversation stirred up a storm in their hearts. Based on what they said, it seemed that the cards Yasuhiro created had the same effect as the pieces. It could reincarnate humans into angels. Akino and Tsubaki exchanged a glance, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Compared to the others, these two, given their birth and background, undoubtedly had a more understanding of the various pantheons of the world, especially the 3 factions. The appearance of the Brave Saint cards signified the infusion of new angel into the heaven, which would undoubtedly strengthen their power. As the number of angels increased, more angels would eventually fall from grace, which would undoubtedly increase the power of the fallen angels as well. Angels and fallen angels were like 2 sides of the same coin. In a sense, as long as the angels exists, the fallen angels will never disappear. Their increased power was undoubtedly a bad thing for devils. Judging from the situation, it seemed that Yasuhiro's ability to create the cards was related to Sona, or at least she was aware of it. At the same time, many people also thought of the terms of the deal between Yasuhiro and Rias. Yasuhiro had taken a 7-day leave of absence from the academy, and today was the last day. "You came to Kuoh for this very reason?" Rias questioned sharply. "I don't deny that this was one of my goals." Yasuhiro remained noncommittal. The angel reincarnation technology had already been transmitted to heaven, and perhaps the 4 great seraphs were researching it. Even if all 4 great mouths of the underworld came together, it was impossible to stop him. Yasuhiro's flat tone angered Rias. Sona was about to stop them from escalating their argument, but Rias interrupted her before she could even speak. "Sona, haven't you figured it out yet? Everything he did was aimed at getting close to you. His goal was to obtain pieces, whether it was making a deal with me or slowly drawing you into his trap to become his lover. Now it seems that all of this was within his calculations, all for the purpose of stealing our technology." Finally, Rias coldly scoffed, "The Holy Knights, humph. They've degenerated into vile and shameless creatures even worse than us." Yasuhiro didn't want to reason with trash. If not for starting a war, he'd have her head by now. However, it was exactly as Rias said, in the end he did indeed steal their technology. Rias's words made everyone widen their eyes. Lover. Yasuhiro and Sona. A holy knight and a pure-blood devil. Such a thing had never happened before, not even in the most bizarre and absurd theories. It was as if 2 horizons that could never overlap had suddenly and without warning met one day. Even Issei looked at his brother and Sona in disbelief, completely bewildered as to when things had escalated to this point. It was easy to imagine how much of an impact this had on them. Akino was relatively fine because she knew a few things about Yasuhiro and Sona beforehand and had coincidentally stumbled upon their date, so she was somewhat prepared. But it was different for the others, especially the council members. They were with Sona and Yasuhiro almost every day, yet they'd never noticed any intimate behavior between them. Saji's face was filled with heartbreak. When he was an ordinary human, he had secretly loved Sona. After she revealed her identity and asked him to become her servant, he hadn't hesitated at all. He didn't think about the impact of abandoning his human identity and became her servant. Hearing about Yasuhiro and Sona's relationship was a huge shock to him, completely shattering the light that had always held him up. "Speechless now, aren't you? Because of you, Sona even told her sister and the other mouths that she was willing to bear all the punishment that came with it, even at the cost of having her Citri status stripped away." Rias dropped another bombshell on everyone. Yasuhiro never expected that such a thing would happen when he used the evil piece. According to Rias, when the seal on the evil pieces were broken and caused its demonic power to leak, which alerted the mouths. The fact that they hadn't attacked yet was probably because of Sona. Yasuhiro looked at Sona. He couldn't help but step forward and gently stroke her cheeks. "I'm sorry to have put you in such a difficult position." Yasuhiro didn't offer any excuses or irresponsible words. His goal was indeed to steal their technology. Now, the only thing he felt bad of was putting Sona in the middle of a conflict between him and her own family, causing her great suffering. "When I handed you my pieces, I had already foreseen this outcome." She was fully aware of the obstacles her relationship with Yasuhiro would face in the future. But does she care? A/N. Okay, Sona. Drop Sona's IMG. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 300 horsepower. Chapter 28, Combat Tactics. Chapter 28, Combat Tactics. Here are your evil pieces. Humph. Without any hesitation, Ria snatched her pieces from Yasuhiro. If I had known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have given you my pieces. Do you really think you could keep the pieces if I wanted to snatch it? Even with your strength combined with the rest of Kuoh, who could stop me? Yasuhiro's blunt words struck a nerve with Rias. Do you really think you are invincible and can do whatever you want? Rias detested his arrogance. On a global scale, I wouldn't call myself invincible. But within Kuoh, my current strength certainly qualifies me as someone who can do whatever I want. You should know that better than anyone, shouldn't you? You. Seeing Rias gritting her teeth in anger, Akino secretly shook her head. There were probably few people in the entire Kuoh Academy who could verbally defeat Yasuhiro. Even she was powerless. Huh, what is this? Sona, who had just taken her pieces, sensed a difference. What happened to Sona? Did he tamper with the evil pieces? Rias looked at Sona with concern and asked. No, it's just that I sense some unknown changes brought about by the pieces, even a slight increase in demonic power. The increase in demonic power is secondary. The most important thing is that the improved pieces will provide you and your peerage with an overall enhancement during battles, Yasuhiro explained patiently. You actually improved our pieces. Rias and Sona looked at Yasuhiro in surprise. His ability to not only break the seal on the evil pieces but also thoroughly understand the knowledge contained within it and create brave saint cards undoubtedly suggested that he has unparalleled talent in this area. Sona was both happy and worried. Looking at Yasuhiro, she knew that the so-called improvements must have originated from Heaven's research. Although Heaven had not created a reincarnation technology for angels after so many years of research, its technological breakthroughs in other areas were no less than those of the devils, and in some aspects they were even better. Yasuhiro had clearly modified their pieces without the consent of Heaven and even the Church. From the perspective of a servant of God, Yasuhiro had committed treason in every respect. Don't worry. They won't punish me for such small matters. Yasuhiro was speaking the truth. In terms of importance, he was one of the most important figures in Heaven. His voice was above that of the four great seraphs in certain decisions. What Yasuhiro was thinking was unknown to Rias, Sona, and the others. They thought that the compensation Yasuhiro gave to improve Sona and Rias's evil pieces would be discovered by Heaven, and thus result in severe punishment for him. This is for you. What is it? Sona took the parchment from Yasuhiro's hand and asked curiously. The parchment in Sona's hand was somewhat similar to the one Yasuhiro had previously used to transmit info to Heaven. However, this parchment did not possess the transmission function of the previous one, it was merely an ordinary parchment capable of recording holy texts. During the creation of the cards, we researched and developed the framework and implementation theory for some of the cards' combat tactics, which are essentially the optimizations to your evil pieces. Sona and Rias looked at Yasuhiro with some surprise. They did not yet fully understand the advantages of their improved pieces. However, the combat tactics developed by Heaven during their research on the Brave Saint cards could be considered as one of their core technologies. The fact that Yasuhiro was able to take out such a thing indirectly demonstrated his high status. Yasuhiro, you have taught us the battle tactics, you. Don't worry. As I've already said, they won't blame me for such small matters. Besides, this info is my compensation for stealing your technology. Moreover, the combat tactics were developed for angels, as for how devils can use it. That's not his concern. Thanks. Sona sighed softly and accepted it. After all, this was not a decision she could make alone, it concerned the diplomatic issues of the both parties. Rias's anger towards Yasuhiro subsided considerably. His previous improvement of their pieces was a form of compensation. Now, giving them these tactics, was his compensation to the underworld. In this way, if Sona were to hand over these skills to the upper echelons of the underworld, the punishment she'd receive might be greatly reduced, perhaps resulting in at most a verbal warning. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 400 horsepower. Chapter 29, Cleaning the Pool. Chapter 29, Cleaning the Pool. After Sona passed on the combat tactics given to her by Yasuhiro to the underworld. This caused astonishment among the Devil's Council. This situation was completely outside of their expectations, they hadn't even considered this option. In their view, Heaven would never hand over their skills. Many higher-ups were at a loss for what to do. That Holy Knight had stolen their reincarnation technology first, and then staged a scene to send over the tactics developed by Heaven, seemingly as compensation. Yasuhiro's actions left many members of the Devil Council frustrated. This matter involved two pure-blood devil noble families, and not just any ordinary ones. These two families had ties to the four great Maos. Serzex was manageable, as long as his bottom line wasn't crossed, he was reasonable. But Seraphal was a different story. If they displeased her, she could just raise her magic wand and swing it across their territory, which would be a loss to their council. On a larger scale, this involved diplomatic events between heaven and underworld. If not handled properly, what started as a local conflict could escalate into a full-blown war. War is something no one wanted to see, and it was something the underworld desperately wanted to avoid. The last great war had hurt them badly and their race had suffered heavy losses. The same was true for the angels and fallen angels. No faction gained any real benefit, all suffered equal destruction. The Devil Council could only withdraw their previous decision to deal with Yasuhiro. As for Sona, they gave her some words of reprimand on the surface. Regarding the romantic relationship between the two, the council decided to leave it to the Citri clan to handle. Many old devils, while feeling frustrated, found a way to cope up, feeling that heaven had handed over their combat tactics to them. While combat tactics were fundamental to the survival of a faction, their importance and core significance could not compare to devil reincarnation. These tactics represented a faction's combat habits and characteristics. If a large-scale conflict or even war were to break out, the combat that they currently possessed could give devils a certain advantage while fighting them. The premise was that heaven would not make large-scale changes to these tactics in the future, but it was obvious that such a thing was impossible. The only one who was somewhat happy was Ajuka. In Sona's report, he received some exciting news. Those evil pieces had actually been improved by that holy night. Ajuka, who had been able to develop the evil piece system, never denied his own talent, nor was he arrogant. He didn't look down on the technologies developed by other factions, and learning from their strengths to make up for his own weaknesses was one of his advantages. Ajuka was eager to end this tedious meeting and study the combat tactics. His dedication to research far surpassed his dedication to being one of the four great Maos. If he had to choose between being a Mao and researcher, he'd probably choose being a researcher without hesitation. In his view, the position of Mao was a waste of time and energy. However, that guy. Ajuka was interested in Yasuhiro, who had been able to crack the knowledge fragments sealed within the pieces in such a short span. The swimming pool managed by Kuoh Academy was covered in moss due to long-term neglect. Today happened to be a day off. Under Sona's guidance, they worked for 2 or 3 hours straight and finally cleaned up all the moss and settled grime from the pool. The entire pool looked brand new, without a trace of dirt. The swimming pool was filled with clear water, looking completely different from before. The girls were planning to enter the pool to enjoy themselves. Ever since Saji learned about Sona and Yasuhiro's relationship, he had been devastated. Not to mention Sona and the others, even the teachers in the academy couldn't stand it anymore and forced him to take a week off from school so that he could adjust his state. Sona's words these past few days had revealed her disappointment in Saji. She even decided that if he continued to be so dejected and pathetic, she'd have to consider removing him from her peerage and letting him become an ordinary human again. This might be the best outcome for him. Therefore, Yasuhiro became the only male present with the council, making countless male students in the academy envious. As for why they were here. Since they're members of the council, they had to fulfill their responsibilities and serve the students of the academy. Cleaning this pool was one of their activities. Besides, they were here for training too. Yasuhiro improved their pieces, which caused positive changes to their body. These changes would require a considerable period of adjustment if left to them to figure out or develop on their own, so Sona had Yasuhiro train them. After spending more than a month together, the girls developed a favorable impression of Yasuhiro. They were happy to receive his training. Moreover, Sona and Yasuhiro were currently in a relationship. Drop student council pics. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 400 horsepower. Chapter 30, Superimposed Amplitude and Positional Amplitude. Chapter 30, Superimposed Amplitude and Positional Amplitude. The girls stood in a row by the swimming pool, each with their own charm. Yasuhiro was appreciating such a beautiful view. The lead girl were Sona and Tsubaki. Sona, wearing a bikini and having taken off her usual expression, appeared less somber and lively. Tsubaki looked equally stunning. Yasuhiro couldn't help but secretly glance at the two of them. Sona blushed, and kept glaring at Yasuhiro. Clearly, she had sensed Yasuhiro's eyes and the subtle comparisons he was making between her and the other members. Wearing a bikini and without her usual glasses, she looked cute. At this moment, her posture resembled that of a lovely girl. Sona's unusual demeanor caused the others to chuckle in secret. Even Momo, who had been trying to seduce Yasuhiro, was frightened by Sona's glare. Ahem. Yasuhiro coughed twice, then put on a serious expression and said, "I believe you've all felt your demonic power increase these past few days." Everyone nodded. Apart from Sona and Tsubaki, the others were low class. Compared to the slight increase in Sona's powers, the boost was a whole level higher for them. For example, Momo and Ruruko. They had a significant improvement with their demonic power rising from low class to peak of low class. The increase in demonic power is secondary, you should have noticed other changes within yourselves, especially when you are near each other. I feel that when I am with Momo, my demonic power noticeably increases. If the two of us are far apart, this increase gradually lowers with the distance. Ruruko raised her right hand and said first. Yes, the most important function added to your evil pieces has a professional term within the Brave Saint cards. Superimposed amplitude or positional amplitude. Superimposed amplitude. Positional amplitude. The girls exchanged bewildered glances. Sona muttered those two words to herself, clearly having never heard of them before. How could devils possibly know the terminology used in the combat tactics and skills developed by Heaven? If the devils found out, they would inevitably suspect that there was a hidden traitor in Heaven who had secretly leaked their core research, somewhat similar to what Yasuhiro was doing now. Except that he'd acted first and informed them later. You can now emit vibrations like sound waves, vibrations that only you can perceive. Sona, you should also be experiencing other noticeable changes. Sona nodded and recounted the biggest change in herself. In my perception, my peerage members are like markers on a radar. I can sense not only their exact locations but also the strength of the demonic energy within them. For the king, this feature was the most important. This would allow her to precisely pinpoint the peerage's positions and statuses in future battles. Yasuhiro, wouldn't this waves be easily detected by enemies, or could it lead to conflict if we encounter an enemy emitting the exact same vibration pattern? Sona pointed out the potential drawbacks of this approach. You can rest assured about that. As I said before, this kind of pattern can only be perceived by your own group. As for your concern about conflicting vibration patterns, that's impossible. This pattern isn't a preset vibration pattern, rather it's a randomly generated vibration pattern that integrates into your own body. In other words, everyone's vibration pattern is uniquely different, even the slightest difference can lead to vastly different results. The holy power within all angels shares a common characteristic. These vibrational patterns, if mediated by that power, could even connect all the angels to form an entire legion. This was developed based on that principle. Sona and the others were shocked. Using this concept, angel legions would achieve a unified pace in terms of both coordination and utilization. Every soldier would be able to perfectly fulfill their due responsibilities. On the battlefield, such a legion would undoubtedly be terrifying. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Rest assured, in this peaceful era where the three factions have ceased their attacks, our research is destined to be useless. Moreover, this is still in the theoretical stage and far from being practical. This terrifying research is best left in theory and should never be used in actual combat. Sona understood that if this were to fully mature, it would mean that the Great War had restarted. Superimposed amplitude and positional amplitude. As the name suggests, it was used to enhance strength, somewhat similar to the original evil piece's promotions. For a pawn piece, when it reaches the designated enemy territory, it can promote into any piece except the king. However, if such a superimposed enhancement were applied to form an entire legion, it would be hell for the opponent. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 31, Applications of Amplification. Chapter 31, Applications of Amplification. Because of this legion-wide application of technology, which theoretically could only be achieved through the power of light, Yasuhiro dared to entrust such technology to the underworld. The devil's wild idea of implementing such technology across their legions was incredibly difficult. Even Ajuka, whose talent surpassed all others, couldn't solve the problem of the inherent attributes within devils. This was unlike angels, who were born of holy power. The 72 pillars, each from a different clan, represented different powers. The Baal clan had the power of destruction, the Citri clan had ice and water magic, and the Phoenix clan had immortality. Forcibly merging these different types of demonic power together would most likely result in a massive destruction. Getting back to the main point, the Bishop trait represents increased demonic power, the Knight trait represents increased agility and speed, and the Rook trait represents increased defense and attack power. As you can probably understand, the so-called superimposed amplitude simply means using vibration patterns to superimpose the characteristics of other pieces onto yourself. For example, Tsubasa, whose trait is a Rook, and Rhea, whose trait is a Bishop, can have their vibration patterns align. This means the Rook's attack and defense power will be superimposed on Rhea to varying degrees. Similarly, the Bishop's demonic power will be superimposed on Tsubasa. Everyone, including Sona, stared in shock. This change was beyond their expectations. The modified pieces had such effects. Putting aside Sona's king piece, this so-called superimposed amplitude alone could enhance their strength by more than a whole margin. Yasuhiro, when you say that, are you referring to the base characteristics of the piece itself or the effects of the person who has fused with the piece? Sona hurriedly asked. Gaining the inherent characteristics of the evil piece wasn't a big deal. At most, it could be considered adding a pawn's promotion function to each pieces. The promotion allows a pawn to transform into any piece except the king in designated enemy territory. The condition for triggering this in the improved pieces was the alignment of their vibration patterns. Yasuhiro smiled slightly, inwardly marveling at his girlfriend's keen observation. It's the effect of the person who has fused with the pieces, combined with their personal characteristics. Sona's eyes widened slightly. The two concepts might sound similar, but upon closer examination, a vast difference could be found between them. Connecting with the vibration patterns of a rook would grant the target the rook's base attack and defense capabilities, and connecting with the individual piece would grant the target the specific characteristics associated with that person. The enhancement provided by the piece's base traits is an improvement relative to one's own strength, just like a pawn promoting to another piece when it reaches enemy territory. If someone were to acquire the characteristics of the actual person holding the civil piece, the situation would be vastly different. Obtaining the characteristics of the devil themselves is acceptable for low class, at most it can be considered as sharing the base piece characteristics. But if it involves a high class like Sona, the intensity of the amplification she could exert on a low-class servant is unimaginable. The increase isn't unlimited, it is conditional. The magnitude of the increase depends on the target's physical tolerance and the distance between the two. Even with these conditions in place, the superimposed amplitude far exceeded expectations, it was simply far too powerful. As expected of something developed by combining the efforts of all of heaven, it was truly remarkable. The angels in heaven really seemed to prefer teamwork. Sona blinked. Yasuhiro nodded noncommittally. The only downside is that this kind of boost will be less effective in raiding games, Sona said regretfully. She had looked into the rules of raiding games. They were largely positional, based defense games. Holding their respective positions is crucial. The map space in raiding games can be large or small, making it unsuitable for this kind of proximity-based amplification warfare. To achieve the ideal effect, everyone must be grouped together for the amplification to reach its maximum potential. Yasuhiro pinched Sona's cheeks and said, "Don't be greedy. I guarantee this is the maximum improvement that heaven's combat tactics and skills can achieve for your evil pieces. Even a Juka can only go so far." Yasuhiro was confident about this, unless a Juka took a different approach and completely modified and innovated the angelic combat tactics from beginning to end. This, turning them into a system perfectly suited for devils. However, just thinking about it made it seem unrealistic. With that amount of time, effort, and energy, it was much simpler to create something from scratch than to alter an existing work. In research, a system isn't something that can be easily modified, as it incorporates the fundamental ideas of its original creators. Sometimes, modifying someone else's work is far harder than creating something entirely new. Yasuhiro was somewhat relieved that the knowledge fragments he obtained from Sona's pieces were just theoretical concepts about reincarnation across different races, rather than complete, ready-made modules of the devil reincarnation technology. Otherwise, just understanding that and then modifying it to serve as the final missing module for the angel reincarnation would require an unknown amount of time. By the time the revisions were complete, decades would have passed, and it would be useless by then. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 32, Teaching Sona's Peerage. Chapter 32, Teaching Sona's Peerage. The first thing you need to do is learn how to freely control vibration patterns and successfully connect them with your target, thereby enhancing your overall control. How else can you handle a sudden increase in power? If you can't even control this force, then the added amplitude will just be a burden to you. Yasuhiro's words resonated deeply with Sona. If an ordinary person woke up to find their physique vastly different, setting aside other factors, the lack of coordination in their body and the inability to freely control their own force would be unavoidable. First, use the method I taught you to sense each other and roughly determine the range of the pattern centered around yourselves. Everyone in the council, including Sona, closed their eyes and used the method Yasuhiro taught them to sense the range of their patterns. A moment later, Sona and Tsubaki were the first to open their eyes, a hint of disappointment showing in them. Yasuhiro understood why Sona looked disappointed, so he didn't begin explaining, instead waited for the others to finish sensing their ranges. After a while, the others slowly opened their eyes one after another. Their expressions matched those of Sona and Tsubaki. "Could you tell me the range of your patterns?" 20 meters. 12 meters. Only 2 meters. Finally, Ruruko spoke up with difficulty. Her vibration pattern was so small that she wished there was a crack in the ground she could disappear into. Sona and the others exchanged bewildered glances. The ranges were far smaller than they had imagined. In the end, Ruruko's range was a mere 2 meters. 2 meters. What could anyone do with that? Let alone devils, even humans couldn't imagine what practical effect a team buff within a 2-meter radius could possibly have in a fight. Even Sona's 20 range was somewhat insufficient in their eyes. For devils, jumping forward 20 meters was practically effortless. Don't be too discouraged. There is a reason why your vibration patterns are so small. You all need time to train and work together. By angelic standards, low class have a range of 20 meters, middle class have a range of 40 meters, and high class have a range of 60 meters and so on. There is a hard limit to this range, it cannot exceed 100 m. Of course, this was based on the standards of angels. For devils, the range will be somewhat reduced, but don't worry, it won't be too much. As a high class, once you have undergone a period of training and adjustment, the range of your vibration pattern can reach at least 50 meters. Moreover, if this tactics could truly reach thousands of meters, then a strong angelic army composed entirely of low-ranking angels, would probably be something even a Mao would avoid. If heaven truly possessed such overpowered wide-scale technology, why would they bother negotiating peace treaties with the fallen angels and devils? With the number of angels remaining in heaven, they could have easily crushed the devils and fallen angels. Yasuhiro took out the Excalibur blessing and gently swung it toward the center of the swimming pool. Rise. The water in the left half of the swimming pool rose into the air, transforming into a waterspout that shot toward the blazing sun high in the sky. Surprisingly, the right half of the swimming pool remained filled with clear water, as if an invisible barrier had blocked the water from spilling into the empty left side. Next up is the training program I've carefully prepared for you. For some reason, when they heard Yasuhiro deliberately emphasize the word carefully, a sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts. The training exercise is as follows: in pairs, each person will use their own demonic power to envelop the water in the right side of the pool and transport it to the dry left side. Remember, the volume of water you envelop can only be exactly 1 milliliter, no more, no less. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected Yasuhiro to come up with such a training method. Just how much water was in half a swimming pool? The required volume was exactly 1 milliliter, no more, no less. Using demonic power to encapsulate such a tiny droplet of water. Could anyone tell them how many millions of milliliters a typical swimming pool contained? Who knew how long it would take to transport all that water this way? But seeing Sona entrusting everything to Yasuhiro, they had no room to object. To help you better understand your companions and the amplification effects between different people, we will swap your pairs every half hour. Sona nodded in understanding. This training method did indeed help improve their control over sudden fluctuations in power. Let's begin. I hope you can achieve your goal before sunset. After Yasuhiro finished speaking, he gestured for Sona and the others to proceed, completely ignoring the resentful looks from Momo and the rest of the girls. Led by Sona, everyone immediately threw themselves into the heated training session. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal: 200 horsepower. Chapter 33, Excalibur Blessing Helping Sona's Peerage. Chapter 33, Excalibur Blessing Helping Sona's Peerage. Yasuhiro slowly stood up from the bench and looked at Sona and the others, who were exhausted of their demonic power and collapsed weakly on the ground. It seems we fell far short of our goals today. Yasuhiro walked up to Sona, pulled her up and hugged her, smelling her girly scent from her body. He glanced at the swimming pool, where only half of the water had been moved, and said. When Yasuhiro came over, Sona gave him a cute glare. She was too tired to even correct him. She hadn't felt this listless in a long time, and all she wanted was to lie quietly in Yasuhiro's arms and rest. If even Sona was in such a state, the others were in an even worse condition. The depletion of their demonic power made them feel uncomfortable all over. It couldn't be denied that Yasuhiro's training had been quite effective. For the others, apart from Sona and Tsubaki, the amplified power after the connection no longer felt like a burden. They believed that with a few more days of training like this, they'd be able to control and adapt to the other powers. As for Sona and Tsubaki, their strength far surpassed that of the others, and the resulting boost directly reached the limit that the other girls could withstand. It would probably take a considerable amount of time for them to fully adapt to and utilize this level of enhancement. Since you didn't achieve your goal, tomorrow's target will be more demanding. The girls, lying sprawled on the ground and utterly lacking any ladylike demeanor, felt a strong urge to beat this guy to death. Even the usually composed Tsubaki couldn't help but feel a stirring of irritation within her. Yasuhiro didn't want to waste too much time letting them adapt to the improved evil pieces, so he wanted to speed up the process again and intensify the training. Of course, this would be tough on the girls lying on the ground. Afterward, Yasuhiro quietly held Sona, letting her rest with the others for a while before announcing the end of training for the day. The girls watched with resentful eyes as Yasuhiro walked further and further away, carrying their president. They all felt like they were being forced to endure a blatant display of affection. The next day, they arrived at the swimming pool as promised. Rhea, what do you think Yasuhiro will do to torture us today? Yesterday, I even dreamed about being a water carrier, Tomo said indignantly. The gentle-natured Rhea smiled slightly and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. He said the training would be hard. He isn't going to make us move all the water from the entire swimming pool, is he? Ruruko said timidly. She was the weakest member of the council and was the first to tire during yesterday's training. Let him see what we are capable of. Tsubasa declared loudly. Tsubaki shook her head. Yasuhiro had said the target would become more demanding. Amidst their whispers, Yasuhiro arrived with Sona, who was wearing the same bikini as yesterday. Y'all seem to be in good shape, looks like the training was effective. Bring it on then, let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve, Tomo said bluntly. The others were also eager to try, wanting to show off. Your training will still involve moving water. Simply move all the remaining water and empty today's target, and you can consider your training complete. It is that simple. Momo looked at Yasuhiro with some surprise. Had he changed his ways today and learned to cherish girls? Knowing Yasuhiro's nature all too well, Sona was certain that this matter was far from simple. Soon, Yasuhiro took out Excalibur Blessing. And before anyone could ask why the training required this sword, Yasuhiro had tossed it into the pool. The others seemed to already know what Yasuhiro was planning. They couldn't help but tremble, watching the water which was gradually being infused with power of light. Yasuhiro, you wouldn't be thinking of. When Ruruko saw the pool filled with light, her expression was deadly. It's exactly what you are thinking. Don't worry, I've reduced the light power within the sword, so it won't completely harm you. Some pain is unavoidable, though, Yasuhiro offered a kind piece of advice. In Tomo's eyes, this advice was worse than no advice at all. Compared to the physical harm, what terrified the girls even more was the excruciating pain that light power inflicted on devils. This is a rare opportunity. I'm letting you experience this power in advance, so you can prepare for future encounters with opponents who wield it, Yasuhiro shrugged off. Even the gentle Rhea puffed up turned her face away and ignored Yasuhiro. As annoying-inducing as it was, the training was necessary in the end. Sona and Tsubaki were in relatively good condition. They were much stronger than the others and had considerable resistance to the light power. But the others couldn't say the same. As soon as Tomo stood beside the swimming pool, she seemed to feel the burning pain on her skin. She released demonic power to envelop the water droplets in the pool that were infused with light power. Her body paused and then she began to tremble. She could clearly feel her demonic power being constantly eroded by this power. Before it could even envelop the water droplet, her power was completely exhausted. What was even more terrifying was that, at the moment her demonic power was transferred directly to her own body. An agonizing pain suddenly came up, but it vanished before she could even utter a groan of agony. If it weren't for the lingering cold sweat on her forehead, she might have thought it was all an illusion. Then, looking around at the others, she realized they were in the exact same situation as she was. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 34, Sona's visit to ORC. Chapter 34, Sona's visit to ORC. Today's goal was still not achieved. The water level had barely dropped so that it was non-existent to the naked eye, giving an idea of how slow the progress actually was. From the beginning, Yasuhiro had never imagined that the few of them could empty the swimming pool filled with light power. It was simply impossible. For example, when Tomo encountered a situation, the demonic power she threw into the pool was completely devoured by the light power before it could even envelop a water droplet. All the water droplets that were successfully moved today were done by Sona and Tsubaki's amplification. The actual purpose of his training today was to familiarize them with the power of amplification. A week passed amidst such intense training. Sona's vibration pattern reached nearly 50 meters. Even Ruruko, whose range was only 2 meters, reached 10 meters. The others also reached their expected ranges. As for the amplification, they had mastered it with ease. The only thing worth mentioning during this period was that Saji took the initiative to find Sona and proposed severing his status as her servant. After a week of agonizing, he found that he still couldn't accept Sona and Yasuhiro's relationship. Only by doing this could he escape the cruel reality he couldn't bear. Sona didn't hesitate much in response to Saji's request. Instead, she directly severed her master-servant relationship with him and erased his memories of devils. Finally, to prevent him from being harassed by supernatural forces like devils or fallen angels in the future, Sona completely sealed away the sacred gear that resided within Saji, making him an ordinary human from then on. Yasuhiro heard that after Sona removed Saji's status as a peerage member, he transferred schools. As for where he transferred to, Yasuhiro had no interest in knowing. Whether it was Yasuhiro or the other members of the council, they all understood that Saji and the rest of them might never cross paths again in this life. One was an ordinary person whose lifespan was no more than 100 years, slowly fading into oblivion among the masses. As time passed, the impression he left in the minds of the long-lived devils would become fainter and fainter until it completely disappeared. The world is cruel, so cruel that people have no choice but to accept it. Influenced by Saji's departure, the girls kept glancing at Yasuhiro from time to time. In their perception, Yasuhiro was still a human whose lifespan was limited, it was just that this human was just too strong. During training, the girls couldn't help but call Yasuhiro a devil in their hearts. Among them, Tomo and Tsubasa called him that the most and even blurted it out loud many times. Then, Yasuhiro, who was all smiles, would mercilessly increase the amount of their training. However, for girls, this kind of address was often more of a way to get closer to boys they like. After this round of training, Yasuhiro's relationship with the girls became even closer. Regardless of whether it was Momo or Tomo, even Tsubaki didn't want this man they had just begun to like to slowly grow old and die because his lifespan was limited. Of course, this was just the daydream of a few naive girls. For Sona, her biggest concern was the complex relationship between herself and Yasuhiro. Regarding the issue of human lifespan limitations, the church possessed numerous secret methods that could grant humans immortality. Yasuhiro, who was capable of creating brave saint cards that allowed the angelic reincarnation, had no need to worry about lifespan issues. Today was the last day of their training. Girls like Tomo and Tsubasa, who were naturally energetic, cheered happily. Yasuhiro's only regret was that he didn't know when he would have the opportunity to feast his eyes on such a sight in swimsuits again. So, you want to take on a request to hunt down strays? Sona went to ORC alone, found Rias and directly stated the purpose of her visit. Ideally, a stray with high-class strength. Although Kuoh Academy was jointly managed by the Citri and Gremory clans, the academy was represented by ORC and the council. The council mainly managed the academy's daytime affairs. Matters concerning the night, the safety of the academy and even the safety of the entire town, including hunting down strays, all fell within the responsibilities of ORC. The training was ended, and Sona knew that her peerage lacked a lot of practical combat experience. To be precise, they lacked extensive experience in killing enemies. In particular, during her last date with Yasuhiro, Sona witnessed him effortlessly manipulate and kill a stray using only his rich experience in hunting devils. Most importantly, this was done without alerting any of the ordinary people around them. This wealth of combat experience was something her peerage had always lacked. Sona, all the requests are here. Rias took out a stack of requests to hunt down strays and placed them in front of Sona. Rias, this isn't like you, Sona said with somewhat worried expression. There were far too many requests accumulated here, unlike the usual 1 or 2 a week. Furthermore, how could Rias, who prioritized her achievements, have accumulated so many commissioned tasks? Who told your sweetheart to unleash his power that day, drawing out a lot of strays lurking in the shadows? It wasn't just the stray in this town, but also quite a few from other surrounding towns. Rias rubbed her forehead in exasperation, her tone filled with resentment. There shouldn't have been so many accumulated. Sona flipped through the mission requests for hunting down stray devils in front of her. The vast majority of them were low class and middle class with very few high class. She needed to find a stray suitable for training her servants, but its strength couldn't be too great. Otherwise, unexpected casualties might occur if she didn't intervene. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 35, Yasuhiro making dinner for the girls. Chapter 35, Yasuhiro making dinner for the girls. Your peerage isn't active? Rias nodded wearily. Sona was puzzled and somewhat resentful. She knew Rias's peerage members were far superior to her own in terms of strength and potential. Yuta was comparable to Tsubaki while Akino had unparalleled lightning powers that was no less powerful than theirs. Not to mention Kaneko with her monstrous strength and the recently reincarnated brother of her BF, the current Red Dragon Emperor. With this lineup, how could they weren't active? We're facing some problems. Rias said with seriously, Kaneko hasn't been feeling well lately. During training, she often seems distracted and absent-minded, both physically and mentally. She nearly suffered a serious injury during the last battle against a stray. Akino seems to be preoccupied lately too. Kiba and Issei are currently training using the things you provided, but with little effect. It was unrealistic to expect them to understand the superimposed amplitude without a teacher like Yasuhiro. Sona clearly remembered Yasuhiro saying that for a devil to skillfully utilize these combat tactics, the prerequisite was that all the peerage members including their master, must share a close and harmonious relationship. Sona had only a limited understanding of Rias's peerage, but to put it simply, they were all problem children. The rapid progress that Sona and her peerage made was inseparable from Yasuhiro's personal guidance. Ever since he transferred to Kuoh, Rias seemed to harbor resentment toward him. Now, not only had that resentment not been resolved but it had deepened even more because of what happened recently. Regardless of whether Yasuhiro would refuse, Rias would almost certainly disagree with having him personally instruct her peerage. About my marriage, Sona, could you? Sona knew Rias's thoughts. She wanted to do what Sona had done before, defeat the fiancé forced upon her by her clan through a raiding game. thereby having enough chips to cancel the engagement. However, Sona had heard that the enemy had collected a full set of peerage members, while Rias's side had only gathered 5 servants, including the Hikikomori damper. Now that 2 powerful allies had suddenly fallen into poor condition, Rias's planned raiding game seemed like a suicidal attempt to defeat him. I'll resolve the matter with Kaneko and Akino as soon as possible. Your problems are no less than mine, it may be worse than mine. So, be careful. Rias didn't explain, but she was sure Sona understood. The two of them had exchanged similar conversations many times over the years. This spider, originally a beast of the underworld with the strength of a high class, was reincarnated as a devil through an evil piece. Its assigned trait was a rook. A year ago, it killed its master and escaped to the human world, where it has evaded capture multiple times. The villa where Yasuhiro and Asia lived had become the second gathering place for the council girls. Sona moved in as a matter of course, which only made Asia puff out her cheeks in jealousy, making Sona unable to suppress her laughter. Among you devils, there are some eccentric madmen. This stray rarely possesses reason and is often consumed by lust. In the church's archives, it's marked as one of the most unhinged bastard. The reason why this guy was listed in the archives was that its rationality was often completely by its bloodthirsty instincts, making it lose its mind and frantically hunt any life in front of it. For you, slaying this stray is just right. Yasuhiro couldn't help but admire his girlfriend's observations. Sona clearly understood the shortcomings of her peerage and the cunning cruelty of the stray devil, which was exactly the type of challenge they needed to address. Asia, you'll come with us tonight. Can I really do it? Asia weakly questioned herself. Yasuhiro sighed softly. Asia was being protected far too closely, whether at the church or when she was with him. This wouldn't be good for her future development. He wasn't asking Asia to fight on the front lines, but at the very least, she needed to have the ability to protect herself and adapt to changing circumstances. It smells so good. A rich aroma of meat broth wafted from the kitchen. The aroma was so enticing, acting as a signal to start the meal, that they all sat up straight at the table. If they were to meow loudly, they would resemble Nico's waiting to be fed. Yasuhiro's superb culinary skills were also one of the reasons that attracted them to his villa. After one particularly grueling training session, Yasuhiro felt they had overexerted themselves, so he took it upon himself to cook a meal for them. This resulted not only in Sona moving in herself, but also in the other girls finding various excuses to freeload. If it weren't for Sona's sharp gaze, they would have moved in long ago. Yasuhiro served them delicious foods. It tastes so good. NGH. The impatient Tomo took a small sip while making strange noises. After waiting a while, the others couldn't resist the tempting aroma in front of them and eagerly began to sip the broth. To Yasuhiro's surprise, they all had the same expression. I can't, it's too damn good. Stop, NGH. Ah, tasty. NGH. MHH. I feel so full. Tasty, ah. Their noises along with their star-struck eyes made Yasuhiro feel like he was in heaven. His cooking skills were one of the best. This was also one of his reasons of being popular at the church. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 36, Hunting the Stray. Chapter 36, Hunting the Stray. In Kuoh, an old residential area had houses whose foundations had become loose due to soil erosion. 6 months ago, a collapse occurred causing most of the residents in the area to move away. Northwest real estate developer had taken over the area yet, leaving the abandoned residential district standing there. At night, even homeless scavengers didn't dare go inside to sleep. This residential area, deserted for months, welcomed special guests at night, or rather a stray. Strays have a particular fondness for these abandoned buildings. To ordinary people, the residential area was like a haunted house. However, for devils, it was nearly a paradise. Devils are creatures of darkness in a broad sense. Even human fugitives are nocturnal, let alone fugitives from the underworld. Stay alert, that stray lurking here has already discovered us. Tsubaki carefully surveyed the surroundings. This was her first time leading a hunt for a stray, so she was exceptionally cautious and serious. Apart from Tsubaki, none of the others had any experience hunting strays, let alone having to take care of Asia, who needed constant protection. It couldn't be denied that Asia's twilight healing could play an extremely powerful supporting role. It also meant she was physically weak and had no means of attack or defense, so a portion of their combat force needed to be allocated to protect her at all times. Momo scratched her face sheepishly, then like the others went into a state of high alert, constantly watching for any movement around her. Aside from Tsubaki, if your peerage members encounter any of the church's more powerful exorcists, Sona, they'll likely have no chance against them. Hidden in the shadows, Yasuhiro spoke to Sona beside him. That's my mistake, I usually protect them too much. Sona's training of her peerage was rather conventional, especially when it came to missions like hunting down strays. Normally, it was just a job for her and Tsubaki. As rookie who had just turned into devils, Sona didn't want them to face combat too early. This could be considered as her care for peerage member. In this respect, Rias and Sona were exactly the opposite. A few years ago, Sona's servant was only Tsubaki. Back then, she and Tsubaki alone had engaged in a sensational raiding game with her former fiancé. Fortunately, her former fiancé also had a similar number of servants. If it were now, the outcome of the raiding game would be hard to predict. From Yasuhiro's perspective, Sona's servants were quite talented, though slightly weaker compared to Rias's peerage. But how many lineups like Rias's were there in the entire underworld? If all the talents and potential of Sona's peerage members were fully developed, they would become a capable team. Sona understood these things as well. It was precisely because she was too worried about their safety that they had ended up in this awkward situation. In Yasuhiro's memories, it seemed they only matured after receiving the artificial sacred gears provided by Azazel and developing their abilities through them. Warriors are forged on the battlefield, you surely understand that, right? Sona understood the meaning behind Yasuhiro's words. Forcing growth is not advisable, a gradual approach is the most effective way for them to develop. Sona and Yasuhiro had different training philosophies. Sona was not as extreme as Yasuhiro. Their different upbringings led to their different approaches to this matter. Yasuhiro's strength was entirely due to hunting devils. As a long-lived beings, certain aspects of their pacing and development were determined from birth. Even for Rias, who was obsessed with her achievements, the number of strays she hunted in a month probably couldn't compare to the number Yasuhiro had hunted when he worked for the church. Yasuhiro felt that the world was full of dangers. Later in the story, the terrorists of the Cows Brigade and the cunning realm of the dead lurked in the shadows, including Hades, the god of the underworld. Trihexa, the beast of 666, was a huge burden on his heart. Even the god of the Bible had expended a great deal of his power to seal this terrifying monster in it. Later in the story, in order to combat Trihexa, the gods of the various pantheons, the Maus of the underworld and the four great seraphs to join forces to launch a 1,000-year war. It was easy to imagine that the monster was incredibly powerful and had an apocalyptic nature that made it nearly impossible to deal with. In recent years, Yasuhiro had been thinking about how to completely eliminate Trihexa, but progress had been slow. He could only ask the four great seraphs to secretly guard its sealed location. They were careless, Yasuhiro said with a frown. While he was talking to Sona, the girls had actually been ambushed and injured by the cunning stray. If it weren't for Asia using her twilight healing to heal them in time, this mission to hunt down the stray would have ended in failure. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200p. Chapter 37, Tsubaki vs. Stray. Chapter 37, Tsubaki vs. Stray. An oversight. Tsubaki couldn't help but feel annoyed. The sneak attack from the stray had actually injured both Momo and Ruruko. Fortunately, Asia was there to provide assistance and healing, so they were not seriously injured. Asia's twilight healing amazed her with its healing and practical application. No wonder Sona and Rias had always wanted to recruit Asia as their servant. However, due to her status as a holy maiden of the church and the presence of Yasuhiro by her side, this idea was destined to remain a dream. Getting back to the point, seeing the stray in front of her, which was 2 meters long and had 3 agonizing human faces, she never expected it to be so cunning and troublesome. No wonder it had escaped multiple hunts from the underworld. When they encountered this stray earlier, it had transformed into a human and appeared before them on its own initiative. It looked like an ordinary scavenger, and its expression upon seeing them was just like that of any ordinary person. Though Tsubaki had sensed something was wrong due to the demonic aura. The ever-vigilant Ruruko and Momo, upon seeing that it wasn't a stray devil, subconsciously lowered their guard, allowing the bastard to see their weakness. The beast immediately revealed its true form and launched a sneak attack on them. Tsubaki recalled Yasuhiro's previous description of it. Mirror Alice. Tsubaki used Mirror Alice, the sacred gear she possessed, to summon 2 creatures which she used to briefly entangle the agile stray. Vibration pattern. Hearing Tsubaki's call, Tomo nodded in understanding and directly engaged with the vibration patterns emanating from her body. Tomo's demonic power rose to the peak of a low class. In addition, since her assigned trait was a knight, her speed was no weaker than that of a middle class. Born into a family of shrine maidens, Tomo was not experienced in dealing with stray devils, but through exposure to their practices, she knew a little about the spells for dealing with demonic possession. Tomo's weapon was a katana inscribed with Shinto symbols. She took a swift step, circled behind the stray, and slashed at its joint with her katana. She used the symbols attached to her katana to erode the shell of this bastard. Amidst its agonizing howls, one of its legs were cut by the blade. This immediately reduced its movement speed. The demonic spider used its 2 front claws to scatter the creatures summoned by Tsubaki. Turning around, it charged toward Tomo like a wild beast, intending to utterly destroy Ant that had just harmed it. Rhea, pull her back. Tsubaki moved in front of Tomo and used Mirror Alice to construct a defensive barrier. Faced with the stray, which possessed the physical strength of a high-class devil, the defensive barrier was smashed to pieces. Immediately, Mirror Alice rebounded the entire attack, knocking the stray back dozens of meters. Its face was now a bloody mess, making it look even more brutal and terrifying, especially with roars emanating from its mouth. Mirror Alice not only has the ability to summon creatures, but it also rebounds 2x damage back to the enemy. While it might not be as powerful as a Longinus, it was still a capable sacred gear. Rhea, whose trait was a bishop, was gentle in nature and skilled in the use of demonic power. After the stray was repelled by Mirror Alice, she used the opening to quickly pull Tomo back using demonic chains. Upon her return, the first thing Tomo did was disengage the vibration pattern that had connected her to Tsubaki. One issue they discovered during training was that maintaining a sustained superimposed amplitude could dramatically amplify demonic power, physical strength, attack power, and even defense. However, it was important to note that maintaining this synchronization placed a heavy burden on their body. The size of the burden depended on the magnitude of the state increase and the duration of the connection. When unnecessary, they could deactivate the superimposed amplitude to reduce the burden on their bodies and ensure their stamina lasted throughout the battle. As time passed, the battle intensified. Completely controlled by its instinctive bloodlust, the stray's attacks became even more brutal. With Asia providing remote healing support from behind to deal, there was no fear of getting seriously injured. So, Tsubaki and her companion set their sights squarely on the stray. The stray's defense wasn't particularly strong among devils of the same level, its only redeeming quality was its sheer speed. If it weren't for Tsubaki's decisive action in having Tomo cut one of its legs at the start of the battle, the fight would have been disadvantageous for them. Before long, under the cover of Mirror Alice, Rhea used various spells to harass the demonic spider. The others continued to attack the joints connecting the legs of the beast. As expected, after a series of coordinated attacks, all of the stray's legs were broken, and it lay on the ground howling in agony. In Yasuhiro's eyes, their combat tactics were disgraceful. They relied entirely on Mirror Alice to deflect attacks and continually bully the stray. However, as the wielder of a sacred gear, the gear was inherently part of Tsubaki's strength. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal: 300 horsepower. Chapter 38, Stray Exorcist. Chapter 38, Stray Exorcist. The stray was in a sorry state. All of its legs had been broken off, and its back bore marks of severe injuries. Blood seeped into the floor, and it roared constantly, like a beast at the mercy of its prey. The cunning and cruelty of this stray had left a lasting impression. Lessons learned from mistakes and failures were often the most memorable and serve as a driving force for rapid growth. A mere task of hunting down a stray devil allowed Sona to witness the slight growth of her peerage. This made her frown and wonder if her previous training model was bad. Perhaps, as Yasuhiro had said, she should make hunting down stray devils her primary training from now on. If she followed Yasuhiro's model, it wasn't just about simply hunting down strays through assigned missions, it also included taking the initiative to investigate and kill stray hiding in the dark. Sona realized that this was a training model for exorcists. Sona couldn't help but wonder if this was really appropriate. Using training as an excuse to investigate and hunt down strays might incur the displeasure of some of the old-timers in the underworld. Sigh, the reality is so cruel. If she doesn't do certain things, she'll get criticism from others. Similarly, if she did too much, it'll cause dissatisfaction among certain people. Yasuhiro and Sona sensed something. A stray. There was actually a stray approaching. This surprised the two of them, as the aura and sounds of battle emanating from both Tsubaki and the previous stray were enough to drive away many of the shadows lurking in dark. After all, the aura of a high class is enough to intimidate even the most stubborn idiots. No, this stray devil is injured, and it also carries a familiar aura. Yasuhiro could clearly sense the power of light on the stray. As a member of the church, he was sensitive to the power of light. The only problem was that this power was filled with the scent of a fallen angel. Interesting. Yasuhiro felt that the demonic spider had brought less experience and benefit to the council members. Next time when they receive a similar mission, he was going to suggest fighting stronger enemies. Who would have thought this would happen? There was no need to wait for the next one. Now, a stray had appeared, and the stray exorcist chasing after it was at least middle class. This. Yasuhiro told Sona about the power of light on the stray devil and the possibility that there might be a stray exorcist right behind it. Don't worry, there is no need to fret about their safety. If their lives are truly in danger, we can intervene then. You saw the battle, those few of them were able to defeat that stray. We should trust them. Sona nodded, agreeing with what Yasuhiro said. Her peerage had lacked too much of this experience, and if it didn't endanger their lives, there was no reason to object. Although Tsubaki and the others had depleted their demonic power and stamina, so had their opponents. The middle-class devil had been injured by the stray exorcist, and the fact that it had managed to escape from his grasp suggested that the exorcist wasn't an exceptionally powerful one either. They have arrived. As expected, just as Yasuhiro had predicted, a mad exorcist entered his perception range. Oh. This makes things even more interesting. I take back what I said earlier, he is not someone that the girls can handle. Sona asked in confusion, you know him? Yasuhiro nodded and said, yes, he was an outstanding exorcist in the church, second only to the top tier. Before being excommunicated by the church, he possessed the strength of a middle class. However, his experience in hunting devils is enough for him to hunt any middle class, and he is even capable of fighting against a high class. Most importantly, when I was at the church, he was one of my subordinates. However, his obsession with hunting devils escalated to the point where he took pleasure in it, leading to his excommunication. This was the first time Sona had heard anything related to Yasuhiro's time in the church. Normally, Yasuhiro never discussed about his past there. Since he didn't talk about it, Sona wouldn't pry, given the opposition between the two in terms of their factional statuses. It seems Tsubaki and the others were quite lucky this time. That guy looks depressed. Sona was worried about her peerage. Dealing with stray exorcist was something even Sona herself rarely encountered, let alone Tsubaki. There was no need to even talk about their lack of combat experience against such an enemy. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 39, Freed. Chapter 39, Freed. Attention everyone, there are enemies ahead. Tsubaki, who only possessed the strength of a middle class, didn't have such a wide range of perception. She was secretly informed by Sona. Tomo, you need to deal with this stray first. After another round of attacks, the demonic spider lying on the ground was now on its last legs, just waiting for someone to deliver the final blow. Tomo swiftly plunged her katana into the forehead of the stray. The Shinto symbols on the blade shined brightly, extinguishing the last vestiges of life from the beast. Wasn't it said that there was only this one stray devil? Damn it, Ruruko said. My demonic power was already scarce, and after the battle just now, it's almost gone. Even my stamina is depleted. If there are more enemies, I'm afraid I'll have trouble even protecting myself. What? A middle-class stray, and a stray exorcist of similar strength. Tsubaki relayed the message Sona had just given her, immediately eliciting gasps of surprise from the others. Alright, now isn't the time to think about that. Prepare for the battle ahead. Asia, please heal Tsubasa and the others. In terms of the severity of their injuries, Tsubasa had suffered the most. Crash. A stray devil broke in through the window. Filthy devils, holding a feast here. Soon with a manic voice, a white-haired exorcist appeared before the girls. Hee, I'm not playing hide and seek with you anymore. After playing for so long, I've fished out quite a few lousy devils. Freed wielded swords imbued with the power of light, which relentlessly burned the stray he had chased in. Such a cruel scene caused Ruruko and the others to tremble. Then, an arrow made of demonic power struck the head of the tormented stray, taking her tragic life. In her final moments, she looked at Tsubaki with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. It's full of kind-hearted devils here, makes me want to vomit. Freed pulled his swords from the stray's body and disgustingly licked the blood off them with his tongue. Asia. Freed looked at Asia, who was standing behind Tsubaki, with surprise. Aren't you the holy maiden? You have actually stooped so low as to mingle with devils. A distorted glint appeared in Freed's eyes. Everyone be careful, he used to be Yasuhiro's subordinate, Asia gave a careful warning. The others were startled, their gazes toward Freed filling with unprecedented vigilance. They had personally experienced Yasuhiro's power, and the fact that this freakish exorcist used to be his subordinate suggested he was probably even more formidable than they had imagined. Just imagining his expression after I kill you all here makes me incredibly excited. It could be said that Yasuhiro was a shadow in the hearts of many exorcists and devils in Europe. For Freed, Yasuhiro was a terrifying obsession, a nightmare constantly harassing him in his sleep. In the European exorcist community, Yasuhiro was a well-known madman. The sheer number of devils, fallen angels, and dark creatures that guy had killed filled Freed with fear. Especially when hunting devils, Yasuhiro's ruthless eyes made Freed tremble in fear. When facing that guy, Freed didn't even have the courage to stand up, let alone be his enemy. A large part of the reason he had betrayed the church was just to stay far away from him. The fact that even such a crazed exorcist would avoid Yasuhiro at all costs showed just how terrifying an impression he had left on certain people. Freed ignored the others and stared at Asia. Don't worry, you'll be my most art. Fried continued his terrifying pronouncements, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by attacks from the girls. "You filthy devils are so rude." Having said that, Fried raised his swords and slashed at the nearest devil, Tsubasa. How could Tsubasa possibly contend with swords imbued with holy power using her bare hands? She was about to retreat, but Fried seemed unwilling to let her go so easily. Fried completely ignored the attacks coming at him from the left and right, opting to strike Tsubasa directly. The power of light eroded Tsubasa's body. The pain was so intense that, had it not been for Yasuhiro's training, she might have cried out in agony. Tsubasa was completely incapacitated. Tsubaki quickly protected her behind her back so that Asia could administer treatment. "That really hurts." Fried rubbed the area where he had been attacked, wincing in mock pain. "Let's continue." Fried raised his swords once again. His fighting style made it difficult for the girls withstand. His attacks could only be described as chaotic, yet they consistently hit vital points. Most importantly, some of his attacks were suicidal, trading injury for injury, even risking being slashed just to attack them. The girls were already at a disadvantage. In no time, Ruruko, who had low demonic power left, was seriously injured and forced to retreat from the front lines. Even with Asia's healing, she probably wouldn't be able to rejoin the battle anytime soon. "Are all your subordinates this crazy?" Sona looked at the battlefield with worry in her eyes. If Yasuhiro hadn't been holding her back, she probably would have rushed into the fray long ago. He is an exception. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 40, Dealing with Fried. Chapter 40, Dealing with Fried. As the battle raged on, the girls fell one after another and Asia hurriedly began healing them. "I was too careless." Tsubaki cried out in distress, her body disheveled and covered in dust. Her stamina and demonic power were running low and regret welled up in her heart once again. Unlike when they dealt with the stray, this time the problem lay with her own decisions. She had underestimated her opponent, hoping to use Mirror Alice to counterattack Fried's strikes just like she did with the stray. However, the stray had completely lost its rationality and ability to think. That was why it was constantly attacking Mirror Alice while being countered by it. This method was effective against mindless monsters, but against an exorcist with extensive experience in slaying devils, her decision was undoubtedly foolish. "Just die already. I can't wait to dissect this holy maiden." Seeing Asia within reach, Fried couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Tsubaki fought Fried for several more rounds, but unfortunately she was stabbed in the abdomen by his swords, completely losing her fighting ability. "I want to stab you bit by bit." Fried trembled with a crazed grin and walked toward the somewhat panicked Asia. "Your twisted delusions will take you straight to hell." The sudden voice echoing from all sides made Fried jump, especially the familiar tone, which stirred up the deepest fear hidden in his mind. "Lord Yasuhiro!" Asia exclaimed in delight. Yasuhiro's appearance made the girls lying on the ground secretly breathe a sigh of relief, but Asia's way of addressing him made the others ponder. As a holy maiden of the church, her symbolic position within the faction was extremely high. For her to inadvertently reveal the truth in her panic, addressing Yasuhiro as Lord, spoke volumes about his actual status within the church. Could he be a cardinal of the church? Fried was about to speak, but before he could finish, a figure appeared behind him reaching out to tightly grip his neck. "You should know I don't like listening to you talk. Do just like old times, shut up when you are in front of me," Yasuhiro said coldly. "After being excommunicated from the church, you actually sought refuge with fallen angels who are weaker than yourself. What a trash." As each of Yasuhiro's words reached Fried's ears, his body began to tremble. It was a tremor completely different from his previous excitement, it was one born of deep despairing fear. He thought that since so much time had passed, he had forgotten the man's face and the terrifying shadow he cast. However, those simple words completely triggered his inner fear. Engulfed by terror, he was unable to think about what to do or say next, and he didn't even have the courage to beg for mercy. As he remembered this guy ruthlessly hunting down devils, it was as if Fried saw his own bloody fate reflected in him. Tsubaki and the others lying on the ground saw Fried, who had previously rendered them helpless, was now like a lamb to the slaughter in front of Yasuhiro. He didn't dare to struggle or even make a sound, and could only await his judgment. It all felt natural, as if everything was meant to be this way. This scene deeply shocked the girls as well as Sona. They wondered what kind of status Yasuhiro had held in the church, what kind of strength he possessed, and even what he had done in the past. He could instill such fear in a stray exorcist that the men didn't dare utter a word or move a muscle in his presence. "Since you enjoy torturing devils so much, I'll grant you a death themed around torture." Amidst Fried's terror, power of light continuously flowed into his body, burning every inch of his nerves. Fried's expression twisted and contorted in agony as he tried to scream, but his voice was completely muffled by Yasuhiro's grip. The power of light had transformed into countless tiny blades, frantically cutting through his muscles and cells. The pain caused by this form of torture was hundreds of times worse than being slowly cut to death. Before everyone's eyes, Fried was annihilated into nothingness. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 41, Yasuhiro, I hope you will take responsibility. Chapter 41, Yasuhiro, I hope you will take responsibility. Time flies like an arrow. During the hunts for the strays, everyone made tremendous progress, especially Ruruko and the others who had just been reincarnated as devils. Something made Sona extremely unhappy. Everyone in the council including Tsubaki had moved into Yasuhiro's villa. During their missions to hunt down strays, injuries were inevitable and Asia had to heal them. Sometimes the injuries were too severe and with more missions to complete the next day, Sona simply let them stay there to recover. And so it went, Sona's good girls all moved in, much to Sona's annoyance. Sona's tantrum revealed a side of her that was different from her usual self, which was quite cute. During this time, their relationship progressed rapidly. At night, Yasuhiro dozed off in bed when he suddenly felt the window open and a beautiful figure enter his room. He was used to this situation. In this villa surrounded by girls, he was often in a state of being attacked at night. It started with Ruruko and one after another. The black-haired Tsubaki, the gentle and graceful Rhea, and the energetic Tsubasa Yura. It was precisely their affection that made Sona make the decision the night before last. Sensing the approaching figure climbing into the bed, Yasuhiro, still in a light sleep, instinctively pulled her closer to him. The petite figure in his arms seemed clingy, hugging Yasuhiro tightly with her other hand, pressing her head against his chest like a Nico, trying to burrow deeper into his embrace. Yasuhiro felt a tail wagging on her body and instinctively pinched it in his hand, which made the girl in his arms tense up. The night passed slowly, and Yasuhiro didn't get up or look to see who the lovely person in his arms was. It wasn't any of you. At breakfast time, at the table, Yasuhiro was asking who had orchestrated the night raid the day before while Sona's gaze swept over them like murderer. The answer surprised Yasuhiro. If it wasn't one of the girls present, then who else could it be? Our great Casanova seems to have unknowingly seduced some girl, prompting her to sneak up on him at night, Momo teased playfully. Yasuhiro, you need to be more restrained. You didn't even know who she was and you actually slept with her. As the main wife in the harem, Sona was clearly displeased with his behavior. Yasuhiro scratched his face awkwardly, but didn't refute it. It was indeed his fault. The night raids by the girls had almost become a habit for him. Most importantly, Yasuhiro usually sleep in a light state. This was a professional habit left over from hunting devils, always maintaining vigilance against everything in the outside world. Naturally, he had developed the ability to sense hostility from others even while sleeping. If there was hostility, he could adjust himself and counterattack in the best possible condition. Like last night, the beautiful figure showed no hostility whatsoever. In fact, she even seemed to harbor a deep love for him, causing him to subconsciously overlook certain things. What was supposed to be a pleasant morning ended with Yasuhiro being thoroughly lectured. On Saturday, Sona took the girls to the academy. Because of the backlog of council work during their previous training, they needed to work overtime these 2 days to finish it quickly so as not to affect student affairs. Before leaving, they asked Asia to help out. Though Asia was nominally a member of the ORC, but the club was practically defunct now. Kaneko and Aquino were both in poor condition, while Issei and Yuto were training in superimposed amplitude according to Rias's instructions. To prevent Issei from being distracted, Rias simply threw them both into the mountains near Kuoh. Asia was also taken to training by them, leaving Rias all alone in the entire ORC, which made her look sullen all day long. Yasuhiro also went out. He happened to have an appointment today. He walked all the way to the only shrine in Kuoh. The shrine enshrined Inari, the god of harvest in Japanese mythology and belonged to the Shinto pantheon. Japan is said to have many gods, but in Yasuhiro's opinion, they were mostly following Amaterasu. Then there's Yasaka, the nine-tailed fox. When Yasuhiro arrived at the main gate, he saw a graceful woman with a ponytail dressed in a Shinto maiden outfit, holding a broom and sweeping the fallen leaves in front of the shrine. Long time no see, Yasuhiro. Aquino looked at Yasuhiro and spoke gently. It has been a long time. The last time we met was probably when we were kissing each other. Hearing Yasuhiro's words, Aquino recalled how this guy had forcibly stolen her first kiss. Yasuhiro, you're so forgetful. I was clearly there when you created the Brave Saint cards, but at that time, you were probably only focused on President Sona. Immediately, Aquino smiled and said, Yasuhiro, it's really surprising. Under those circumstances, you managed to win over her and now you've even added the entire council to your harem. You and Issei truly are brothers. He couldn't very well say that the girls had forced themselves on him. That would make him sound like a total jerk. Akino brought Yasuhiro into the shrine's interior and brewed him a cup of tea. Yasuhiro picked up the cup, took a small sip and said, "I didn't expect your brewing skills to be this impressive. You've brought out all the sweetness in the tea. I'm glad you like it." Akino refilled Yasuhiro's teacup. "What really strikes me as odd is that you, as a devil, are so enthusiastic about the work of a shrine maiden. Perhaps the gods enshrined here are far less powerful than you yourself." Akino paused, then said, "Yasuhiro, would you like to hear a story? A story about a shrine maiden and a fallen angel?" Akino smiled wryly and said, "I really can't hide anything from you. I'm afraid you already investigated everyone and everything in Kuoh thoroughly when you arrived. This is essential work for an exorcist." Akino's father was an executive of Grigori, a cadre-class fallen angel possessing 10 wings. Her mother was a shrine maiden of the Himejima clan, one of the 5 principal clans. After her mother, Shuri, rescued Barakil, who was seriously injured, they developed feelings for each other and Akino was born. When Akino was younger, her mother was killed by extremists from the Himejima clan while her father was away on a mission. I know everything about you, including your mother's death and your hatred of your own bloodline. This was probably the prelude to your purpose in inviting me here. Yasuhiro, I hope you will take responsibility." Akino's words were filled with a hint of reproach. This left Yasuhiro completely bewildered. Akino stood up, turning her back to Yasuhiro. 3 pairs of glossy black wings spread from her back. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 42, Being My Angel. Chapter 42, Being My Angel. A 6-winged fallen angel. Given her high-class strength, she corresponded exactly to a 6-winged fallen angel among their ranks. This made sense except for the complications involved. The complications included Akino, who was a hybrid fallen angel when she got reincarnated as a devil. She should have devil wings or hybrid fallen angel wings. But now, she had revealed complete fallen angel wings. Whether from her aura or other aspects, she looked like a pure fallen angel. Yasuhiro's judgment was accurate. He had hunted down quite a few fallen angels in Europe, so he was not entirely ignorant about them. Due to the enhanced evil piece. Yasuhiro pondered as he realized that this mutation might have been caused by the pieces. Yasuhiro, you are indeed correct. These 3 pairs of filthy wings appeared shortly after you improved our evil pieces. Anyways, they've transformed me into an utterly detestable fallen angel. After speaking, Akino folded her black wings, seemingly not wanting to reveal them any further, and sat down. My improvements to Rias's pieces were all based on the best possible outcomes. Before Yasuhiro could finish speaking, Akino interrupted him. Yasuhiro, are you saying that all of this has nothing to do with you? How irresponsible. Let me finish. Yasuhiro stopped Akino. Just like I said, everything was chosen based on the possible outcome. Even the increase in your demonic power under Peace's influence was only considered in light of your situation. Besides, are you still considered Rias's servant? Yasuhiro was quite curious about this. Strictly speaking, yes. Beneath Akino's feet unfolded a crimson magic circle, unique to the Gremory clan, clearly signifying her status as a member of Rias's peerage. Not a devil, but a devil's servant. Now I increasingly feel like a monster. From hybrid fallen angel to hybrid devil, and now I don't even know what I am anymore, Akino sighed. Sadly, I can't deal with your fallen angel bloodline. Yasuhiro glanced at Akino with pure seriousness. A smug, mischievous glint appeared in Akino's eyes. From their first meeting, she had always been bullied and teased by this guy. She never expected him to have a day like this. Yasuhiro, you look exactly like that kind of guy now, a scumbag who plays with the feelings of girls and leaves them behind. Relationships are always about mutual consent, aren't they? If you insist on forcing yourself onto me. It's not like that. Akino was stuttering. Alright, if that's what you want, I won't refuse. What do you want me to do? Akino glared at Yasuhiro resentfully. The more he talked, the more the topic veered off course, making it sound like she was desperate. Never mind, I should just do what I want. Use Brave Saint cards on me. You aren't kidding, are you? Yasuhiro nearly stood up. You want me to use Brave Saint card to perform angelic reincarnation? Do you know exact what that means? I know, I will truly become a monster in every sense of the word. Neither the underworld nor heaven nor the Grigori will be able to tolerate me. Akino stated that the past few days had given her time to think things through, and she simply couldn't accept the 3 pairs of wings unfolding behind her. Yasuhiro was thinking about the cards. He knew the effects of the cards he had created. However, he couldn't guarantee whether the Brave Saint cards currently being developed in heaven could transform Akino, who was now a pure fallen angel, to an angel. After all, there was no precedent in history for a fallen angel to become an angel again after falling from heaven. However, he could guarantee the success of his own cards. But, he was afraid that this would provoke some old fogies who were barely clinging to life, especially those pure-blood devils in the underworld. Though, Yasuhiro rarely concerned himself with these people. It was fine if they just kept to themselves, but if they turned their anger on him, he wouldn't hesitate to annihilate a few clans. Soon he took out a card. This was the Queen of Hearts card from his deck. Yasuhiro was curious about what it would be like for a fallen angel to be reincarnated as an angel. Akino had exceptional talent and aptitude, especially having inherited the power of lightning from her father, making her fully worthy of the Queen of Hearts card. After I fuse with the Brave Saint card, will I become your servant, my dear new master? Akino said in a seductive tone. Strictly speaking, yes, but I'll use the card's features to let you be her servant in the name only. She'll not even find out. When the Brave Saint cards were created, he never imagined that he'd need to form a peerage like the devils did. Right now, all he wanted Akino to work as a spy for him. I thought that after being reincarnated as an angel, I'd have to sever my relationship with Rias, which made me agonize over it for days. Akino looked visibly happy. Even in name only, it makes me happy. However, if I ask you to kill Rias, you'd have to do it. So, do you still want to be my angel? Yes. Akino said slowly. There is something else I need to mention beforehand. Ignoring Akino's pained expression, Yasuhiro continued, you'll never have a chance to regret it again. From now on, humans, fallen angels and devils will all be forever out of your reach. Yasuhiro was afraid that Akino had made this decision on a whim. I understand, Akino nodded slowly. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 43, You Didn't Fall. Chapter 43, You Didn't Fall. The Brave Saint card suspended in the air emitted a faint light, and a phantom image of an angel appeared above the entire shrine. Fortunately, Yasuhiro had set up a barrier beforehand, otherwise the strange phenomena alone would have alerted countless people. The Brave Saint card merged directly into Akino's body. Ah! Immediately, Akino let out a painful groan. The holy power contained within the card was like poison to Akino. There was no way around it. If she were an ordinary human, it wouldn't be so bad. But Akino had first reincarnated from a hybrid fallen angel into a devil and then back into a pure fallen angel. These were all creatures of darkness. Being a fallen angel was one thing, but during the time she lived as a devil, too many demonic elements had accumulated in her body. The holy power was constantly washing away the demonic elements within Akino's body, relentlessly erasing any traces of her past. The pain she endured was unimaginable. Despite such pain, Akino actually smiled, a smile of relief as if she had been freed from a heavy burden. Akino harbored a deep hatred for her father. Why did he have to go out on a mission right when her mother was attacked? If he hadn't left, her mother wouldn't have died. At the same time, she also hated her flowing blood, and not just because of the resentment brought by her father. Her mother's death was largely due to this very bloodline. The Himejima clan could not tolerate their lineage being tainted by creatures of darkness. Akino could never forget that night when the masked extremists from the Himejima clan attacked, looking at her with eyes that treated her like a monster. Please disappear little by little. Akino felt the mark of the fallen angel that tormented her every night gradually disappearing, and a look of joy appeared on her face. This continued until the holy power completely eradicated every demonic elements from Akino. Her shrine maiden outfit was soaked with sweat, revealing her perfect curves and exuding a slightly alluring aura. Success. Yasuhiro began to observe carefully. This was arguably the world's first case of a reincarnated angel. There had been no successful cases in heaven yet. It wasn't that heaven was slow, but rather that he had perfected the angel reincarnation technology for them. When making their own Brave Saint cards, they wouldn't just discard all the research results they had accumulated over the years like he did. They would add as much as they could, especially regarding angelic combat techniques. Perhaps all of heaven was currently bustling with activity, revising and perfecting the unique cards belonging to their faction. Akino unfurled her wings. The Brave Saint card was slowly transforming Akino, gradually converting her demonic power into the power of light. From an outward perspective, the most change in Akino was that the pairs of black wings were replaced with the white wings. Within their whiteness, they had a touch of silvery white like moonlight, making them appear even paler. There was still a fundamental difference between this color and that of ordinary angel wings. The holy halo unique to angels did not condense above Akino's head. Instead, it appeared behind her head and hovered there. Soon, her shrine maiden outfit soaked with sweat, shimmered under the lingering holy power. The fabric disintegrated completely. She stood there exposed, full breasts rising and falling with each breath, her curves laid bare without any barrier. Yasuhiro's gaze traced over her form. He stepped closer without thinking, one hand reaching out to cup her breast. The soft weight filled his fingers perfectly, warm and yielding under his fingers as he gave a firm squeeze. Akino let out a low moan, her body twitching at the sudden contact. What are you doing?" she asked. Yasuhiro shrugged lightly, his thumb brushing over her nipple as he continued to grope her other breast with his free hand. He focused for a moment, sensing the power of light within her. "Oh, so my brave saint cards are that unique," he murmured. "You didn't fall." Akino panted slightly, then her eyes widened. Drop Akino's pics. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower. Chapter 44, Angel. Chapter 44, Angel. Yasuhiro. No. I should address you as. Akino, having changed her clothes, looked at the calm Yasuhiro with surprise in her eyes. Akino, some things are better left unsaid, it's better for everyone. Yasuhiro gave Akino a rare, sharp look, his gaze carrying a strong warning. Akino smiled slightly. From a mythological perspective, you should be considered my sovereign, or his majesty, or even. Akino looked at herself with satisfaction, she looked much better than she had expected. It felt as if many of the constraints that had bound her for years had been lifted, and she felt that the world before her was beautiful. What delighted her most was that she had managed to glimpse the mystery surrounding the men before her. Beneath the mystery lay a shocking secret. Her knowledge of the Bible and various mythologies made her feel overwhelmed by the pressure this secret brought. If this information were to be spread, even if others were skeptical, it would still cause a tremor throughout the three factions. The impact on devils and fallen angels would undoubtedly be the greatest, and it might even shake their ruling structure. Instead of letting your mind wander like this, you should focus on getting familiar with the corona and the other powers within your body. Yasuhiro glanced at Akino and noted that it was within his expectations that some of his secrets had been discovered. He believed that with Akino's intelligence, she wouldn't spread it around, otherwise he didn't mind erasing her existence. Akino smiled gently. She could clearly feel two different powers within her body, distinct from the holy power, but it would take a considerable amount of time to master and fully utilize them. The lightning power you had did not disappear despite the purification of your fallen angel bloodline. If you have time, you can try to fuse holy power and lightning to create holy lightning, which will have extremely powerful destructive force. Your father was a master of this skill, which allowed him to rival Azazel. After Akino was reincarnated as an angel, she was no longer as sensitive to information about her father, Barakiel. Oh dear, don't you have anything else to say to me? Akino looked extremely alluring at this moment, and with the angel wings on her back, she exuded an aura that seemed to combine angelic and demonic qualities. Compared to all that, you should think about how to be a good spy. I don't deny that as the heir to the Gremory clan, Rias feels like family to you all. However, now in a sense you're her enemy. You can have my words, unless she's my enemy. I won't hurt her. So, don't worry too much. Yasuhiro looked at her with calm eyes, since she's his own now. Making her worry would be pointless. Let's keep it a secret for as long as we can. Akino realized that this was beyond her control, she could only take things one step at a time. Also, please continue to call me Yasuhiro from now on, any other way of addressing me will cause unnecessary trouble. Now isn't the time to reveal my identity. Yasuhiro earnestly explained. Yes, dear Yasuhiro. After being reborn as an angel, she felt an instinctive closeness to Yasuhiro because of their shared origin. Especially when she was by his side, she felt a sense of peace, making her incredibly dependent on him and wanting to be close to him at all times. Therefore. What? You want to live with me? Just as Yasuhiro was about to leave the shrine, Akino said something that surprised him. Yasuhiro, wouldn't you even consider taking in a homeless girl? You're homeless. The entire shrine isn't enough for you. Ignoring Akino's feigned pitifulness, Yasuhiro refused to take her back. Sona was already tweaking. The events of last night hadn't been explained clearly yet, and if he brought another girl home. The shrine was merely a place I used to confide in. Besides, where in this world can I truly find a place to belong now? Yasuhiro understood Akino's words, but that wasn't a reason to take her back out of pity. Anyone else would have been fine, but bringing her back would be like bringing home trouble. You'll have to figure these things out yourself. I'm not your babysitter. And stop using the same old excuses. You might not be tired of them, but I had it enough. Humph. She expressed great dissatisfaction with Yasuhiro glossing over past events, including him taking advantage of her during the reincarnation process. Having finished his business, Yasuhiro did not linger there and walked straight out. Akino was left alone, watching Yasuhiro's figure disappear into the sunset. Dear, what secrets are you still hiding? You're truly shrouded in mystery, tempting my very being to depravity. Akino felt that Yasuhiro had many secrets, and she believed that in their future interactions, the mystery hidden behind his face would be revealed. She couldn't help but look forward to that day, confident that everyone's expressions would be quite interesting. Anyways, she should pleasure herself while thinking about Yasuhiro. Era. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal: 300 horsepower. Chapter 45, Kaniko's Troubles. Chapter 45, Kaniko's Troubles. By the time Yasuhiro returned to his villa, night had enveloped the entire town. The villa was quiet and deserted. Yasuhiro knew the reason for this in his heart. Sona's unusually serious work attitude made Yasuhiro feel bad, and at the same time, he felt sorry for Tsubaki and the others who worked under her. Having such a hard-working president was not necessarily a good thing for the members under her. Asia's defensive capabilities are too poor, turning her into an angel would be an excellent choice. Yasuhiro took out the Brave Saint card with the Joker suit and pondered while playing with it. There's no rush. If Asia develops Twilight healing to the point of achieving her balance breaker, then reincarnating as an angel at that time should provide unexpected improvements. Combined with this Joker card, it can save a lot of the adjustment period needed to adapt to a balance breaker. The Joker card's characteristics weren't like the evil pieces, which enhance attack or demonic power. Instead, its ability to control multiple elements and artifacts makes it incredibly versatile. Just as Yasuhiro had thought, if Asia were to develop the balance breaker to a certain degree, it would inevitably take a considerable amount of time. Mastering the balance breaker is something every Sacred Gear user must go through, and the time required generally depends on an individual's talent and adaptability. Some people can fully master it in a month, while others need to spend several years. If you use the cards to forcibly awaken her balance breaker, this learning period will be shortened. Like Akino, whose rank was Queen. The characteristics it brought were similar to those of the Bishop, both increasing raw demonic/light power, only differing in the magnitude of the increase. Before transforming into an angel, all traces of her past self were erased. If it weren't for the fact that her card had the characteristic of enhancing her own reserves, she wouldn't have been able to retain her full strength and be reborn as a 6-winged angel. The most likely outcome would have been for her to become a 4-winged angel. It was easy to imagine just how terrifying the effects of the Brave Saint cards created by Yasuhiro were. It wasn't without its costs. The cost was abandoning techniques like the angelic battle strategy, which had been developed over many years. After an hour, Sona and the girls returned. I'm so tired. It's finally all over. It was even harder than hunting those strays. Tomo took off her shoes and placed them in the entryway, then plopped down on the sofa in a very unladylike manner. For someone as naturally active and lively as her, sitting in the office all day reviewing documents was indeed a form of torture. I'd rather hunt down 10 strays than deal with this tedious paperwork. Tsubasa leaned wearily against Tomo, a sense of mutual understanding passing between them. If you two have such a rare interest, and since a stray happens to be showing up uninvited in town, it's perfect for a pre-dinner workout. Yasuhiro looked at the two girls lounging on the sofa, completely unconcerned about their image, and said. Tsubasa and Tomo rolled their eyes in unison. They had heard of exercising after meals, but this was the first time they had heard of exercising before meals. Didn't he see how tired they were? Instead of offering comfort, he made sarcastic remarks and showed no tenderness whatsoever. It was outrageous. You just got back too. Sona changed into a white nightgown embroidered with lilies. Sona didn't inquire too much about the appointment Yasuhiro mentioned that morning. Their respective positions meant that neither of them should pry too much into the other's business. I wasted some time at the shrine. Hearing the word shrine, Sona showed no unusual reaction, but the others suddenly stopped moving. Tomo and Tsubasa looked at Yasuhiro with great dissatisfaction. In their minds, the only thing that could be associated with a shrine was, no, it should be a person. It was Akino who posed a huge threat to them. She ranked second among the school idols, just below the president. Yasuhiro, do you not understand the meaning of the word moderation, or do you simply have an innate talent for attracting attention? Momo asked with dissatisfaction. We still don't know who that person was last night, and now another one has appeared. Not only Momo, but the others also sensed the crisis. Most importantly, they were not on the same side and were even competitors within the academy. There was even less reason for them to hand over their men to someone else. If I didn't have the talent to attract attention, you wouldn't have me here. Yasuhiro ruffled Momo's hair. Momo slapped away the hand that was playfully hitting her and pleaded to Sona for help. President, you have to do something about him. He's pushing his luck. He cheats on his wives, shows no remorse and spouts nonsense. He has indeed attracted quite a few girls. Sona's words were quite meaningful, and she looked at Momo with a teasing look. Momo and the others were embarrassed hearing this. Momo, the president is his official girlfriend, why would she speak up for us outsiders? Tsubasa stood up from the sofa, rubbed her sore waist and said in a aggrieved tone. From my position, this is the biggest concession I can make, Sona spoke frankly. The president has changed too, her tone and manner of speaking are just like Yasuhiro's. Tomo muttered a few words. After that, Yasuhiro stopped teasing them and explained why he went to the shrine. He didn't mention the matter of Akino being reincarnated as an angel. Since he had allowed her to handle it herself from the beginning, he wouldn't try to publicize it or interfere. When I discussed this with Rias before, I had some guesses about it and I didn't think about it much further. After all, both groups had received the improved evil pieces. On the contrary, Sona's side did not experience any adverse reactions to the increase in strength, while Rias's side encountered various problems. Unfortunately, Akino resisted those improvements, Yasuhiro clarified. Tsubaki realized that things were probably not as simple as Yasuhiro had made them out to be. Being in his harem, she didn't want to ask Herman any more questions. It's good that you resolved her issues. Sona secretly breathed a sigh of relief for Rias. The deadline given to Rias by the Gremory clan was fast approaching and at this time, it was best for neither her health nor her peerage to suffer any problems, otherwise it'd undoubtedly make matters worse. However, Kaneko is facing a similar problem. Sona explained Kaneko's situation to Yasuhiro. Read 20 chapters ahead of the others. Give power stones to this fanfic for more chapters. Also, don't forget to leave a review and comment below. Goal, 200 horsepower.